Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. Good morning and welcome to Exam Tips 2023. Myself, Dr. Anjana Thomas, Senior Lecturer from the Department of Prosthodontics, and Dr. Anaga Ashok, Senior Lecturer from the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery, will be the host for the day. The university exams are approaching, and it is that time of the year where the students have just one thing in their mind: how to pass my exams. Our program today serves this purpose. We are happy to receive you all here today for Rapid Exam Review Program Exam Tips 2023, conducted by the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology, Anu Dental College and Hospital. As we have participants all over India and out of the state, let me bring a brief introduction about our institution. A big tree grows from a small single seed. It takes time, but one fine day, it gets what it deserves. Such has been the growth of Anu Dental College and Hospital. Our college motto, as one who serves, is practiced in strict sense to ensure that excellence and service prevails in every aspect of our operation. The past years has seen Anu Dental College and Hospital shining brighter than the rest, propelling in several fronts and excelling into a league of its own. Anu Dental College has been the sixth college in the country to get accredited with the NAC and associated with the prestigious AIMS University, Malaysia, Manipal University, Malacca, Malaysia, which are significant collaborations, first of its kind in the state of Kerala, which helps us to stay in the forefront of innovation and knowledge. We are the 22nd among the private dental colleges in India, and the Higher Education Review magazine has shortlisted Anu Dental College and Hospital as the College of the Year from more than 300 dental colleges all over India. To cap it all, the prestigious Nelson Mandela Award was conferred to our best CEO, was backed by our director and CEO, Mr. T.S. Binyamin Sir. And the most honorable Best Principal Award was conferred to our principal, Professor Dr. Jiju Josh Baby, by the Global Society for Health and Educational Growth, was yet another golden topping in Anu's pennant. As a research institute, we take pride in announcing its various accolades. We are proud to announce that we have 34 ICMR-funded projects and 16 Kerala state-funded projects. Along with that, our 11 of our undergraduate students are the recipients of the prestigious Tata Trust Scholarship. So let's flag off today's event by taking a quick glance into our college report. Let me now invite Professor Dr. Deepu Josh Matthew, Professor and Head of the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology, to give an overview about Exam Tips 2023. Sir, please.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir. Sir, Devu sir, unmute. Devu sir, unmute.
So good morning to you all. So let me first congratulate all the registrants for being with Exam Tips 2023. It is the third consecutive year the Department of Oral Pathology, Annu Dental College, is conducting this exam review program. And this time we have registrations from all over India, spanning around 600 registrants are there. And the Exam Tips 2023 is focused on revising all the important topics in oral pathology before the university exams. The whole 1 year of oropathology that we have been learning is being comprehended to one day during this Exam Tips. That is a specialty of this program. And the topics that we're going to discuss today starts with the strategy of how you have to approach the exam, and all the other important topics in oropathology like odontogenic cysts, odontogenic tumors, bone pathology, salivary gland tumors, epithelial pathology, skin pathology, developmental disturbances, forensic odontology, dental caries, and its sequelae. All these topics have been thoroughly covered, and the most important questions have been discussed, and we'll be focusing more on that. And that will really going to be helpful for your upcoming exams, because we know that most of the important essay questions are all going to be discussed now. And we have eminent faculty, senior faculty from all over India being brought together for this Exam Tips 2023. And I will urge all the participants to make the maximum benefit of this opportunity. And good luck for your upcoming exams. Thank you.
Participants, kindly note to mute your audios. Now, without further ado, let's get ready to unlock the secrets of effective exam preparation. Stay tuned for an enriching experience that will undoubtedly contribute to your academic journey here at Annu Dental College. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for the first session, none other than Professor Dr. Jiju Josh Baby, the esteemed principal of Annu Dental College. Dr. Jiju George Baby, the principal of Annu Dental College and Hospital, is a very organized professional with proven teaching, guiding, and counseling skills. He possesses a strong track record of academics effectively with an experience of over 25 years of training, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, and currently an approved PhD guide under the Quas University. As a specialist in oral medicine and radiology, Sir has conducted several CBCT hands-on workshops for undergraduate, postgraduates, general practitioners, with delivering keynote lecturers in both national and international conferences. He has several index publications to his credit. Let's lend all our ears to Professor Dr. Jiju Josh Baby for the topic, How to Face Exams.
Thank you. Thank you, Anjana. Hope I am audible. Participants, kindly mute yourself. So we don't want any disturbances. Right. So let me start with a prayer. Most favorite prayer of myself during from my student days. Sarveshwara Samarambham Samasta Guruve Madhyamam Asmatacharya Paryandam Madhe Guru Parampara. Tribute to the God Almighty, the ultimate provider of the wisdom, and a tribute to all the great teachers in the history, and a tribute to my teachers, who is my mentors, and all the blessing which I have received from, and all the great teachers out here in this platform, Dr. Deepu George, Dr. Priya, Dr. Nirupa, Dr. Lakshmi, and from all the teachers across the India, from other states also. So, and delegates, a warm good morning to one and all. So if you ask me to select 5 best movies which I have seen in Hollywood, so the first movie comes is Gladiator. Gladiator is an excellent movie, a sentimental movie, a family values, and a real warrior. But one attitude which you can take from that hero, Russell Crowe, the gladiator himself, is one peculiar thing, So definitely, which has influenced me quite a lot. I'll just show you a scene and let's see what is that attitude that we can imbibe from that character. This is the one, the confidence. Confidence comes from the experience. Experience comes from the real practice. This is one character which everyone requires in any phase of life, whether it is academics, whether it is exams, whether it is a profession, or even if you are talking to a person, what you need is that if the way you have to carry your character is going to be with the confidence. When you talk to a patient, definitely the patient should feel confidence in you. So then only you can become a good professional or maybe a good character. Then again, I'll show you one incident which has happened in India. It's again a movie scene, but the incident has happened in India. April 2nd, 2011, India was playing the World Cup, that to final, one day in India. India's opposition posted 275, and India had to get 276 in the finals. India lost 3 wickets of 110, and Indian captain promoted himself above the informed Yuvraj Singh. Again, that is one of the boldest, the most confident decision taken in the history of sports. The confidence he had, from where the confidence came from experience, and experience came through practice, and he had the most poised mind, the focused mind, cool mind. That's why he is known as the Captain Cool. India had many players much talented than him, but the accolades he had, nobody had. Recently we also played in the World Cup final. The difference was this person with a poised mind. He was ultimate reader because he had constant practice the game, and through that he got experience, and finally he had the confidence. So today we are going to discuss the Alistair, prepare yourself for the examination. So please understand this way, preparation is the key for everything. Any profession, any personal matter, any examination, preparation is the key. Again, a small story from the history from the Mahabharata. See, Pandavas and Kauravas joined the Gurukul of Drona on the same day. The initial early stages, they were friends, they were brothers actually. And the Gurukul system was like this, and everybody used to get up in the same time, eat at the same time, play and study at the same time, sleep at the same time. One evening, all of them having dinner together. See, that time lights were not there, only oil lamps were there. So a wind blew, oil lamp was off, and everybody stopped eating. But the voracious eater Bhima was still eating from his plate. Arjuna was sitting next to him. So he knew that if you know the target, you can get it. So from that night onwards, he started practicing in the night. So after 4,000 years, we still regard him as the best warrior. That's what a constant practice can do. The preparation is the key, along with the poised mind. We all know that the Rome was not built in a day. So as your career. So when you discuss about the examination, it has got 4 phases. The first is preparation. Second is how to write. Food is important, and most importantly, even if you are prepared well, if you don't have the proper mindset, you are not going to click. You must have the proper confident point, like poised mind. So I'll just discuss about two. The first is early preparation, which can be spread throughout the year. Right now, it is not so important, but you can apply it for the next year. Then next segment, I'll just show like describe about the short preparations also. In a student's life, you have to get up at one point of time, 6, 6:30, 7, 7:15. Absolutely fine. According to your convenience, you can do it. When you get up, okay, do your things, have breakfast, go to the college. Kindly be attentive in the theory classes. Go to the practical classes or clinics, do with your maximum might. Afternoon, have lunch, little bit evening nap, go for a play time, and little bit studying time. That makes a student's day complete. Always think that if you do this, then your day is complete. At least 6 days a week, you have to do this. See, instead of studying for the examination, you have to spread it out. Now, everyone have to do one thing. You have to make goals for your life. You always aspire for a purpose. And the goal should be measurable, it should be realistic, and should be time specific. I'm telling you something. If you are studying an X question, which has got 4 pages, so according to your caliber, you think that it is I take 30 minutes to study this. Switch off the phone. Don't think anything else. Just concentrate on that. Just look at the time, finish it by 30 minutes. If you do this, it will be easy for you to finish the entire portions. Usually what happens is that you drags it. Every time your phone rings or a message comes, you look into it. Don't do it. See, when you keep the time specific, definitely it's easy for you to study. Always have a study timeline. So you're going to finish this many questions in the forenoon and this many questions in the afternoon. This much things I am going to study. And when you start a chapter, kindly do the important questions first and always evaluate the evaluator's key point. And in the beginning itself, you are studying an X chapter. Always have the syllabus with you. There are important questions, semi-important questions, and the least important, maybe occasionally asked questions. You have to categorize this. A staff can help you. And always have notes. Notes are for lifetime. 1991, I started my BDS. Still, I have my anatomy notes and every other note which I have. Notes are written on your own handwriting. 99% of the colleges will give you notes. You can go to the library, you can complete the notes. Only 80% can be covered in a theory class. And always have a chapter-wise notes. Please write an index so that in the later phase, you need to refer, you don't want to waste your time. So definitely if you have the correct page number, you can just directly go to it. And if possible, go to good authors books and please write the author also. And always just see the picture, just always highlight the important points. On the day before the examination, you can't read the entire notes also. So definitely the highlighted point and you can just go through it. And when I was studying from 91 to 96, 96 to 98, there was no internet. Only computer was there, but internet was not there. So we had to depend totally on the library. Now scene is changed. You get everything in the net. Informative videos, audio playbacks, e-books. E-books will read for you now. Presentations and seminar, everything is available. Even if you're going to the toilet, definitely you can play something and go. So that during exam time, everything will be echoing in your ears. And please understand, always use the campus. I always say, student life is the best life in somebody's lifetime. Don't miss it. And the biggest, the best area is going to be library. So calm, so quiet. Nowadays, I don't find hardly anybody in the library, but please do understand this way. Library is one of the most important, best places in the college campus. Make sure that at least 1 hour per day, at least for 6 days a week, you go and attend it. So you can sit there, you can study at least 1 hour a day. It's possible. And definitely, you have to have your own recreation, something or other. Whether it be chess, whether it is a game, so at least the campus is there. Definitely, you can walk through the campus and always keep your body healthy. And practice makes a man perfect. You have to write. You have to practice exams by writing exam, and then you can adjust your time. And you have to one thing. 70 to 75% of the questions are repeated. If you take last 6 question papers, 3 years question paper, regular and supplementary, if you take 6 question paper, 70 to 75% of questions are repeated. So then what is the point in failing? I don't find anybody less than 70% from the +2 is admitted in a BDS course. So there is no question on the like capacity of a student. Then you have notes for each and every questions. You have library there and a 6 question based papers. If you have a 70 to 75% are repeated, then there is no point. There is no chance in losing an examination. Only thing is that practice with the full might and 7 to 8 hours a day, because only three weeks, less than 2 weeks remaining for the examination. And if you have a poised mind, 100% you score more than 60%. Now I come to the short time preparations. I've taken oral pathology. So this is only 60 topics. 60 topics. If you want, you can just take a screenshot of this. I tell you, take it from me. After 3 weeks, you are going to get questions only from this. At least 70% of the questions from this. Only 60 topics. What I meant to say is that if you study these 60 topics, 70% of the questions are going to come from these topics only. You have prepared notes. You have intelligence. You know how to draw the diagrams. So please don't tell me I'm going to fail. No. 60% above. That is according to your caliber, you can do it. Just take a screenshot of these things. And these are the most important questions. There are other questions also, but these are the most important questions, which is oral pathology as far as oral pathology is concerned. And there is one point which is known as forensic odontology. You have got 4 topics. Out of this, you are going to get 2 questions. I am talking about Kerala University, MGR, and Rajiv Gandhi. Forensic odontology, you have 2 questions, but there is only 4 chapters or 4 portions. Out of it, you are going to get 2. So 50% efficacy is going to be there. So definitely go through it. First and foremost, importance should be given to that. Maybe a short essay or a short note, but still, definitely you're going to have these 4 questions. I hope all of you have taken the screenshot of these things. Kerala University, last 6 question papers. The underlined ones are the repeated questions. 70 to 80% of the questions are repeated in KUHS. KUHS follows Rajiv Gandhi as well as MGR. So definitely all these 3 universities remains the same. I hope rest of the universities other than this in India is also the same. Please do understand, we have an exam scheme. The first thing is that essay questions, that is for 10 marks, that can come from either from oral pathology from outside. Oral microbiology, you have got only 5 portions. You are going to get 1 question out of that 5. And forensic odontology 2. So here itself, we can predict the questions. If you think wisely, if you take advice from the staff, definitely oral pathology questions can be little more predicted. And 80% of questions easily you can prepare out of this 60 portions, and definitely you can score well. But when it comes to general medicine, there's a slight variation. There's only 120 topics, but repetition is comparatively less. So you have to cover those 120 questions, 120 topics from the textbook itself or the notes which you have. Repetition is less as far as general medicine is concerned. But surgery, again, you have an advantage. Surgery, general surgery, you get questions from oral path, general surgery, and oral medicine. So it's quite easy. And again, repetition is less, but easily, if you study oral pathology and oral surgery, definitely you will be able to answer majority of the questions. So now, organize your study materials. See, you have some close friends, 3 or 4 close friends will be there. At least 1 to 2 will be there. And what you can do is that hold the positive vibe. The first thing is that you have to be positive, and you are studying, and you want others, your close friends, to study. So there is a positive vibe exists between the students. So what happens here is you learn something, you teach your friends. When you teach someone, you are going to concrete your knowledge. Okay, your friends are benefited. But more than that, when you teach someone, you are going to concrete your knowledge. Always carry a positive vibe. Always carry a vibe of academics, at least during the examinations. When your friends see you studying, definitely they will also study. And you study something, you teach them, so they will also know, oh, he's studying, so definitely I have to also. So you concrete your knowledge, your friends are gained, and your friends will study, will teach you. So when you discuss like a film names or something, so all these things become much easier. When you repeat these things, your confidence goes high, as well as you'll concrete your knowledge. Then second thing, you can use anything. See, during my student days, I used to do one thing. I used to write small notes. I had a diary and only points I used to write. The day before the examination, it's not easy for you to read the entire notes. So definitely I'll try to, during the day before the examination, I'll just go through these points and I'll try to remember 1, 2, 3, 4. If I miss something, then at that point only I go to the notes. So all these things you can stick in the wall, you can stick in the toilet, you can stick, like you can carry on with you. Nowadays mobiles are there, all these things you can do, but only things is try to remember. So these things come. So if you forget something, again go back, immediately go back and read, it will come to you. And after every study line, please take a break. Please take a break. So 1 hour you study, take 10 to 15 minutes you break. Just walk around, stretch yourself so that your blood circulation goes really high. Then, if you are prepared well, the most important part is you should know how to write. Only 120 topics for the general medicine, 86 topics for surgery, and important 60 topics for oral pathology. And oral pathology, 70 to 80% are repeated. Last 6 question papers. You have got 3 weeks. Take 20 days. How many are there? 260. Like every question is not an essay. Every day, if you study 10 questions each, again you are going to make it up. So it's possible. Notes are with you. If a particular college has now a particular note on particular subject, please ask us. We'll give. We won't give everything, but a particular 1 or 2 topics. If you need notes, definitely we can provide you. And I'll show you an answer paper from the previous batch of my student. So if you see a paper like this, what do you think? You have to always think in the evaluator's point of view. My dear people, now it has become online evaluation. An evaluator evaluates maximum of 45 papers a day. He spends in the evaluation center 4.5 hours maximum. Mean to say that for 1.5 hours, he is valuing 15 papers. You are written 36 pages. So per paper, he is going to get 6 minutes, 36 pages. So maximum he is going to get is going to 6 to 9 seconds per page. Is it right or not, which I don't know. Maximum a person is going to take is going to be 15 seconds per page. I know your hard work for the entire year and it is being evaluated for 15 seconds per page. Then what you have to do? You have to use the reverse psychology. So what evaluator needs, you have to push it into the front. Essays, first thing, you have to start with the long essays first because it carries 10 marks, followed by short essays, carries 5 marks, again short notes, again 3 marks. If you write like this, you get the maximum number of marks. Long essays, please write the title. Write essays, write the title like this, number it properly and write the contents. An evaluator going through the entire content, just see this. He'll just see this page. Oh, okay, this student knows everything. Even if you miss one point inside, do you think he's going to mind? If you this front page itself, 8 marks is put, 80% marks is put in this for the question exam, this question. Then when he goes inside, see this. Classification is written beautifully. And if you see a diagram like this, 9 out of 10. Done. Underline with the red pen. In KUHS and Rajiv Gandhi, we are supposed to use blue or black pen. You can use. Underlining is only with the red pen. Write the contents for long essays and number the answers properly. Diagrams wherever possible. Label it properly. You see a diagram like this. Do you think the evaluator is going to read the entire answers? No. If it is your short essay, 4 out of 5 you are going to get. Even if it is your 3 marks question, 2 out of 3 you are going to get. So the proper writing, even if your handwriting is not good, label it properly. At least that point you label it, write it properly, draw the diagrams properly. 80% marks guaranteed. Then food. Food carries a major role. Food carries a major role. You say all big things, but I'll just point on 3 things. The first thing is that when you are studying, 1 lakh chemical reactions or maybe transfer reactions happens in the brain per second. The main mediator is going to be water. you are supposed to drink plenty of water. Your like studying days and the exam days, early morning you get up, 6, 7 or whatever time you get up, you have to drink water in the empty stomach. Lukewarm is the best. The most ideal temperature is 4 degrees above the room temperature. Lukewarm water. You drink that. You drink minimum 1 liter, if not possible, minimum 500 ml of water. See, 6 a.m. if you take 500 ml before going to the examination, you can go to the toilet. So there won't be any problem. And all the exam halls is having toilets. So don't worry about that also. The second is honey. Third is chocolates. Honey and chocolate induces the production of dopamine and serotonin, which enhances your memory. And even if you studied well, that time, or during the exam, during the writing time, it has to come to your mind. Take 1 spoon of honey. I'm just talking about proper honey, not a manipulated thing. You can get the branded good honeys from the market. And you spend how much for the food, the waste food, junk food? And take a good chocolate. I'm not talking about 50 pice chocolate, a good chocolate. Before you enter the examination hall, I put 1 chocolate on my mouth. Still, it's there. It will remain for 1 to 1.5 hours. Don't eat it. Let it melt through the saliva and go inside. So there will be always production of dopamine and serotonin, so that your memory becomes sharp and what you've studied will just come. And one more thing, before going to the examination, when you get up on the exam day itself, you stretch yourself. You stretch yourself. You just rub the hands like this, feet also like this, so that the blood supply in the entire body, because we have got nerve innervation in our hand and feet also. So definitely the entire body, the circulation will be there. You will be active. And I see some people, in the examination hall. Do you think they are going to do? Even if they have studied well, see, the adrenaline should be there, the dopamine should be there. You should be having that killing instinct which the gladiator had. Whatever comes, I'm going to face it. I'm going to. The first is long essays, short essays, and short notes. I'm going to do it. Take a spoon of honey in the morning whenever you are studying, and before entering the examination hall, just keep 2 or 3 chocolates in your buccal vestibule, so that it just slowly melts in the saliva and goes inside, so that you have dopamine rush. And these 4 things are contraindicated during a student study days as well as the exam days in particular. Tapioca only in Kerala, chilies, potatoes, and ginger. Please don't take food containing these things. Take a lighter food as a breakfast during the exam days and go to the examination hall. Stretch yourself, so that the body is active, the mind is active. And these 3 things, as for Kerala means, these 4 things are contraindicated. Don't take chilies, don't take potatoes, don't take on the exam day morning, which I am talking about, gingers also. And above all, you are prepared well, you have taken food nicely, you have stretched yourself, we are going. But the most important part is going to be your mental attitude. What do you think, you'll become that. The confidence you are supposed to have. And whatever comes, see, I tell you something, 90 to 95% of the questions will come from the syllabus only. Maximum 5% difference is there. If you are prepared well, why do you worry, man? 120 medicine, 86 surgery, and 60 to 80. 60 to 82 oral pathology topics. You have studied well. What is going to happen? You know it. Write it properly. Heading you should write, title you should write, number it properly, contents for long essays, diagram wherever possible, underline it, maybe box it, enlarge it, whatever you can do, so that examiner sees it properly. See, always have a positive attitude in life. Negative attitude will destroy you. Positive never will give you guarantee success, but negative attitude will guarantee failure. Please have a visualization. So whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and whatever is going to happen is all for the good for yourself. The second thing is that's a positive affirmation you should have. And I have taken my MDS examination in 1998, long back, 1998. It was October 24, 23, and 24, I remember. I had 3 best examiners in India, and they passed a candidate. Only 6 candidates in their lifetime they passed. I was the 7th one. And I was the only candidate. First day I had 2 hours, 40 minutes, 45 minutes waiver. Second day, 2 hours, 15 minutes waiver, because I was the only candidate. So this 5 hours, you imagine what all can be discussed. But I knew I'm going to fail. But only thing is that I had to fight. So I gave a good viva, all the good practicals. Finally, I came out in flying colors. So that confidence still vibrates in me. When I go to a class, when I come to a stage, I know that I've done something credible. So that confidence is there with me today. I'm nothing, I'm a simple man, but I'm telling you, if you do a good examination, that positive aura, the positive energy you'll carry for the lifetime. And every achievement, there is an examination. Whether it is your BDS, whether it is an MDS, whether you go outside the country, you do something, you have to face an examination. And always rely on revisions. The more experience you have, the more practice you have, the more confident you have. And mind you, one more thing, I'm just talking about the abroad examination or outside examination. Always you should have your own notes. This is third year. Okay, little bit clinical portions are taken. All the 9 subjects from moral medicine to community, all the, including oral pathology, all the 9 subjects, you must have your own notes. If you want to have a positive, higher career or maybe higher studies in your life. So when you go through your own handwriting notes, it's easy for you. Only 5 to 10 minutes you take to understand the subject. The same day, please be attentive in the theory classes. Same day you go to the library, read the same topics from a textbook, good textbook or an article, add the additional points. So you have a complete note. During internship, it is easy for you to prepare for the entrance examination or maybe India or outside. And whatever you do in life, please do understand there is a force, there is an energy above us which controls the entire universe. You can be a believer of God, you can be an atheist also. If you are an atheist, believe in goodness, but there is an energy, higher force. People call it as Allah, people call it as Brahma, people call it as Krishna, Jesus, whatever it is. There is a force above us. We are nothing. Even if you do the best, definitely we need that grace also. And always be in solitude. Take a little few minutes yourself. Think positive and pray to the Almighty, the ultimate power. I am nothing. Please bless me through wisdom. If you ask wisdom, God will give you abundance of wisdom, And I've just taken a small clips from the greatest speech guru T.T. Rangarajan from Chennai. This which he has given in 2012. So he'll just talk about God, hard work, and all this professionalism. So just listen to him. Say less than a minute.
Let's work like nobody has seen. Let the world beat us on intelligence. Let the world beat us on IQ. Let the world beat us on competence. Let the world beat us on communication. Let the world beat us on anything. Let the world not beat us on competent effort. Let our effort outbeat everybody else in the world. There's one thing that we will not spare. We are not going to find anybody in our department who can put in more competent effort than us. In our organization, nobody is going to deliver more competent effort than us. Let's go ahead. I know it is a very comical reference, but I wish to believe so. In the entire Kurukshetra, Krishna could have been with anybody, but somehow he conspired the entire circumstances and ensured he was with Arjuna. There was a reason. I wish to believe so. In the entire Kurukshetra, Arjuna was the best warrior. Krishna felt safe being with him. If I have to be in a battlefield, let me be next to the best Kshatriya who is there. So I think Vedavyas is delivering an unspoken message to you and me. He says, if you want God with you, first you got to be the best in what you do. You got to be the best in what you do. I'll put it this way. If you're not the best, you seek God. If you are the best in what you do, God seeks you. He wants to be with you. If you do your best, He will do the rest. If you don't do your best, He will take rest.
That's it. If you want the God with you, do your best. Your best means according to your capacity, you are 100% dedicated and commitment. Nothing else. God will be with you. Nothing to worry. And I'll just summarize today's discussion. The first thing is that spread out the study during at least for next year, you have to do this 1 to 2 hours a day. 1 hour is enough. If you do it with the concentration, 1 hour is enough. And from now onwards, less than 20 days, you have to do 8 hours a day. And please have short-term and long-term goals. Short-term, passing the examination. Long-term means prepare, keep all these notes for your future studies. Write notes. When you go to a theory class, please write notes and complete it on the same day by going to the library along with the references. And before start studying, I'm just talking about next year, you have the entire syllabus evaluation categorized into three: the most frequent, less frequent, and the least asked questions. And use technology always. We have everything in our hand, all the gadgets, everything is available in the mobile. Campus resources, health advices, and library. At least 1 hour per day in the library you have to do for the next year. And if you go through the previous 6 question paper, 3 years question paper, 70 to 75% of questions will be repeated. Guarantee for all pathology, at least 40 to 50% for surgery as well as medicine. And the group study is really important. If you are disciplined yourself, you can teach your friends, the friends can teach you, and everybody will have a positive vibe. In the end, everybody will pass with the flying colors. Exam paper presentation, please do understand. Long essays, it is 30 minutes. Short essays, 15 minutes. Short notes, it's 6 minutes. Please do number properly, write the title, write the contents for long essays, underline it, diagram wherever possible. And even if your handwriting is bad, please write the points. Maybe enlarge it, box it, underline it, so that the examiner sees that. Always think that 6 to 9 seconds only an examiner spends, evaluator spends in your one sheet. So definitely you have to push your answers to his friend. And food, please mind. Always try to have a lot of water and a spoon of honey and chocolates just before going to the examination. Just keep it on the buccal vestibule and always have a positive attitude. Confidence should be there. And every time before you studying and after you study, you have to be in solitude. Pray to the Almighty. Bless me with the wisdom. Definitely should be there. And above all, you should be a confident person in life. Whichever profession you're going through, you must have the confidence. Your clients will see your confidence only. Accordingly, they will judge you. All the very best. May the God Almighty bless you with all the wisdom, love, happiness, and success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that fantastic session. This will guide our students to prepare systematically for their exams. We have got some queries in the chat box.
Please.
So the first question is that, are there any specific techniques to improve the speed during essay writing?
Essay writings, I tell you something, majority of the essay questions will be easily diagnosed by teachers. And I think 90% of the institutions in India are having a good academic background. And in Anur, and we have marked all the essays and given, I think 36 essays for oral path, somewhat towards that. And maybe around 2022 for general surgery and general medicine also 28 or something. That's the exact number I forgot. But these are marks. Almost 90% of the essays are come within that. I tell you something. Even if you know a little bit, just imagine this way. Long essay has come. You are prepared for a short essay. You write first essay. Write the number properly. Write the title. Write contents. Contents you will know. If you have written the contents properly, I tell you the first page, the evaluator will see, okay. So he knows everything. Even if you miss one point in the inside, he is not going to mind. 90% of the examiners are of the view that somehow let them pass. And I have seen all my friends, colleagues do like this, So 50%, if they have just reached a 48 or 46%, they'll put half marks here, there, and finally they'll make it into 50% and just keep it. Diagrams. See, my subject, it is introduction, definition, classification, histopathology, pathophysiology. You write clinical features, you write radiographic features, you write differential diagnosis, and you write treatment and conclusion. That's complete. Wherever possible, please draw diagrams. Mark it properly. Slightly enlarge. You takes 1 to 2 minutes only to draw a diagram. See, it's leukoplakia. It's a teardrop shaped. There is a epithelial hyperplasia. Then stratus spinosum, you know what happens. And there will be hyperkeratinization. These are the only 4 points which is available in oral pathology or like leukoplakia histopathology. You write it, you draw it, then keep it. So even if you know a little bit, by projections like this, definitely you can score minimum 60 to 70% marks. And the best person will get maximum 8 to 9. And the person minimum knows also get 5 to 6 marks. So this is the only difference is there. And second thing is that when you know these are the essays which is going to come, if you don't have that question bank, please ask the user or Priya ma'am. Definitely they will mail you. They will put it in the group. And see, only thing is that, okay, you are going to study an answer, which has got 4 pages. So according to your caliber, you are fixing 30 minutes. Just keep the phone aside. The 30 minutes you are going to study this. First, you read this, have a visualization, try to understand what is the subject, which you already know because almost all theory classes has been taken. Try to remember that. Then repeat it. Repeat once or twice. Then get up and just run around and just repeat it. And please write small points and keep so that every time you have to you can you can remember. And the most important part, if you want to remember something, at one point of time you are going to sleep. You lie down and start thinking whatever you have learned. I tell you, 3, 4, 5 questions, if you remember, by the time you will be sleeping. And in the bed, whatever you remember will be there for a lifetime. You won't forget it. You just try to do it. You will remember. Okay. Next
Sir,
one.
would you clarify, sir, how to handle difficult questions during exams if I'm unsure about the answer?
See, my dear people, and your invigilators are there. They won't give you an answer, but you can ask for clarifications. There is nothing wrong in that. Okay. If we are asked about fat soluble vitamins, 2 groups are there: fat soluble and water soluble. That's whether it's a B complex or ADEK. So you have got a doubt. You can ask, ma'am, whether this is this or that. So they will say the first one or second one. So you can write. They won't give you answers, but always you can ask for clarifications. There is nothing wrong in that. And if you are not sure of it, please write towards the last. When after this much preparation, still you don't know means 80 to 90% of the students who are writing an examination may not know. So the evaluation will be in such a way that will be having a little bit liberal valuation that was a particular question. But if you write on as a first answer, definitely you are going to have a tough time. Write it towards the last. That's all.
Okay, sir. How to manage time effectively to ensure that we get some additional time to recheck the answers?
Ma'am, there is something a great question. That's what I said. That's why I said 2 preparations, So the entire year, see, the thing is that now, when we were studying, we didn't have, only we had some good teachers as role models. Now, you can go to Einstein study. You can go to any American top university, top professor, and you'll get available the lectures from the net. And whatever information is there, it is there in the net. We never had these kind of things, So the first and foremost thing that you should decide is, I'm going to be good, great, or the best. That is your decision. Minimum that much, that adamancy you should have. I'm going to be a good professional. Simple. Pray to God. Then now, please do understand, your capacity is totally different. It changes with persons to person. So according to your capacity, you think that you are going to study 15 questions a day. I'm going to study 4 long essays, 6 short essays, or maybe 4 long essays, the rest short notes. So I'll dedicate 45 minutes for long essays. I'll dedicate 30 minutes for short essays and 10 to 15 for short notes, which already written notes are there with me. So I'll do one thing. Right now, I'm just going to study about the definition, classification of leukoplakia and the entire leukoplakia 30 minutes. My phone, everything is off. I'll do a little bit exercises, drink a little bit water, just have a little bit stretch, then just concentrate and read the entire thing once. Then try to remember each point. Understanding the subject is really important. Just mug it up. You'll lose somewhere because one sentence, if you miss, the next section, the continuity may not be there. Please understand this.
Thank you, sir. That closes the queries in the chat box. And you have covered everything. That was a very fantastic session. Thank you, sir. Up
Thank you.
next,
All the best. All the best.
yes. Up next, we are moving to another important topic, odontogenic cyst, which will be dealt by Professor Dr. Bibu George Matthew. Sir is working as a professor and head of the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology at Anu Dental College. He is a recognized PhD guide under the Kerala University of Health Sciences. Sir is also the founder, partner, and supervisor oral pathologist at Nirnaya Orofacial Diagnostics, which is an exclusive oral pathology diagnostic center. He has more than 5 funded research projects and more than 20 indexed publications to his credit. Bibu sir will be enlightening us on the topic odontogenic cyst. Welcome, sir, and please proceed.
So good morning all. Thank you for the kind introduction. So let me congratulate all these participants for being with us today for this wonderful session. I think it's going to be really beneficial for you for your upcoming exams. So the topic that I'm going to discuss today is about the cyst of the oral cavity. A very important chapter in the third year undergraduate oral pathology exams. A lot of essay questions can come here. If you see here, what are the frequently asked questions? As per the KUHS Kerala University of Health Science exam scheme, three essays are commonly being asked from this particular chapter. They are about odontogenic keratocyst and dentigerous cyst and radicular cyst. And if you see the pattern of questions, first they will ask about the classify the cyst of the jaws. They are not going to ask exclusively. Usually they don't ask exclusively the odontogenic cyst, but instead of that they will ask classify the cyst of the jaws, which include both odontogenic and non-odontogenic cyst. So you have to put the classification in a different way. And then we can discuss about the usual pattern is about histogenesis. How did the cyst evolve out, or like how did they form? The clinical features, radiographic features, the histopathology, and you have to talk about the treatment and prognosis. So these are the contents under which you have to write the essay questions. And remember, in the radiography and the histopathology, if diagrams are required, you have to draw that. And histopathology, you have to talk about the lining epithelium, the underlying connective tissue capsule, and the supporting connective tissue capsule. What are the characteristic features of that? And this is how you have to go ahead with the essay question. And usually 5 marks short note is being asked is calcifying odontogenic cyst. So these are the frequently asked questions, and this is what we are going to discuss today. Because of the time limitation, it may not be possible for us to go through the whole cyst chapter, and that's not required. This is just an exam review. So you have to, we are just going to deal with the most important questions and those topics, and we are going to go ahead with that. As it's been already told, when you're writing an essay question, you have to always write the contents of the essay first, and the headings, the major headings, you have to just write first, so that the evaluator will feel like you have written all these things, and these are the, the headings under which you are writing it. So when you're writing the essay, you have to write first about the definition of the cyst, and then you have to talk about the classification of the cyst of the jaws. You have to start with an introduction. You can talk about the pathogenesis or the histogenesis, the clinical features, radiographic features, and you have to draw the diagrams if they are required. Histopathology, you have to describe, and definitely you have to have the H&E diagrams for that. Then you can talk about the treatment and the prognosis, and these are the headings under which you have to write the essay if any essay comes in from this particular chapter. So when you talk about the definition, we have to mention about the Karmer's definition from 1974, and it says that cyst is a pathologic cavity having a fluid, semi-fluid, or a gaseous content, and which is not formed by the accumulation of pus, and most cysts, but not all, are lined by epithelium. Now what you have to remember is that if there is an accumulation of pus, a cavity with the accumulation of pus, instead of calling it a cyst, we will call it as a abscess. So this definition is very important, and you have to by heart this definition, and you have to write it in the same way. So let's talk about what are the different components of the cyst. That's very important. Before you go into the cyst in proper, you should have an idea about what are the basic components of a cyst. Basically, it is a cavity which is filled by fluid, semi-fluid, or a gaseous material. So when you look at it, this cavity will be lined by an epithelium. There will be an epithelial lining around this cavity, and this will be supported by, so we have a cystic cavity in the middle, and it will be lined, or it will be surrounded by a lining epithelium, and this lining epithelium will be supported by a connective tissue capsule. So this is how the basic nature or the basic architecture of the cyst is going to be. So whenever you are writing an answer, the histopathology, you have to first describe what is the type of lining epithelium. It's based on the lining epithelium diagnosis is made. Very important that you have to write what is the nature of the lining epithelium. Then you have to mention about the connective tissue capsule. You can talk about, after that you can talk about what is the cyst content and what are the special features that is there you see in the histology of that particular cyst. These are the things. This is how you have to describe the cyst in the histopathology. So when we talk about the classification of the cyst of the jaws, we need to put it under three broad categories, and it will be nice if you can put it into a flow chart, because then you'll be able to score more marks out of it. So you can broadly divide the cyst of the jaws into three categories, which include odontogenic cyst, non-odontogenic cyst, and pseudocyst. Now, under odontogenic cyst, we have developmental cyst and inflammatory cyst. And under developmental cyst, we have odontogenic keratosis, dentigerous cyst, eruption cyst, gingival cyst of the newborn, gingival cyst of the adult, lateral periodontal cyst, glandular odontogenic cyst, and calcifying odontogenic cyst. And under inflammatory cyst, we have radicular cyst, residual cyst, and other collateral cysts. And under non-odontogenic cyst, we have the cysts which are formed along the lines of fusion of the embryonic processes, which are called the fissural cyst, which are only two. That is, one is a parietal cyst of the newborn, the other one is a medial parietal cyst. Then we have cysts that is there which are formed from the remnants of the ducts, which include nasolabial cyst and nasopalatal duct cyst. Then we have cysts which are formed on the skin, that is a soft tissue cyst, and on the neck area, which are the follicular cyst of the skin, dermoid cyst, thyroglossal duct cyst, brachial cleft cyst, and oral lymphoepithelial cyst. Then we can have cysts which are formed from the salivary gland, which include the salivary duct cyst. Then we can have even miscellaneous cysts like parasitic cyst. Then when you come to pseudocysts, these are the cysts where cavities are not lined by epithelium, which include traumatic bond cyst, static bond cyst, aneurysmal bond cyst, and even mucus extravasation phenomena of the salivary gland. So let's now talk about the odontogenic cyst. The reason why we call it as an odontogenic cyst is because they occur exclusively in the jaw bones. These cysts will not be seen in any other part of the human body. So they occur exclusively in the jaw bone. So that shows that they are actually formed from the remnants of the dental primordia. Okay. And what are the different various remnants of the dental primordia? And sometimes the histology also, you will see that there are a lot of resemblance with the components of the tooth germ. So that is the reason why we call these cysts as odontogenic in origin. Now, what are the different various remnants from where like these cysts are arising, or the remnants of the tooth germ from where the cyst is arising? They include the Cellrus serrae, which is the remnant of the dental lamina. They can arise from the reduced enamel epithelium. They can form from the Cellrus mollassus, which is the remnants of the Herdwick root sheet epithelium. So if we talk about the pathogenesis of how these cysts have been formed, the general pathogenesis, we can see that these epithelial rusts which are there in the jaw bones, like Cellrus mollassus and Cellrus serrae, due to certain forces, it can be development, it can be an inflammation, as in the case of inflammatory cysts like radicular cyst. Sometimes it is an unknown force, so we call them as a developmental force. It can induce these epithelial cells to proliferate, and the cells will start to proliferate. And as you know, epithelium is an avascular tissue. There is no blood vessels in it, and it gains its nutrition through from the adjacent connective tissue by means of diffusion. But when the epithelium starts to proliferate, and when they become big within the connective tissue, the central part of the proliferating epithelium will be lacking nutrients, because the nutrients can't reach the central part by means of diffusion. And these epithelial cells in the middle part will undergo degeneration. So a cavity will be formed, and this cavity will be lined by the epithelium surrounding it, and it will be supported, this epithelium will be supported by a connective tissue capsule outside. And this is how basically the cyst is being formed. So this is the basic mechanism by which the cysts are formed. So if you talk about the cyst that is like based on the cyst formation from the odontogenic cyst formation from the remnants of the epithelium, remnants of the tooth germ, you can see that the odontogenic keratosis, gingival cyst of the newborn, gingival cyst of the adult, and lateral periodontal cyst is considered to be formed from the Cellrus serrae, while dentigerous cyst and eruption cyst is formed from the reduced enamel epithelium, and the radicular cyst and the residual cyst, those inflammatory cysts, are formed from the Cellrus mollassus. So this way also you can put it in the classification, but this is exclusively for the odontogenic cyst. So first let's talk about the radicular cyst, and it is the most common odontogenic cyst that you're going to encounter in your practice, and the most common etiology is an infected non-vital teeth, and it's usually seen as a periapical radiolucency. When you talk about the pathogenesis of a radicular cyst, it has to be always associated with an infected non-vital teeth. Without an infected non-vital teeth, you will not get radicular cyst. So from an infected non-vital teeth, the infection enters into the periapical region and produces apical periodontitis, or inflammation of the periodontal ligamental space in the apical region. And from there, there will be a reactive tissue that has been formed, that is a periapical granuloma. And within this granuloma, there will be a cell rest of molasses, and this will be stimulated and to undergo proliferation. And these cell rest of molasses, when they undergo proliferation, it results in the proliferating epithelium like this. What you can see in the center is a proliferating sheet of cell rest of molasses. And as they proliferate, as I told you before, the central part of the epithelial sheet will be lacking nutrients, because the nutrients from the connective tissue, surrounding connective tissue, will fail to reach the central part, and because of which the central area will undergo necrosis, resulting in a cavity which is lined by epithelium and supported by connective tissue surrounding it. And later the cyst will undergo expansion. So if you talk about the cyst formation, and you can say that the cyst formation happens in 3 stages, especially the radicular cyst. The initiation will be an periapical inflammation and toxins which stimulate the cell rest of molasses into the periodontal ligamental space to proliferate. And as the epithelium proliferates, the central part will devoid of nutrition, degenerates to form an epithelial lined cavity. And because of the presence of the breakdown products within this cavity, there will be an increased osmotic pressure, and because of which the fluid will start moving inside into the cystic cavity, causing the expansion of the cyst. So this is how the cyst expansion is going to happen in the case of a radicular cyst. So if we talk about the clinical features of a radicular cyst, we can see that they occur in the periapical region of the teeth, and the involved teeth should be non-vital, should be non-vital, or should be a grossly decayed teeth, and or having a caries. And usually these kind of cysts will be seen along with permanent teeth, and majority can be asymptomatic. And if it is infected, it is painful, and you can get a pain on percussion. And the most commonly involved teeth is the anterior incisors, maxillary incisors. And the most common reason of non-vitality for these teeth is trauma. And this is the radiographic appearance of a radicular cyst. You can see that it occurs as a periapical. This is an infected, this is a non-vital teeth here. You can see the red arrow pointing to a non-vital teeth where a root canal treatment is being done. And you can see that the periapical region of this particular teeth, you can see a cyst that has been formed. And it's not that easy to differentiate between a cyst and a granuloma. People say that you can, for larger size, it will be cyst rather than a granuloma, but it's not confirmatory from the radiograph. So when it comes to the histopathology, you can see that the lining epithelium, the red arrow is pointing to the lining epithelium, is a stratified squamous non-keratinized epithelium. It's very important that you have to make the lining epithelium correct. That we have to mention the correct description of the lining epithelium has to be given. That is how the diagnosis is being made. So it's very important that you have to put the correct lining epithelium. And the connective tissue wall shows collagen fibers, fibroblasts, and small blood vessels. And you're going to, since it's an inflammatory cyst, you're going to see a lot of inflammatory infiltrate, especially mixed inflammatory infiltrate in the connective tissue capsule. You can see the connective tissue capsule pointed by the yellow arrow. And you can see that the epithelium, since the presence of a lot of growth cytokines are there because of the inflammation, the epithelium will start to proliferate down into the connective tissue with interconnecting retiridges. As you can see here, the red arrow is pointing to this interconnected retiridges that is formed in the lining epithelium. This is known as the lining epithelium proliferating in an arcading pattern. And when it comes to the lining epithelium, you will be able to see small tiny linear arc-shaped bodies. You can see the red arrow pointing to these bodies, and these are called Rushton bodies. Very often, rarely you can see them on the lining epithelium. So they are amorphous, eosinophilic, and they are brittle in nature. And how they have been formed? They are believed to be formed from the thrombus formation in the capillaries, or they are considered to be a cuticle secreted by the epithelial cells of the cyst lining. So this can be asked as a 3 marks questions, like about Rushton bodies alone. Now you will also get, especially if it's an inflammatory cyst, you will also get something known as cholesterol clefts, and these are actually because of the cell degradation. The cell membrane will undergo disintegration of the cells will undergo disintegration, and the lipid component will get collected inside the tissue, and these get collected into the slick-like spaces, and during processing this will get washed away, and you get these clear slick-like spaces. They are known as cholesterol clefts, and the body will mount a foreign body reaction against it, against this lipid collection in the tissues, and that is why you get sometimes foreign body giant cells. So here the red arrow is pointing to a cholesterol cleft, and you can see yeah, the yellow arrow pointing to a foreign body giant cells closely associated with this cholesterol cleft. Now you have to understand that it is not something that is exclusively seen with radicular cyst. Any other cyst which is infected or inflammation is there, like you can get these kind of cholesterol clefts. The other rare features that you see along with radicular cyst is sometimes you get circumscribed pool of eosinophilic material surrounded by inflammatory cells and giant cells, and then they are known as giant cell hyaline angiopathy. Sometimes you get vegetable-like material within the cyst, then they are known as pulse granuloma, and it is considered to be sometimes pools of inflammatory exudate. The contents of the lumen may be watery or straw colored and can have low concentration of proteins, and sometimes you get a lot of cholesterol crystals within the cyst fluid, and that is known as shimmering effect. And if you see that cyst fluid in the under light, you can see there is a glistening inside that, and that is what, because of the presence of the cholesterol crystals which are reflecting the light, and that is known as shimmering effect. The treatment is removal of the infected teeth or do an root canal treatment, and you have to do a curettage, and you have to remove the lining epithelium, or the cyst has to be removed from the bone. The next important cyst that we are going to discuss today is about the dentigerous cyst, and entirely different from that of a radicular cyst. Radicular cyst was seen in the periapical region, but dentigerous cyst will be seen covering the crown of an impacted teeth. So the usual impacted teeth are the mandibular third molars and the maxillary canines. So these are the commonest, commonly impacted teeth, and you're going to see this dentigerous cyst usually associated with the crown of the these impacted teeth. So as I mentioned here, you can see the gross picture, and you can see the histopathology of a dentigerous cyst along with the teeth, and this dentigerous cyst encloses the crown of the unerupted teeth by the expansion of its follicle. And you can see, thus you can see in this second picture, this cyst is usually attached to the neck of the teeth on the cervical region. So here the cyst will be enclosing the crown on the pericoronal region of an impacted teeth. Now, what is the pathogenesis behind the formation of this dentigerous cyst? It arises due to the accumulation of fluid between the reduced enamel epithelium and the enamel of the crown of the impacted teeth. So that is how, what is this, the pathogenesis of this dentigerous cyst. So let's, if we can put it into a flow, it will be like this. So because of the certain developmental forces which are unknown to us, there will be accumulation of fluid between the impacted teeth, the crown of the impacted teeth, and the reduced enamel epithelium, which results in the formation of the dentigerous cyst. So this dentigerous cyst will be always occurring in association with an impacted teeth, and arises from the reduced enamel. The lining epithelium will be the same reduced enamel epithelium also. So the fluids will start collecting between the reduced enamel epithelium and the enamel of the crown of the impacted teeth. So the lining epithelium will be reduced enamel epithelium, which is seen in the bottom part of the which is seen in the bottom part of the dental follicle, which is surrounding the crown of the teeth, and this is considered to be a developmental odontogenic cyst. So if the radicular cyst was inflammatory in origin, this is developmental in origin. So if you look at the clinical features, it's always associated with an impacted and an unerupted teeth, and the common site is mandibular third molars and maxillary canines, and the usual age of occurrence is second and the third decades of life, and there is a main predominance. And usually you will see displacement. Sometimes it can grow into huge sizes and it can displace the teeth, and it can also see the root resorption of the adjacent teeth. And with the impacted third molar, the entire ramus sometimes can be hollowed out. The radiolucency of the jaw in the jaw that encloses the usually it will be seen. If you look at the radiographic feature of this particular cyst, you will see them as a pericoronal radiolucency enclosing the crown of the impacted teeth. And we say that the size should be more than 3 to 4 millimeters, because if the size is less than 3 millimeters, we have to consider it as just an enlarged follicular tissue. We will not consider it as a dentigerous cyst. Now there are 3 radiographic variants of dentigerous cyst, and this diagram of these variants has to be drawn in your answer sheet. The first one is a central variety, where you see the cyst and the cyst is enclosing the crown symmetrically, or like the is enclosing the crown in a symmetrical way, and and as you can see in the picture here, and you can see the impacted teeth here like pointed by the red arrow, and you can see the cyst like which is surrounding it, cystic cavity which is surrounding it, and the pressure, because of the pressure applied by the cyst on the crown, you can see that the teeth can be pushed away in the direction of the eruption. The second one is a lateral variety, where you can see there's a dilatation of the cyst on the one aspect of the crown, and usually they are seen with third molars which are partially impacted, partially erupted. We can see here in the picture like the cyst that is like denoted by the yellow arrows. The last one is a circumferential variety, where the follicle expands or the cyst expands in such a manner that the entire teeth appears to be enclosed by the cyst here. So here you can see the teeth over here, and you can see the cyst is completely, it looks as if the cyst is completely enclosing the impacted teeth. The yellow arrow points to the outline of the cyst. Now when it comes to histopathological features, the lining epithelium of this cyst is reduced enamel epithelium only. So it is a non-keratinized lining epithelium of 2 to 3 cellular thickness. Okay, and it's very small, like 2 to 3 cellular thickness only will be there, and the epithelial mesenchymal junction is relatively flat. No retiridges will be seen, unlike in radicular cysts there used to be retiridges proliferating in an arcading pattern, but here in the case of dentigerous cysts, the epithelial mesenchymal junction is relatively flat with no retiridges being present over there. You can see the lining epithelium by the red arrow. And when you look at the connective tissue here is basically the dental sac tissue or the dental follicle tissue. So it will be fibromyxomatous. So when I say fibromyxomatous, you can see some collagen fibers, a lot of white spaces, that is the myxomatous region. And you can also see some islands of odontogenic epithelial rust, which are like cell rust or serrae will be seen. And the inflammation may or may not be present. Most of the time it may not be present. If the inflammation is present and if it is secondarily infected, the dentigerous cyst, secondarily infected, you will see that the fibrous capsule will become more collagenized. It will no longer be fibromyxomatous. You will see a lot of inflammatory cells, and the epithelium, because of the cytokines, growth cytokines produced by the inflammatory cells, will become hyperplastic with the development of retiridges. And sometimes even you can see some amount of keratinization also if inflammation is present. Now, another important feature is the pluripotentiality of the lining epithelium. The lining epithelium, that is basically the reduced enamel epithelium, has got the ability to undergo transformation into or metaplastic transformation to other type of tissues. So you can see some mucus secreting cells in the lining epithelium. You can even see sebaceous cells, or even see respiratory tract epithelial cells. That is a pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium can be seen lining these dentigerous cysts. So when you look at the treatment, the smaller lesions can be removed in toto. If they are large cysts like which has with a lot of bone loss, it can be treated by means of marsupialization. Recurrence is uncommon for these kind of cysts. Now, a long-standing dentigerous cyst can have 3 potential complications. There are 3 tumors which can arise from it. Either a unicystic ameloblastoma or an ameloblastoma can form from the lining epithelium of this dentigerous cyst, or even a epidermoid or a squamous cell carcinoma can develop from the lining epithelium, or even a mucoepidermoid carcinoma, a salivary gland tumor, can develop from this lining epithelium. So what we have to remember is that it is because of this pluripotentiality of this lining epithelium, the possibility of these tumor formation are there. The third important cyst is the odontogenic keratocyst, and this particular cyst arises from the remnants of the dental lamina, and it is more aggressive than that of the radicular cyst or even the dentigerous cyst. So if you look at the pathogenesis of odontogenic keratocyst or OKCs, you will see that there is a developmental force which is unknown. And this developmental forces causes the proliferation of the cell recess array, and as the cell recess array proliferate, there is a formation of odontogenic keratocyst, and this odontogenic keratocyst has the lining epithelium and even the connective tissue has got a high proliferative index, and these lining epithelium and the connective tissue capsule will produce enzymes like matrix metalloproteases, which can remove the the bone and the rest of the substances around it, or the tissue components around it, and this will cause the cyst expansion in an anterior posterior direction. It's very important that you have to remember that here in this particular cyst, the expansion happens in an anterior posterior direction, unlike the radicular cyst and in the case of a dentigerous cyst. So the majority of the cases, 60% of these cases, are seen within the age of 10 to 40 years, and there is a slight male predilection. And most of these cases, around 60 to 80% of these cases, are seen in the posterior body and the ascending ramus of the mandible. And these cysts will usually cause an expansion in the anterior posterior direction without causing much bone expansion. So many a times it may not be clinically noticeable, swellings may not be there, and larger cysts are often associated with pain, swelling, and even drainage. So this is a radiographic appearance of a odontogenic keratocyst, and one of the characteristic features is you will be able to see the scalloped margins. As you can see the red outline, you can see the scalloping of the margins. So this scalloped margins are is a very characteristic feature of odontogenic keratocyst. Now there are 4 radiographic types of odontogenic keratocyst, which are replacemental. That is, like if the formation of the cyst replaces the teeth in that place, or it can be envelopmental, where it completely encircles the impacted teeth, or it can be extranoceous. That is like it is formed in the parts of the jaw bones outside the tooth bearing areas, like in the ramus of the mandible, or it can be collateral, that is seen between the roots of the teeth. So these are the 4 ways in which you can see the radiographically you can see the odontogenic keratocyst. So in your answer sheet, if you can draw this diagram, a pencil diagram, it will be really useful in the radiographic features. So this is a replacemental, where it is formed in the place of a teeth. You can see the cyst that is being formed. And this is envelopmental, where you can see there is an impacted teeth, and encircling the impacted teeth you have a odontogenic keratosis. So radiographically and clinically it may resemble like a dentigerous cyst. As you can see the outline, the yellow or the blue arrow shows the impacted teeth, and the red arrow shows the outline of the cyst. Then here you can see an extranoceous type, where the cyst is formed around in the non-tooth bearing areas. You can see the ramus of the mandible. And the last one is the cyst is just formed with between the roots of the teeth, that is a collateral. So it can be often confused with lateral periodontal cyst or lateral radicular cyst. So when you look at the histopathological features, you can see that odontogenic keratocysts have got a thin friable capsule, or thin friable wall will be there, and it has got a very characteristic lining epithelium and very pathognomonic one, because of which you make the diagnosis. So the lining epithelium is of around 6 to 8 cell layer thickness, and the basal cells are arranged, are columnar, and has got a palisading manner, and the nucleus is arranged in a palisading manner, or we say that it has got a picket fence appearance. So what do you mean by palisading manner? The nucleus has been arranged in a palisading manner. It looks as if like all the nucleuses are on the same level. That is like as if you are putting the pearls on a string, and all the pearls are on the same level. So the same way you can see all the nucleuses are being placed at the same level, and that is called the palisading manner. And if you look at the surface of this lining epithelium, you can see that it is parakeratinized, and there is surface irregularities, or there is a corrugation you can see on the surface of this lining epithelium, a very characteristic feature. So corrugated parakeratinized cyst lining epithelium of 5 to 6 cell layer thickness, and with columnar basal cells with the nucleus arranged in a palisading manner. This is a very feature of the cyst, and because of this we make the diagnosis as odontogenic keratosis. And the cyst connective tissue capsule is devoid of inflammatory cells, and the cyst fluid will contain clear fluid will be seen. So when you look at the connective tissue capsule, you'll be able to see a lot of daughter cyst within the cystic wall can be seen. Very characteristic feature of a very characteristic feature of autoneurogenic keratocyst. And the cyst, the growth of the cyst is unremitting. It has got a high growth potential and it keeps on growing. And not only the epithelium, it is the connective tissue also will grow along with the lining epithelium. So here the connective tissue have got a more active role rather than just a supporting role, as in the case of other cysts. Here, in all cases, like the connective tissue has got a more active role in the proliferation or the expansion of the cyst. And the epithelium and connective tissue proliferates as local groups, and in the areas where these groups are there is bond resorption. That is why you have scalloped borders, and the enzymes produced by the epithelium and the connective tissue helps in the cyst expansion, especially the matrix metalloproteases. So the treatment is enucleation with curettage. So it is very important that you have to remove the complete cyst lining, cyst wall has to be completely removed, or lining epithelium has to be removed. If you leave something behind, there is always a chance of recurrence. So the rate of recurrence is very high in the case of autoneurogenic keratosis, and it's around 30% or higher. And most of these recurrences will happen in the first 5 years of surgery. And the highest recurrence is seen in those cysts which is seen in the angle and in the ascending ramus of the mandible. Now, what are the reasons for recurrences? One is the presence of fragile cyst wall, and it is very difficult to remove the cyst in toto. So it is always a possibility that you may leave some amount of cyst wall will remain back in the patient even after doing a thorough curettage. So the presence of this remnants can cause recurrence. That is one reason. The next reason is the presence of scalloped margins on the bone. And because of the scalloped margins, it's not easy to mechanically curate out or curate out all the lining epithelium. So that again leaves some lining epithelium, can leave some lining epithelium back in the patient, resulting in recurrence. And the presence of satellite cyst is again another reason for recurrence. And the high intrinsic growth potential of the cyst wall and the high mitotic index of the cyst lining epithelium is again one of the other reasons for the recurrence. So when we talk about autoneurogenic keratosis, another cyst that we have to discuss is nevoid basal cell carcinoma syndrome. It's called Gorlin syndrome, and it is an autosomal dominant inherited condition, and it is caused by PTCH gene mutation, the chromosome number 9. And the complications involve multiple basal cell carcinomas of the skin, multiple autoneurogenic keratosis, intracranial calcifications, and rib and vertebral abnormalities. So a small note of this has to be included along with your essay of autoneurogenic keratosis for the completion's sake. So the other features are of nevoid basal cell carcinoma syndrome is frontal and temporal bossing. The eyes are set wide apart. That's called hypertelorism. And you get multiple basal cell carcinomas, and radiographically you will be able to see bifid rib and multiple autoneurogenic keratosis, as you can see here in the radiograph. You can see the multiple quadrants, or the both angle of mandibles have got autoneurogenic keratosis, and it's got a high recurrence rate also. And there are a lot of satellite cysts also present in OKCs associated with this particular syndrome. You can see one cyst here, another cyst here. So next cyst that we are going to learn is calcifying autoneurogenic cyst, also known as Gorlin cyst. This was first described by Gorlin in 1962, and the lesion is not always a cyst, but sometimes it is as a solid lesion also. So now whatever it is being seen as a cyst, we will call it as calcifying autoneurogenic cyst. And what we see as solid lesion with the solid areas, we'll call it as a dendrogenic gosal tumor. So it can present as an intraosseous lesion most of the times, and sometimes you can see as an extraosseous lesion also. And this name, characteristic name, is because of the presence of gosal keratinization of the epithelial cells. So when you look at the clinical features, The peak age of occurrence is second to third decades of life, and usually the intraosseous central lesions are painless, expansile lesions, often found in routine radiography, and around 65% of these cases are seen within the incisor canine region. And sometimes these lesions are associated with other tumors like odontomas or adenomatoid odontogenic tumors or even ameloblastomas. The radiographic appearance you're going to see as a radiolucency with areas, you can see the radiolucency here, as the name indicates, there can be areas of calcification, as you can see with the blue arrows. When you look at the histopathology, you're going to see a lining epithelium of 4 to 10 cell layer thickness, and the basal cells are ameloblast-like cells with the reversal of polarity. So you can see here, not very obvious in this particular histopathology picture. And the suprabasilar cells are stellar reticulum-like cells, and you can see here the red arrow pointing to stellar reticulum-like cells. And another characteristic feature is the presence of ghost cells, and these are epithelial cells with eosinophilic cytoplasm, and you can't see the nuclei, but only the nuclei has gone. You can see there is only an outline of the nucleus you can make out, and that is why they are known as ghost cells. And this is considered to be an aberrant form of keratinization. And in most of the areas wherever the ghost cells are there, these ghost cells can get accumulated, fused together to form amorphous acellular material, as you can see with the red arrows. And sometimes you can see calcifications occurring in these areas of ghost cells. And areas of dysplastic dentine formation or dentinoid formation can also be seen associated with the near to the lining epithelium, as you can see here. And the treatment is enucleation with only few recurrences are seen. So the prognosis is pretty good. So this calcifying odontogenesis can be asked as a 5 marks question, as a short essay question or a short note question. So it may not be asked as a essay question, but can be asked as a 5 marks question. So these are the common questions that can be asked from this particular chapter. So let me just conclude once more. So how you have to go about with it. Usually it will be starting with classification of they will ask about classify cyst of the jaws and discuss in detail any of these cysts. So first you have to start with the definition. You have to write the classification of the cyst of the jaws. So that includes odontogenic, non-odontogenic and pseudocyst. Then you have to, so that flow chart you can put. So you have to first, then you have to go into the pathogenesis, the introduction, pathogenesis, that is a flow charts for that. Then you have to go into the clinical features, radiographic features. In the case of odontogenic keratocyst and radigerous, you can draw pencil diagrams of the various various radiographic appearances. Then you have to discuss about the histopathology. In histopathology, you have to also discuss about the lining epithelium, the connective tissue capsule, the cystic content, and other special features. Then you go to treatment and prognosis. Especially in OKC, you have to mention about the reasons for recurrence, and you have to also mention about like nevoid basal cell carcinoma syndrome. And another important thing about the cyst is, like, in the pathogenesis part, you have to also mention about the reasons for cyst expansion. So I think we have covered almost most of the important parts of odontogenic cyst with this lecture. So this is my team in my college, the Anno Dental College, my postgraduates and my colleagues and my staff. So thank you so much for your patient listening, and best of luck for your upcoming exams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very informative session. So we now have a few queries for you from the students. So the first one is, some textbooks, they mention odontogenic keratocyst as keratocystic odontogenic tumor. So the doubt is it correct to use both these terms interchangeably?
So the recent classification, that is a 2017 classification, they are now considering it as an odontogenic cyst rather than a tumor, a cystic tumor. They're considering it as an odontogenic cyst. So nowadays we don't use the word keratocystic odontogenic tumor. So instead of that, we have to use odontogenic keratocyst itself. The recent one, like, we are going to call it a cyst only. So better not to use the term as a tumor. So that is not being used nowadays. And so I think another query has come.
One more for you, sir. Usually the question asked is cysts of the jaw. So what if they are asked about classify odontogenic cysts in particular?
See, in Kerala University of Health Sciences, usually what they've been asking is the cyst of the jaws, which include odontogenic, non-odontogenic, and the pseudocyst. So, as I have shown you in the flow chart, you can put that flow chart easily, you can score marks. But like maybe they may even ask like classify odontogenic cyst. Then you don't have to mention about non-odontogenic and pseudocyst. Just mention about odontogenic only. And but the recent WHO classification, they have put the cyst and tumors together, but they have not subclassified the cyst within odontogenic cyst. But I think it would be nice if you can just subclassify it as like developmental and inflammatory odontogenic cyst. So I think that way, like you give more information and you're going to tell your evaluators that you know more about these things and you're going to score more marks. I think one more query has come in the chat box. I think. About some cholesterol cleft or something.
Let's involve cholesterol. So that was somebody's final question.
See, the reason is here, what we have to understand is the major component of a cell is the membrane. And the membrane is basically comprised it's predominantly comprised of adipose tissue, or like not adipose tissue, it's primarily composed of fat as a component. So when there is intense inflammation and when there is tissue destruction, the major component that is going to be coming out from these cells are actually the fat. And this fat gets collected inside the tissue as like cholesterol in the cleft-like spaces. And later during processing, when we are exposing the sections to, when we are exposing these specimens to alcohol during dehydration, this fat gets dissolved in it, and what we are left behind is only the cleft-like clear spaces. But what we have to understand is these things are not something that is pathognomonic or exclusive to radicular cyst. Any cyst which is inflamed, even a developmental cyst, can become secondarily inflamed, and you can get these kind of cholesterol clefts inside that. So that is there. Like, so I think the major component of a cell is membrane. So that is the reason why we have fat coming over there.
Okay, one more for you, sir. What is the reason behind the arcading pattern of radicular cysts?
Now, what we have to understand is what we are getting in a slide is actually a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional object. So that is, the epithelium is just proliferating down. What we are seeing is actually interconnected extensive retiridges. That is what we call as an arcading pattern. The reason is because of the intense inflammation. So when there is an intense inflammation, in order to sustain the inflammation, the inflammatory cells will be secreting a lot of growth cytokines. And these growth cytokines, they will be acting on inflammatory cells. At the same time, this effect will be there on the overlying lining epithelium also. And these lining epithelium cells, because of the presence of these growth cytokines from the inflammation, will start to proliferate as extensive retiridges. And that is what we see as the proliferation of the lining epithelium as an arcading pattern. But what we have to remember in real-time practice, real-life practice, even a development, another type of cyst, like other kind of cyst, like a radicular dentigerous cyst or even an OKC, if they become secondarily infected, you can get similar kind of an appearance. So that is for like when you're going to do reporting. But otherwise, for an undergraduate level, you just have to remember that usually for inflammatory cysts like radicular cyst, you're going to get non-keratinized lining epithelium with extensive retiridges proliferating in an arcading pattern. That should be enough for you.
Thank you, sir. I hope that clears up all the queries.
Thank you.
Next up, we're moving on to the topic odontogenic tumors by Dr. J. Dinakar. Dr. J. Dinakar has done both his BDS and MDS in oral and maxillofacial pathology from Raga Dental College and Hospital, Chennai in 1994 and 1999 under the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. He has about 24 years of teaching experience and has held various prestigious positions, including being the professor and head of the Department of Oral Pathology in Sri Ramakrishna Dental College and Hospital from 2008 till 2021. He's currently working as the Vice Principal, Academics, Professor, and Head of the Department of Oral Pathology and PG Convener, Raja's Dental College and Hospital. He's also the member of the Board of Studies for Dentistry and member of Senate, Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, and has also been the member of Ethical Committee for Tamil Nadu Dental Council from 2019 to 2021. He's also the life member of various prestigious dental associations, with various national and international publications to his credit, and being awarded the Best Principal Award by BNI. Let's lend our ears to Dr. J. Dinakar.
Thank you for the introduction. At the very outset, I like to thank Dr. Jeepu George, Department of Oral Pathology, Annur Dental College, Muvatupula, for inviting me for this rapid review for oral pathology for undergraduates. See, it's an important thing. I have to appreciate Annur Dental College, Dr. Deepu George, and the Department of Oral Pathology for taking this initiative. See, this is something like which has not been done so far. So far, the focus was only with the PG rapid reviews. And the need for a rapid review is very much felt like this year, that is especially third year. This is usually considered on the easiest among all the 4 years, because like first 2 years, the first year is always like something new. Second year is full of your preclinical works. And final year, we have 8 subjects of clinical. And comparatively to the other 3, the third year is comparatively easier. But one thing we might have wondered, like why it is less number of subjects, and why it is only 3 subjects is given only for third year. Like, see, this is the only, because we have a general medicine, general surgery, apart from oral pathology, and oral pathology happens to be the only exam going subject for third years. And why it is taught in third year and not in final year? The reason being, the thing is, you need to apply oral pathology, the knowledge of oral pathology in all the other 8 specialties when you go to your final year. So your knowledge of oral pathology is very, very important, and that need to be applied in your final year. So with this background, I go to the important topic that has been given to us, that is about odontogenic tumors. See, you have, if you see the recommended textbook for by the Dental Council of India for oral pathology is Shapers. If you take the chapters, if you go through the chapters in Shapers, there are about so many chapters are given. Okay, this is all related to oral cavity and oral diseases. But this particular topic, odontogenic, anything like odontogenic, this is something which is a favorite of any of the examiners. Because the reason being the fact that we have you must have studied general pathology in your second year, and so many things get repeated in your third year also. But this odontogenic, we claim and we think that this is something exclusive for us, which general pathologists don't know much about it, even though they have some broad outline, but not very much into it. And this happens to be one of the favorite questions of any oral pathologist whenever they come. So you need to know about this, and you cannot escape out of this. Okay, so odontogenic cysts, odontogenic tumors, dental caries, something which, and anything about pulpal diseases, these are all the things that are very much focused only on dentistry, and all our examiners are well versed with it. So with this background, we go into this. So this odontogenic tumors, the topic that is given for discussion for me is odontogenic tumors. So before we go in, what do you mean by the term odontogenesis? It is the development of tooth. So all those primitive structures which are all involved in the development of tooth, namely your dental lamina, enamel organ, dental papilla, and dental follicle, and all the constituents of that, all these things, they are destined to form they are supposed to form a tooth. If there are any abnormality occurring during the development of tooth, and instead of forming a tooth, if it starts developing into a cyst or tumor, we call them accordingly. So instead of a tooth, if these tissues, there is some abnormality or aberration occurring, and if it develops into a tumor, we call that as odontogenic tumor. By now, I think you should all know what is a tumor is. By definition, simple definition, tumor means it is swelling, but it's a Willis definition. It's an abnormal mass of tissue, the growth of which exceeds and is uncoordinated with that type of other tissues, and it proceeds in the same excessive manner even after the cessation of stimuli. So this is a definition of tumor. So odontogenic tumors means it is a tumor that is arising from tooth-forming tissues and cells. Now we go into the classification of odontogenic tumors. Broadly, we classified into odontogenic tumors are classified as benign and malignant. By and large, most of the time, they are one and only benign. And once again, from the origin, they are classified as tumors arising from odontogenic epithelium, then tumors arising from odontogenic mesenchyme, and that's a mixed one, that is tumor arising from both odontogenic epithelium and mesenchyme. So coming to this tumors arising from odontogenic epithelium. So the first one is your ameloblastoma, which is a solid or multicystic type or an unicystic type. It may be extraceous or peripheral type. It can, sometimes, very rarely, it can metastasize. That we call it as a metastasizing ameloblastoma. Next, you have your squamous odontogenic tumor. Then, calcifying epithelial odontogenic tumor, which also called a COT or Pinberg tumor. Then, we have your adenomatoid odontogenic tumor. So all these things, they all arise from odontogenic epithelium. Now, next category is your tumors arising from odontogenic mesenchyme. In that, you have your odontogenic fibroma, odontogenic myxoma, or odontogenic fibromyxoma. You have your cementoblastoma, which can be benign cementoblastoma or it can be true cementoma. Then you have your cemento-ossifying fibroma. Coming to the mixed odontogenic tumors, that means they are tumor arising from both odontogenic epithelium and mesenchyme. Underneath, you have your ameloblastic fibroma, primordial odontogenic tumor, and odontoma, which can be either compound or complex. And the last category, which is your dentinogenic ghost cell tumor. Previously, it was considered to be a ghost cyst or calcifying odontogenic cyst. Now it's now considered to be a type of a tumor. Malignant is very rare entity. Even then, we can just list it out. Once again, tumor arising, then malignant tumors arising from odontogenic epithelium, all are classified as odontogenic carcinomas. In that, the sub-classifications in that are ameloblastic carcinoma, primary intraosseous carcinoma, which can be even a solid or cystic type. You have your central mucoepidermoid carcinoma, sclerosing odontogenic carcinoma, clear cell odontogenic carcinoma, ghost cell odontogenic carcinoma. Then tumors arising from odontogenic ectomesenchyme, which broadly classified as odontogenic sarcomas. In that, you have your ameloblastic fibrosarcoma. Then tumors arising from both odontogenic epithelium and ectomesenchyme, we call that as odontogenic carcinosarcomas. So this is the classification of odontogenic tumors, and these classification which I have quoted now, it is from the textbook, which is a 2017 classification. Even though there are some latest classification, as undergraduate level, you need to write and quote what is there in your recommended textbook. That is a 2017 classification. Okay. So if at all A question usually asked question is this: classify odontogenic tumors and describe in detail about amyloblastoma, especially there in the context of etiology, clinical features, radiographic features, histopathology, and management. This is the usually asked question. So far we had seen about the classification, and now we go into this amyloblastoma. So before we go into it, the term amyloblast, the term amyloblast means it is something related to enamel, and the cell amyloblast means they are the enamel forming cells. So we can say that this is a tumor that is something related to enamel formation. So going by the definition, amyloblastoma is a true neoplasm of enamel organ type tissue which does not undergo differentiation to the point of enamel formation. Please quote this definition whenever any question is asked, either it's in a essay question or in a short note, or even when you come for Viva OC. And this happens to be one of the favorite questions of any oral pathology examiners. So this is the definition. Please learn that by heart, and you can very well, it's easy to understand also. As the name goes, it's a true neoplasm of enamel organ tissue type, which does not undergo differentiation to the point of enamel formation. As the same, see, it's an enamel organ. The main function of this enamel organ is to form enamel. So now what's happening is there is some proliferation and differentiation is taking place, but instead of enamel, it is forming a tumor. That's why it does not undergo differentiation to the point of enamel formation. So this is a thing that you need to quote. And how? Mr. Robinson, pathologist, described this tumor as usually unicentric, non-functional, intermittent in growth, anatomically benign, and clinically persistent. This is how it's been described. And the easy to remember is, you can remember as UNIAC. So usually unicentric U, N for non-functional, I for intermittent in growth, A for anatomically benign, and C for clinically persistent. So if you know, go by, before we go into this, the older names were adamantinoma, and later on it was named as amyloblastoma. So if you go to the pathogenesis, how it is originated, there are about few theories. One is cell rest of enamel organ or Hertwig's epithelial root sheets, which we call it as epithelial cell rest of molasses. Then from the epithelium of odontogenic cysts, usually it is your dentigerous cyst, rarely from odontomas. So you must have in your dentigerous cyst, there is a entity called as Vickers-Gorlin scale, which can lead to a potential for neoplastic transformation from a cyst to a neoplasm, from a epithelial lining of a dentigerous cyst. What all things can make you to be suspicious of neoplastic transformation? That is a Vickers and Gorlin scale. It is very much given in your Schaefer's and in the dentigerous cyst. You need to quote if you can. Then disturbing developing enamel organ, then basal cells of surface epithelium of jaws, and heterotropic epithelium, other parts of body in pituitary. Rarely these things can be found even in a pituitary, where it is called as a Rathke's spot. It's extremely rare Rathke's tumor. And even in the long bones, if it occurs, where we call that as adamantinoma. But by and large, it is there in the jaws. The reason being that in the jaw bones only in the jaw bones. The reason is because all this tooth forming and the residues, epithelial cell rest of molasses, and all these tissues that can be found only in the jaw bones. You don't find teeth-like structures in any part of the bones in any other body, only in the jaws. That is the reason these type of tumors are found one and only in the jaws. Coming to the types of ameloblastoma, it can be solid multicystic ameloblastoma, which is the most widely common and most frequent. Then you have your unicystic ameloblastoma, which is a cyst. It's in the form of a cyst, but the ameloblast-like features. Then you have your soft tissue component. That's why it is called as a peripheral ameloblastoma that can be found in the gingiva. And desmoplastic. This is a new entity, which is an aggressive form, and which has got its features slightly different from that of a conventional ones. Now we go into the most commonest, that's your solid multicystic intraosseous ameloblastoma. Sometimes some scientists like to call that as SME, solid multicystic ameloblastoma. So going by the history, Broca first detailed description of a solid multicystic ameloblastoma in 1868, and 1884 and 1885, Malasis studied odontogenic tumors and proposed the name epithelioma adamantine for the same. So the reason is it could arise from odontogenic epithelial remnants. So as of now, it is called as ameloblastoma because it is now the terminology is very simple. It is only ameloblastoma. The older term is adamantinoma, but the present terminology is ameloblastoma. Going by this age, gender, and location, it is common between 10 to 90 years, and most of the time it is prevalent in the third and fourth decade, rare in children, and the age group it has got a wide age group, and there is no gender predilection or racial predilection. The commonest location being the posterior region of the mandible, especially in the molar ascending ramus area. And of late, we can even see some few cases reporting in the maxilla. That is also occurring of late. And you should know that this tumor has a capability to spread through the marrow spaces. That's one of the important feature of this tumor. And this is a picture showing about which area it is more, as it is told earlier, it is seen in the most commonly in the posterior region of the mandible. Coming to the clinical features, it's a benign tumor, no tendency to metastasize. It is slow growing, but locally invasive. It can slowly cause it's an expansile lesion. So it can it can cause disfigurement and with the expansion of the jaws. And many times it is asymptomatic. Very rarely it can cause pain or paresthesia and even loosening of the tooth. That's a very rare case. But in general, if you take what is the clinical features means, we can say that it is a slow growing expansile causing a bony expansion, which can cause disfigurement, and also has got high rate of recurrence with the main reason being an inadequate removal. And as I told earlier, it has a tendency to spread through the marrow spaces, so we will not be able to exactly find out where the real margins of the tumor is. Just to show you where exactly it is, and it is need not be only on the posterior region of the mandible, where you can see this even in the anterior region. It causes a expansion of the cortex and an expansile one, and often leading to disfigurement. So it is central, intraosseous, no signs, gradual increase and facial deformity. So the affected part, it is when we palpate, it is bony, hard, and bulky. Pain is very rare feature, but it can occur. And sometimes, if there are any cystic changes, it can even lead to eggshell cracking. And many times the patient reports at a advanced stage, not at an early stage, because since it is asymptomatic one, and unless and until it has caused a huge disfigurement, patient don't come to for any medical intervention. By the time they come, it is in the advanced stage. So coming to the radiographic features, one hallmark of that is it is a multilocular and honeycomb or soap bubble appearance. I'll just explain like what is multilocular. See the radiolucency, it is like the reason for radiolucency is resorption of bone. It appears black, but within this radiolucency, you find bony partitions, radio opaque bony partitions. So that means it's a multilocal. It is not uniformly resorption. There is some bony partitions that is there within the resorbed areas. So that gives you a multilocular. That appearance we call that as honeycomb or soap bubble. Please write this in your examination that for amyloblastoma means it is multilocular and the appearance is honeycomb or soap bubble. That is to be quoted and everyone expects it. There are times it can even be a small multilocular or unilocular, but by and large, most of the time it is multilocular. So what is expected for the examination point of view is for radiographic features for amyloblastoma, say that it is multilocular, honeycomb, and or soap bubble. If it is a larger multilocular, we call it as honeycomb. Smaller, we call it as soap bubble appearance. That's a very important point. We need to write it down in any form, both in the theory as well as in the 5-hour-C. And another thing, important thing is just by seeing this radiographic features, we will not be able to determine the borders of the tumor. The tumor has a tendency to spread through the marrow spaces, which cannot be found out by this radiograph. So these things has to be kept in mind while for a operative surgeons. Once again, a larger view of this. It has got a multilocular appearance where you find multiple bony partitions where it is there. You can see very well see this soap bubble or honeycomb appearance. And it can even displace the tooth. It can cause resorption of the roots as well. Coming to the macroscopic features, what's so the term, what do you mean by the macroscopic features? It is the when the cut section, that is the biopsy, the tissue that is being given for processing, how it looks like. So tumor with the surrounding, usually it is, as we said, the radiographic border doesn't determine the that didn't give us the clue of the exact border. So we need to be little more on the normal tissue. Normal bone also has to be drawn. That's the reason when they do a surgery, they do a very much a radical surgery where a normal bone also is taken. The reason for surgery to be very extensive is that it can spread through the marrow spaces. So a normal bone should be there on either side of the lesional tissue. And very often surgeons do a marginal resection. We call it as, if it is mandible, we call that as hemimandibulectomy. So how it appears? It is appearing as a grayish white or a grayish yellow mass. So there can be no calcified material. Sometimes it is totally solid, or sometimes you find cystic spaces are present. And if there are more cystic patient content is there, there can be a cystic fluid which can be straw colored, or it can be even semi-solid also. So coming to the histological patterns, this is the foremost things as an oral pathology. See, amyloblastoma, it is taught in almost so many subjects. It can be starting from your general pathology, then your general surgery, now oral pathology. When you go in the final year subjects, you'll be taught in your oral medicine, oral surgery and all. But for oral pathologies, for us, what is more important for us, what is more interesting for us, what you're supposed to know when you're appearing for a oral pathology examination is you should be well versed with this histopathological patterns. And I'm sure all the examiners, there's no excuse, they will expect this all the histopathological patterns of amyloblastoma. So coming to this different types, the histopathological types, there are so many types. The first one being your follicular amyloblastoma. The term follicle, that means it is a islands. What you see here is islands of odontogenic epithelium in a background of connective tissue. Islands of odontogenic epithelium. So that is the important thing. This is the most commonest of all the types. And what you can see here is islands of odontogenic epithelium in the background of connective tissue, and within the odontogenic epithelium, if you take each follicle or an island and you can describe it, the peripheral cells are columnar with a reversal of polarity. Reversal of polarity means the nucleus is away from the basement. You can observe it classified in the diagrams. The nucleus is away from the basement membrane. They are tall columnar. And if you see this nucleus, they are all arranged almost in the same level, or like a tombstone, like that. They are all the same level. There is a reversal of polarity, and they resemble a pre-amyloblasts. So this is the arrangement of the peripheral cells. Going into the central cells, there you find star-shaped cells which look like your stellate reticulum. So that is the arrangement of each follicle. And sometimes within these follicles, you might see some cystic areas. That's why you call it as a multicystic. So that is what the insert says. This is the commonest thing. And when you describe this, we expect the oral pathology exams to draw a neat labeled diagram about. That's more important. As oral pathology, please make sure half of your exams marks will be for your diagrams. No point. It's not like a history where you need to just describe it at all. You need to illustrate with diagrams wherever possible. And for histopathology, please draw with your H&D pencils so that that's clear, like how it appears in a microscopic view. So that's more important. Please draw diagrams and label the parts. Next pattern is your plexiform amyloblastoma. The term plexiform, where it means you have your anastomosing cords and strands of odontogenic epithelium. Previously in the follicle, we saw islands. Here it is anastomosing cords and strands of odontogenic epithelium. So what you find here is these strands are there in a background of connective tissue. Same way, within the strands, the peripheral cells are all columnar with a reversal of polarity. And in the center, you find stellate reticulum-like cells. There is also sometimes you do find some stromal degeneration also. So in general, the difference being that there is a shape, the follicles are just islands, whereas in plexiform, it is anastomosing cords and strands. That's the only difference. The next pattern, we call that as acanthomatous. It's very much similar to your follicle. But here, the one of the hallmark of that is there is a metaplasia that is changed from one form to the other. So in the follicle, the central cells are all stellate reticulum. Here what happens is these stellate reticulum cells undergo squamous metaplasia. So where you find squamous cells in the center, and also you find even keratin formation also. The other things being the same, islands with the peripheral amyloblast cells, amyloblast-like cells, which are tall columnar with the reversal of polarity. The central cells, stellate reticulum cells are there, which are undergoing squamous metaplasia with even keratin formation. So that is the important things about this acanthomatous. Okay. See, there are other histological patterns which you need to know, which you just need to quote what it is. The other thing being a granular pattern. So here also the same follicles. So instead of stellate reticulum cells, you find large eosinophilic cells with a granular cytoplasm, which are nothing but your lysosomes, and they're exhibiting as central cells with a prominent granular cytoplasm. And the next being the very rare variant being your basal cell, where you find islands of hyperchromatic basaloid cells with a peripheral palisading. The last thing, that is your desmoplastic variant, where you find, so it's a thin cords of amyloblastic epithelium, which is in the thin cords which are all squeezed in between the dense collagen fibers. The term desmoplastic, that means it's a thick bundles of collagen fibers. So what you find is thick bundles of collagen fibers. Within that, you find a very thin strands and cords of odontogenic epithelium, which are squeezed in between that, and the regular features like stellate reticulum, those things are very difficult to find out. This is a slightly different type of entity, and in other thing is it clinically it is very aggressive, and when compared to the other forms, this is quite common in the anterior region, whereas the other types of amyloblastoma are common in the posterior region, whereas desmoplastic it's common in the anterior region of the jaw bones. The new entity, there are few entities like your hemangiomatous, where you find large vascular endothelial cell lined vascular spaces that are present containing RBCs. So it is more of a vascular tumor, like even though it's odontogenic tumor, which is more vascular. So the new entity, so this is called as hemangiomatous type. And papilliferous, which has got like a the back is like a finger-like projections into a cystic. That's the reason why it is called as papilliferous. So these are all the types of histopathological types of odontogenic so amyloblastoma. You need to draw diagrams and describe about the salient parts. Diagrams is foremost in these things. Coming to the management of amyloblastoma, it is, I will broadly say that it's a surgical resection. That is, if it is in the mandible, that part of the mandible is itself is removed. We call that as hemimandibulectomy, because the reason is being is why you need to do a very extensive surgery is because, as I told you already, the tumor has a tendency to spread through the narrow spaces which cannot be detected through radiograph. So that is the reason we need to take a normal bone on either sides, and most of the time our surgeons prefer to do a resection of that portion, that part of it, with including the normal bone. So that is the important thing about this, and a regular follow-up is needed, and a reconstruction is done for that. So that is all about this amyloblastoma, and we can say that it is quite common in India. Next to coming next, it's a unicystic amyloblastoma. See, this is even though it is like a cystic pot, it is now described because it's closely associated with amyloblastoma. It is if to make it simple, it is lesion which is clinically and radiographically diagnosed as a cyst. Clinically, I'm repeating again, it is a clinically and radiographically diagnosed as a cyst. Okay. So only when you take a histopathology, you find amyloblast-like proliferations within the cystic epithelium. So this was recognized as a distinct entity based on its clinical, radiographic, and histological appearance. It responds well to conservative approach than an extension. It is in the second and far less frequent growth pattern seen in the intraosseous ameloblastoma. See, like when the patient presents as a cyst with a radiolucency, uniform radiolucency, and also when you do a aspiration, there will be cyst. So clinically and radiographically, it is diagnosed as a cyst. It's commonly seen in younger individuals around the mean age being the 22 years. That's highest percentage. It's associated with impacted tooth. It has got good prognosis and reduced incidences of recurrences if treated properly. So can you see this? So just by seeing this picture, we will always say that it is a dentigerous cyst because it is associated with the impacted tooth and is attached to the neck of the tooth. And taking a radiograph, has got the same type of features. And if you do your aspiration, you find cystic fluids. But why we have to mention more about this is it has a tendency to develop ameloblastoma. So, and when you take a histopathology, it gives ameloblast-like features. And macroscopically, you won't find much of the things. There's a characteristic thing is like your intraluminal papilloma like tissue proliferations, some thickening, all this Vickers and Gorlin scale, which you would have studied in your dentigerous cyst, holds good over here. We find some thickening of the focal thickenings and nodules. That is all present. That is all of significance for your neoplastic transformation. So histologically, there are about 3 types that is seen. See, basically it is a cyst. In a cyst, you have your epithelial lining and a connective tissue capsule. So in the epithelial lining, you find ameloblast-like proliferations. These ameloblast-like proliferations are seen in the 3 different types. One being the luminal type. If it is restricted only in the luminal surface, then we call that as it is a luminal type where it is restricted only to the lumen. If it is extending into the lumen, then we call that as intraluminal. So these 2 types, they have a good prognosis. The third type being intramural. What happens here is you find this ameloblastic proliferation projecting into the connective tissue capsule. So these are the 3 types: histological, luminal, intraluminal, and intramural. Sometimes histologically, you find plexiform-like proliferations also, that type of it also. So if you take these 3, which has got more of a neoplastic potential, means it is your intramural type. So basically it is a cyst with ameloblast-like proliferation, which has got potential to become a full-fledged ameloblastoma. So we can see this is a histopathology. The cystic lining is there. You find ameloblast-like cells in the columnar cells, and over the top you find stellate reticulum-like cells. So the main important thing is why to say that it is unicystic ameloblastoma instead of ameloblastoma is you need to do a conservative treatment. Need not have to do a wide excision like what you do for your ameloblastoma and all. Here just a conservative treatment like how you do for your odontogenic cyst surface. And regular follow-up is needed to monitor the prognosis. Of the 3 types, the mural type, which has got some proliferations entering into the connective tissue capsule, needs to be monitored because it has got more potential to become an ameloblastoma. Okay. So this unicystic ameloblastoma itself can be asked as a short note, or it can be asked along with the main conventional ameloblastoma. So in that case, you just have to say that what is it? Simple points in that hints are, it is a lesion which is clinically and radiographically diagnosed as a odontogenic cyst. But when you take a biopsy and do a histopathological study, you find ameloblast-like proliferations in the cystic lining. And another important thing is the treatment is conservative treatment, unlike ameloblastoma, and a long-term follow-up is necessary. And we see this peripheral ameloblastoma, which is occurring in the gingiva, where you find ameloblast-like proliferations occurring over there, and just a surgical, just an excision of that is there, and very rarely it has got some recurrence rate. Desmoplastic, we mentioned already about this type of ameloblastoma. It's an aggressive form, quite common in the anterior region of the jaws, where you find bundles of connective tissue, thick bundles of connective tissue, thin cords of ameloblastic epithelium which is squeezed within these bundles, and it is a very aggressive tumor and quite common in the anterior region of jaws in comparison to the conventional ones, which is common in the posterior region. This is a malignant point of ameloblastoma. Once again, it's quite rare, where you find histologically malignant features which include like your all the like let's say areas of necrosis, altered nuclear cytoplasmic ratio. The cells, individual cells are bizarre, pleomorphic, atypical, and abnormal mitosis. So if you find these kind of features, then we call that as an ameloblastic carcinoma. It's a quite rare ones. Now coming to the next tumor, which is called as your calcifying epithelial odontogenic tumor. Please write it fully, not this shortened form. Fully calcifying epithelial odontogenic tumor, which is also called as Pinberg tumor. It is named after the person who was first who found out this type of a tumor it is. Okay. So definition, according to the WHO classification, a CUT is a locally invasive epithelial neoplasm characterized by the development of intraepithelial structures, probably of an amyloid-like nature, which may become calcified and may be liberated as the cells break down. So if you take the origin, previously it was considered to arise from reduced enamel epithelium. Now, of late, the latest finding is it is considered to arise from the stratum intermediums, cells which are present within the enamel organ. Incidence. It varies between 0.4 to 3%, low frequency of all odontogenic tumors, quite common in the male, once a male, and there's not much of a difference, actually, 80 to 81, like, and ranges also, it's quite there, mean age being 36, location, central or interosseous, more common in the mandible. Clinical and radiological features, it's an interosseous and extraosseous. Once again, similar to your ameloblastoma, it causes a painless mass, slow growth. If it occurs in the maxilla, it can cause nasal congestion or epistaxis. Irregular, it can cause irregular unilocular or multilocular. And radiolucent area containing radio-opaque masses of varying size and opacity. These are all the salient important things about this tumor. Coming to this occurrence, once again, it is told that it is quite common in the posterior region of the mandible. So coming to the histopathology, so important thing that what all things we can see here is, one is it has got a sheets of polyhedral cells with prominent intercellular bridges. Then you find a eosinophilic acellular zone, which is considered to be a amyloid-like, and they've confirmed, and it is any amyloid, the confirmative, it is by Congo red staining. Then you have another important thing, a hallmark of that is you find some calcifications within that, which are called as Lees-Gang ring calcifications. So apart from that, you also find these are all things like cementum-like components, certain because of the inductive nature, you find cementum-like, clear cells, Langer cells, all these things are quite rare things. So just to sum it up about this, once again here, sheets of polyhedral tumor cells with prominent eosinophilic cytoplasm and intercellular bridging, pools of amorphous eosinophilic amyloid are present. Multiple concentric Lees-Gang ring calcifications are there. So if you just to sum up about this Pinberg tumor, you can say that it's a tumor, it's a calcifying epithelial odontogenic tumor, also called as Pinberg tumor, named after the person who first described it. It arises from stratum intermedium, and similar to clinical features, you find bony expansion. Most of the time it is painless unless and until the patient reports, mostly in the posterior region of the mandible. The histopathology, important things are sheets of polyhedral cells with the prominent intercellular bridges. Next is you find eosinophilic acellular hyalinized zone resembling that of a amyloid, and it is confirmed with Congo red staining. Then multiple concentric rings, which we call that as Lees-Gang ring calcifications. The important thing about before we go into the treatment, the radiographic features include, you find uniform radiolucency, and within that you find some radio opaque flecks there. So this that's a black radiolucency. In that you find radio opaque flecks or spots. This gives you an appearance called as driven snow appearance. So that needs to be mentioned. Radiographic feature is driven snow appearance because you have a radiolucency background, and within that the calcifications appear as spots or flecks. We call that as driven snow or snowfall appearance. Once again, the treatment here is like a section, hemimandibulectomy or hemimandibulectomy, which needs to be similar to that of your ameloblastoma. So depending on the severity, they even tried out with a conservative treatment. It always varies between like whether it's a conservative or ideal treatment based on the severity and aggressiveness of the tumor. So here you need not have to much, see for oral pathology exam, you need not have to write about the treatment options. Here you can just say that surgical excisions. That is suffice for oral pathology undergraduate level. Now coming to the another important tumor, that is your adenomatoid odontogenic tumor. In short, we call it as AOT. Before we go into this, what do you mean by the term adenoma? Adenoma means it is a tumor of any glandular tissue. So any glandular tissue, gland means it's an organs of secretion. So for all that thing, to diagnose that it is a gland, we need to have the ducts. So it's simple in simple words, we can say that it is a odontogenic tumor which form duct-like structures resembling a adenoma. So that is why the term adenomatoid odontogenic tumor. So the WHO classification defines AOT as tumor of odontogenic epithelium with duct-like structures with varying degrees of inductive changes in the connective tissue. The tumor may be partly cystic and in some cases, the solid lesions may be present only as masses in the walls of large cysts. It is generally believed that the lesion is not like a neoplasm, more as a cystic. But in our oral pathology textbook, it is described under a odontogenic tumor. So incidence, it varies between 2.2 to 7.1, and the common is between the 4th to 5th rank of all the odontogenic tumors. It ranges, the age ranges between 3 to a wide range, and peak in the second decade, and it's almost not much of a difference. Slightly female predilection is more, and it can be three variants of being found out: follicular, extrafollicular, and peripheral. This is a picture showing what is the follicular. The reason is because it is associated with that of a impacted tooth, somewhat similar to your dentigerous cyst. See, the only difference is the dentigerous cyst, the cyst is attached to the neck of the tooth, exactly in the cemento-enamel junction. Whereas here, it is very much within the root, and it is attached to the almost to the middle portion of the root. That is, most of the tooth is very much within the lesion, almost exactly like a cystic space, cystic thing. But only thing is, about 3/4 of the tooth is within the lesion, and it is more of a cystic type. Extrafollicular, that is, we call it as a peripheral or extrafollicular, like that is found. The peripheral, it is in the gums. Extrafollicular means it is not associated with any of the follicle or not associated with any unerupted tooth, that we call it as a extrafollicular. And also you find some peripheral masses also. Coming to this radiographic features, I can think you can just like seeing this, it is looks like a cyst, especially like a dentigerous cyst. But observe carefully, you can see the where it is attached. It is attached to the middle portion of the root, not like in the dentigerous cyst, which is attached to the neck of the tooth. And the most commonest site being the maxillary canine region, unerupted maxillary canine region. This is the most commonest site, more of a cystic variant. So it looks more like a cyst. So that is the exact feature of a radiographic features. What you find is a radiographic is a radiolucency surrounding the 3/4 of the unerupted tooth, and it is attached to the middle portion of the root. Almost half of the root is inside the lesion, unerupted canine, which is very much inside the lesion. And anytime, as any other cyst, it also has got some cystic fluids. An important thing is about this macroscopic appearance. You find some intraboreal spherical, well-defined fibrous capsule. Cystic spaces contain yellowish semi-solid material, follicular type containing unerupted tooth embedded in tumor mass. So you see this, there are some proliferating things, the mass-like thing that is attached to the wall of a cystic areas, a cyst that is attached to the tooth, and within that cyst wall, you find some proliferation, some mass that is coming out like that, a tumor-like mass. So that is the reason now it is considered more to be a tumor than a cyst. Now coming to the microscopic features, as I told you already, the main thing is it is a odontogenic tumor which forms duct-like structures. So you need to draw this type of the diagram with the duct-like structures. The nuclei of this, the nuclei of all this, the peripheral cells are away from the basement membrane and duct-like structures. So that to show that this is a odontogenic tumor which resemble a adenoma, because these odontogenic cells, epithelial cells, they form odontogenic epithelial cells, they form duct-like structures and they resemble to be a adenoma. So that is the reason it is called as a adenomatoid odontogenic tumor. Treatment, since it is like almost like a cyst, you need not have to do a extensive surgery as that of a like amyloblastoma. Just a conservative treatment is sufficient, but the regular follow-up is necessary to monitor the prognosis to find out if there are any recurrence. See, other important thing that for the examination point of view is your odontoma. So to name two, this is one of the commonest odontogenic tumors which we see it clinically. And in general, it is odontoma. They are just, it was considered more of a hamartoma. You know, hamartoma means they are proliferations native to that part. Like that. These are all this enamel organ, your dental papilla, they all form they have a differentiation and they secrete, they form the what is to be formed, that is enamel, dentine, everything is formed. The only difference is they don't have a proper morphology of a tooth. So as we go by my professor in Ragas, who says that it's a conglomeration of dental tissues without any proper morphology. You have everything, enamel, dentine, pulp, cementum, everything is there. But only thing is not in a proper arrangement. So the main problem here is the morpho differentiation. So the term odontoma by definition alone refers to any tumor of odontogenic origin. So they have your enamel and dentine that are laid down in an abnormal pattern because the organization of the odontogenic cells fail to reach a normal state of morphodifferentiation. So the odontoma represents hamartomatous malformation rather than a true neoplasm, and they constitute 22% of all odontogenic tumors of the jaw, making odontomas the most common benign odontogenic lesion. There are two types. We have a compound and complex. In compound, we always consider it as a compound odontomas. The enamel and dentine are laid down in such a fashion that the structures bear an anatomical resemblance to the normal tooth, except that they are often smaller than the typical teeth. They have been termed as compound composite odontomas. When you take complex, it's just an amorphous. When the calcified dental tissue are simply an irregular mass bearing no morphologic similarity even to rudimentary teeth, the term complex composite odontoma is used. The complex form of odontoma is less common than that of compound type. So the main difference, if we say compound, means it is a odontoma which has some resemblance to the tooth. Complex means they do not have any resemblance. It is a totally amorphous. Compound odontomas, they are quite common in the anterior region, and the complex is quite common in the posterior region. So coming to the clinical features, they can be found at any age, any location, whether it's maxilla or mandible. A slight predilection occurs more in the males. Maxilla has more predilection for occurrence of odontoma than the mandible. The odontoma usually remains small. The diameter of the mass occasionally exceeds that of a tooth. Impaction, malposition, aplasia, malformation, devitalization of the adjacent teeth can be caused by 70% of the odontomas. And by and large, they are all asymptomatic. And usually, if you take any this compound, they always occur like a cluster. There's multiples of odontomas. They occur in a mass. They can be found in a higher region. They can find above the teeth or in between the teeth, usually surrounded by a sheath also. Clinically, there are three types of odontomas have been recognized. That can be intraosseous, peripheral, and also something like which is very rare entity, which we don't want to discuss. So in general, if at all any types means, you just say that it is compound and complex. That is more than sufficient. Just to show you this, how it is like this. This is a compound which has got resemblance to the tooth-like structure, and complex which is totally amorphous and has got no resemblance to the tooth. So if you take the histopathology, as I told you already, that is, you have everything, enamel matrix, enamel, dentine. But when you do a decalcification, the most of the enamel is lost. So you find enamel matrix, dentine, cementum, and also pulp tissue, but they are not organized. So there is a problem in the morpho differentiation. So all the dental tissues are all there, but arranged in a abnormal fashion. So sometimes you do find even ghost cells also, some inductive nature. So along with that, you find some dentinoid materials also or cementum-like material because of this inductive nature of these tissues. So when you take this complex, the Greek calcification showed disorganized mass of dentine intermixed with small pools of enamel matter. Treatment, simple thing, it is a surgical removal. And nothing means, and I told already, it can occur in solitary or also in combination with like amyloblastic fibroma or some other thing. But you just say that it is a surgical treatment treatment is surgical excision. So to brief out about this odontoma, they are a conglomeration of dental tissues which do not have a proper morphology. All the dental tissues arranged in an abnormal fashion without any proper morphology as that of a normal. You have two types. One is compound and complex. Compound is tooth-like, which has got some resemblance to tooth, and it is usually found in the anterior region. Complex is that totally amorphous, and it is seen in the posterior region. And the other thing is most of the time they are asymptomatic unless and until they cause some pressure effect on the other teeth, or if they become infected, or they're found out, they're diagnosed during a routine diagnosis. So histopathology, it's a conglomeration of all dental tissues in an abnormal arrangement. Treatment is surgical excision. So these are all the important questions for the odontogenic tumors. So being and the most usually asked questions being your classification of odontogenic tumors and describe in detail about amyloblastoma. And the short notes can be asked like your unicystic amyloblastoma, Winberg tumor, AOT, or odontoma. So these are the important things, not only for a theory, it's also repeatedly asked, the examiner's favorite question when you come for your Viva OC. Even your practical examinations, you need to identify these things based on the features and describe it. So before I wind up, wishing you all the very best and for your examination, always some small tips. Whenever a question paper is given, don't immediately start writing. So when the time is usually question paper is given up at least or 5-10 minutes before, you need to plan it up. You always use the last page of your answer sheet to just make some points like hints, like prepare like a mind map, like what are the contents, what you're going to write in a rough things, and towards the end of the exam, then score it out, like how you're going to plan. You plan it up and also do the timing. You do not have to write elaborately on one exam and leave out any questions. Once again, I'm telling you, attempt all the questions. Don't leave any questions. Don't come and say there is no time. There is no time. I couldn't write like that. See, if it is a 10-mark question, however you write, however good you write, might get 8 or 9. So that's more important. Don't leave questions. Huh? If it is a short note question, if you leave 3 or 4 questions, you end up with losing marks. So you time your answers, give sufficiently for how much time it is like that you give. So before you answer, you time you do a contents, what all things, a mind map like that, you write it on in the rough sheets. And once again, I'm telling you, oral pathology, you need to illustrate with diagrams. You not have to write in detail about treatment and all other things. And here we insist and we expect you to write more about histopathology with illustrated with diagrams. If it is histopathology, draw in H&D pencils. Certain things, simple things like where the tumor is, you can just draw a rough diagram in your pencil or pen itself. But histopathology, draw with your H&D pencils. So with these few words, before I take leave, once again, I thank Dr. Deepu George, Department of Oral Pathology, Annur Dental College, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. So thank you very much. Wishing you all good luck for your examination. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. We have Professor Dr. Dinakar Jaikumar with us online. So, sir, we have our students have a few queries for you.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. Good morning.
Sir. We have
Yeah.
few queries from our students.
Yeah.
So the first is in amyloblastoma, since there are multiple histological variants, so how
Yes.
many diagrams would be enough, keeping in mind the time limit during exams as well?
So the important is like the most commonest being your follicular type, plexiform type, and if needed, acanthomatous. These three things, it's a must to draw. Other things, if you have time, you can draw it in a rough. But follicular, plexiform is a must. You have to illustrate with diagrams. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Another one is malignant amyloblastoma, is it the same as amyloblastic carcinoma?
See, there is always a debate. Like, see, they say like amyloblastic carcinoma. It's like we find this malignant-like features in a pre-existing amyloblastoma. All of a sudden, there is showing some changes. There is one more thing called as a metastatic amyloblastoma. These are the things that's a bit confusing. But as of a undergraduate level, you can just say that either amyloblastic, the carcinoma, or malignant amyloblastoma. So that is it. You can say that malignant features, malignant changes occurring in a benign thing, that we call it as a malignant amyloblastoma. You need not have to draw diagrams or all these things or waste your time in this, because it's still very much debated at a PG level. Like, just information, just to know that there is, just give a hint that there's one variant is there, that it is called as malignant amyloblastoma. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. That winds up the queries for the session.
Thank you very much. Once again, thanks
Uh,
to
uh,
Dr. Deepu Church and Anu Dental College. Thank you,
Sir,
ma'am.
we have one more question for you.
Yeah, please.
So what is the Weicker and Gorlins criteria?
See, that is very much exactly, it is there given in your dentigerous cyst, textbook. Like, it is these are all the points which we need to consider in a cyst, especially dentigerous cyst, to check out if it has got neoplastic potential. One is like thickening, or like if you find nodules in a what is called your cystic lining. If you find nodules, that is one. And in your histopathology, you can see certain things like hyperchromatism, and you can find subnuclear vacuolization. So these features always should make you suspicious of a neoplastic transformation. So if you list out the what you call like what are all the complications of a dangerous cyst, it can transform into a amyloblastoma. So Vickers and Gorlin scale is used as a scale to make us suspicious if there is any potential for any neoplastic transformation. So that is it for the Vickers scale.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for clearing that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to the next topic, which is bone pathology by Dr. Priya Thomas. Dr. Priya Thomas did her BDS from VS Dental College, Bangalore in 2003 and MDS from Savita Dental College in Chennai from 2008 to 2011. She's currently working as a professor, Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology at Anu Dental College and Hospital. Ma'am has finished her postgraduate diploma in bioethics from PSG Medical College, Coimbatore in 2019 and is currently a PhD research scholar with Savita Dental College, Savita University in Chennai. She has been awarded the highest scorer in dental materials at institutional level for BDS and has been the first rank holder in Kuha's certificate program in healthcare counseling. And to add another feather to her cap, she has been awarded the Best Teaching Award in 2019 at national level by Indian Education Awards from IIT Patna. She has guided multiple funded undergraduate projects under ICMR and Kerala State Council of Science and Technology and has various national and international publications to her credit. She has been the reviewer of many scientific journals and is the Secretary of Institutional Ethics and Research Committee. We welcome you, ma'am.
Warm good morning to one and all. Welcome all of you to Exam Tips 2023. I'm Dr. Priya. I'll be dealing with different diseases associated with bone. So this is one of the important questions which they'll be asking for your exam, especially there's an essay question coming from this chapter. So basically, what are the different diseases of bone? So if you look at the classification, you have hereditary diseases, which includes osteogenesis imperfecta, achondroplasia, osteopetrosis, osteoporosis, and two important things which is there from your exam point of view is cherubism and Paget's disease. Then you have metabolic conditions. So metabolic conditions is could be vitamin D deficiency or calcium deficiency. You have another group of diseases called as fibroosseous lesions, which include fibrous dysplasia, cementoosseous dysplasia, and ossifying fibroma. Other neoplastic conditions, you can have osteosarcoma, osteoid osteoma, osteoblastoma, and so on. And which do not fall into these categories include miscellaneous conditions like aneurysmal bone cyst, traumatic bone cyst, and focal osteoporotic defect. Now, what is important from your exam point of view, especially on the essay question, is these fibroosseous lesions. So they are usually asked as an essay question. This you have to concentrate, and other conditions like osteogenesis imperfecta, achondroplasia can be asked for 5 marks or at least 3 marks. So we'll go on to the most important part of your from your exam point of view, that is fibroosseous lesions. So what do you mean by fibroosseous? The word fibro means fibrous connective tissue. Osseous means the bone tissue. So basically, it includes a group of conditions where there is replacement of the normal bone. So the normal bone is getting replaced by fibrous tissue, which is normally composed of your collagen fibers and fibroblasts. Along with your connective tissue or the fibrous tissue, you can see mineralized substances in varying amounts. And this mineralized substance could be either bone or it could be cementum-like particles or cementum-like mineralized substances. And the fibroosseous lesions, they fall under the category of, they could be developmental disorders, they could be reactive disorders, or it could be dysplastic conditions, or it could be a neoplastic process. So the fibroosseous lesions could be any of this category, either developmental or they could be reactive or neoplastic. So what is the classification of this fibroosseous lesions? So basically what you have to write is a classification given by Barnes et al. In 2005, which includes 3 categories, that is fibrous dysplasia, osseous dysplasia, and ossifying fibroma. Walton et al. Had divided the 3 types based on the nature of the lesion, that is fibrous dysplasia is considered to be a developmental disorder. Osseous dysplasias or cementoosseous dysplasias, they are considered to be reactive, and ossifying fibroma are neoplastic conditions. Now, each of this is further subdivided. Fibrous dysplasia, based on the a number of bone which is involved, it is divided as monoosteotic, polyosteotic, and craniofacial form. The osseous dysplasias are further divided into cementoosseous dysplasia and familial gigantiform cementoma. Ossifying fibroma is again further divided into 2 types, that is a conventional ossifying fibroma and the juvenile type which affects the children. So we'll go on to the most important part for you, that is fibrous dysplasia. Fibrous dysplasia, as per the definition, it is a benign lesion which is developmental in nature, characterized by the presence of fibrous connective tissue which is arranged in a whorl pattern, and they contain a trabeculae of immature non-lamellar bone. So this is what is fibrous dysplasia. That is, it is a category of fibroosseous lesion where the normal bone is replaced by connective tissue, and whatever bone which is formed, it is immature or woven type of bone. It is not your mature bone or lamellated bone. It is an immature bone which is present in varying amounts within the background of connective tissue fibrous stroma. So it's a non-hereditary disease of unknown cause. and there is a defect in the osteoblastic differentiation and maturation. That is why you don't have proper bone formation. When we look at the classification of fibrous dysplasia, like we had discussed before, it is divided based upon the number of bone involvement. If it is only a single bone which is involved, you will call it as monoosteotic. If it is multiple bone that is involved, you will call it as polyosteotic. Now, polyosteotic is further divided into two types based upon the involvement of other tissues. That is, one is melanocyte, where you get pigment formation on the body, and the other one is where the endocrine glands are affected, especially the thyroid and sexual glands. So you will have association of polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia with pigment formation as well as the endocrine gland being affected. So based on that, you have further two types, that is called as Jaffe-Leichenstein and McCune-Albright syndrome. McCune-Albright syndrome is a triad of all the three, that is, you get polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia with pigmentation as well as the endocrine glands are affected. While Jaffe-Leichenstein is only two involvement, that is only pigment as well as polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia. The third type what we get is called as a craniofacial form. Now, craniofacial form is exclusive to the facial region, where the facial complex in the cranium is going to be affected. The craniofacial complex is only going to be affected. It's a type of monoosteotic fibrous dysplasia. When we look at the pathogenesis of fibrous dysplasia, there is a mutation of a gene happening. The gene is called as GNAS1 gene or GNAS1 gene. This gene is localized to your chromosome number 20. Now, this gene codes for a protein called as G protein. And the protein is the one which helps in the production of cyclic adenosine monophosphate or CAMP. Now, what happens is, because of the mutation of GNSA1 gene, there is overproduction of CAMP. When there is an overproduction, it affects three tissues in your body. One is, it affects melanocyte. So, there will be increased proliferation of melanocyte. Secondly, there will be increased abnormal production of osteoblasts. So, the osteoblast which is formed is abnormal, and also you will have excessive function of your endocrine gland. And because of this, when there is an increased proliferation of the melanocyte, pigmentations are formed on the body, and these pigments are called as caffeolate spots. That means coffee with milk. Caf is coffee, olate is milk. So it has a brownish tan color. Pigments will be present on the body. And because of the abnormal proliferation of the osteoblast, you will get the fibrous dysplasia condition. And due to the hyperfunction of the endocrine gland that is going to be affected is thyroid. You will have the sexual glands being affected, as well as the pituitary gland will be affected. So because of the sexual glands being affected, there will be early prematuration of the ladies or the girls. So you will have precocious puberty. Hyperthyroidism will be present. The severity of the disease will depend upon which time the mutation happens. So the mutation, if it happens in the embryonic stage, all the three layers will be affected. That is, your melanocytes will be affected, which is your ectoderm. Then the osteoblast will be affected, which is a mesoderm. And thirdly, the endocrine glands or the endoderm will be affected. So if the mutation happens early in life, you will have the manifestation of all these three clinical features. So if it is later in life, you will get only polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia, Jaffe-Leichenstein syndrome. And if it happens after birth, then what the person gets is monoosteotic, only single bone will be affected. When we look at the clinical features, so I'm just comparing between monoosteotic and polyosteotic. Usually the prevalence rate, more people are affected with monosteotic type than polyosteotic. Polyosteotic is only 20 to 30%, and the year of manifestation is 3 to 15 years for monosteotic, and the patient will present with the symptoms even before 10 years of life. Gender predilection, in monosteotic it is equal for both males and females, but polyosteotic, more females are commonly affected. As we all know, by the term monosteotic, the number of bone involved is only one, and most commonly affected is rib, followed by femur, tibia, and the craniofacial area. When it comes to craniofacial area, it is more of maxilla being affected than mandible. Polyosteotic, like the name suggests, it involves 2 or more bones, and the common area to be affected is the skull or the facial bones, which is a complex number of bones are present, pelvis, spine, and shoulder girdle. And remember, both the types usually affects children and young adults. It's not common in older age group. So whoever is affected is in children and young adults. The other clinical features what we can see is monosteotic usually presents with an asymptomatic, painless unilateral swelling. And since the bone that is produced is not a good quality bone, it's more a fibrous tissue, it is more prone to pathological fractures, and it's a slow growing lesion. And remember one thing, fibrous dysplasia, the lesion ceases to grow or stops growing when the child achieves maturity or when the skeletal growth ceases. So the fibrous dysplasia will stop once the child attains maturity. And when it affects the mandible alone, it is considered to be truly monosteotic because mandible is a single bone. And when it involves maxilla, since it's made up of many facial bones, it is called as a craniofacial fibrous dysplasia. Looking at polyosteotic, we have more features when compared to monosteotic. Common fracture is common in both. Other than that, there will be limping or leg discrepancy. Because of the weight on the leg and the leg is not formed properly, there will be bowing of legs. And also you will have curvature of the femoral neck. The femoral neck of long bones will start to bend, and this is called as shepherd's crook or coxavira or hockey stick appearance. And looking at the 3 syndromes which affects the polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia. So polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia plus if you have pigmentation alone, Kefir-like spots alone, then it is Jeffrey-Lackinson type. If it is all the 3 triad, that is polyosteotic plus pigment and plus endocrinopathy, then it is called as McCune-Albright syndrome. And the third type of syndrome which is associated with polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia is called as Mesebrod syndrome, where you have association of intramuscular myxoma with polyosteotic fibrous dysplasia. One thing which you have to remember is the pigment which is formed on the body, like I said, it is caffeolate. It's a tan brown color macule or a small papillary area which you get, and usually the borders, they are usually tan color macules. So the borders of these pigment which you get on the body is very, very irregular, and this resembles a coastline of mane. So it has a coastline of mane appearance. And same kind of pigment is also found in another disease, especially a neurofibromatosis. You get Kefir-like spots in neurofibromatosis, which is a differential diagnosis for Jeffrey-Lackinson type. There, if you see or observe, the borders of the pigment is regular and smooth. So the borders will be very regular and smooth, which resembles a coastline of California. In case of Kefir-like spots, in your fibrous dysplasia, the borders are very, very irregular. So keep in mind the differential diagnosis for the Kefir-like spots is in the borders, where in fibrous dysplasia you get irregular border which is called as coastline of mane. In case of neurofibromatosis, the Kefir-like spots have got regular borders which resembles the coastline of California. And when you look at the pigment will be usually formed first when compared to the skeletal deformity and the endocrine abnormalities. The radiographic presentation, it has a variable appearance. It can present from a unilocular small radiolucency to a multilocular radiolucency. And towards the later stages of life, when the bone starts growing or it starts ceasing to, the condition starts ceasing, then there'll be radio opacity or new bone formation will happen. So initially what you see is a radiolucency with sclerotic border. This is how it looks. You see a radiolucent area with a sclerotic border. This is called as a Rint sign. So this is one of the earlier manifestations which you can see within fibrous dysplasia. When the number of bone formation increases, or as a child matures, starts reaching towards puberty, when the bone formation comes back to normal, you get a mixed appearance of both radiolucency and radioopacity, which is called as a mottled appearance, mixture of both radiolucency and radioopacity. And towards older lesions, which are mature lesions, they become more of radio opaque, and there you get a ground glass appearance or a orange peel appearance, a pure orange. How it appears on the surface of the orange, it will look like that. So you have more number of bony trabeculae being formed. Other features which you can see associated is narrowing of the pedial space as well as ill-defined lamina dura. If it affects a craniofacial area, there will be obliteration of the maxillary sinus. And another thing what you can notice is, if it is a craniofacial form, you will have thickening at the base of the skull. The base of the skull will be thickened. So these are the findings which you can see on the radiograph. When you look at the histopathology, remember, it is a fibrous connective tissue background. So what you have is normal bone is replaced by fibrous connective tissue. So background, you will have complete normal fibrous connective tissue which is arranged in a whorl pattern, and within the connective tissue you will have irregular immature bony trabeculae or osteoid. So the osteoid, what is present, they are not connected to each other. You can see in this picture clearly, the osteoid which is present is not connected to each other. So they are small irregular osteoid or immature bone, and this immature bone has got a curvy linear shape which resembles your Chinese script or Chinese letter. So it is called as a Chinese script letter pattern or a Chinese script writing pattern. And the bone which is formed here is not true bone formation. It is because of a metaplastic change. So you don't tend to see osteoblasts rimming these immature bony trabeculae. So this is one feature you have to remember. There is no osteoblastic rimming here. And it is a monotonous pattern. You will see the same picture throughout the entire lesion. So when you look at the treatment, the disease will stabilize once a child or when the skeletal maturity reaches, that is by puberty or by 16, 17, 18 years, especially your 18, 20, 21 years, the disease will stop to grow. So in case there is a great deformity, surgical treatment has to be done. And there is very rare chances that the lesion, once it stops, there will be regrowth of the lesion. It is very, very rare. It is only seen in 25% of the people, but it will be seen in a younger age group. And another therapy which you can give is bisphosphonate therapy. Very rare chances of fibrous dysplasia turning into a malignant one. And if at all it turns, it is only in 1% of the patients, and it will turn into osteosarcoma. So this completes your essay, that is fibrous dysplasia. Usually what the question is asked is classify fibroosseous lesion. So you have to divide the fibroosseous lesion either as reactive, development and neoplastic. And in detail you have to describe fibrous dysplasia, where you have to give the definition of both fibroosseous lesions as well as fibrous dysplasia, the pathogenesis, the classification, clinical features, radiography, histopathology, and also you have to mention slightly about the treatment if at all required. Next, we go on to this next set of fibroosseous lesion, that is your osseous dysplasia or cemento-osseous dysplasia. Now, this is the most common type of fibroosseous lesion when compared to fibrous dysplasia, and they are usually seen. So, one unique thing about cemento-osseous dysplasia is they are seen in tooth-bearing areas where you get cementum-like material deposit and seen in association with the periodontal ligament. Now, the origin of the cementitious dysplasia nearby to the tooth area is a controversy. So, they initially thought it is supposed to be arising from the periodontal ligament. Then they arrived that it could be a hormonal imbalance. Because of that, you're getting osseous dysplasia there. Or it could be because of local factors, there is a defect in the bone remodeling. That is why you're getting cementitious dysplasia. So the origin is a big controversy. Now, based on the radiograph, the cementitious dysplasia are further divided into three. One is periapical, then focal, and the third type is florid. Now, what are all these three conditions? So, when you look at the three conditions, I've compared and put it as a tabular column for you to understand. When you look at the age group is almost similar between 30 years to 50 years. So 30 to 50 or 30 to 60 is one of the most common age. The mean age for periapical is around 41 years. This is around 50 years. But florid type happens in a slightly older age group when compared to these two types. All cases, females have got a greater predilection. And when you look at the number of lesions that occurs, periapical, it is multiple lesions. It could be present below 2 or 3 more teeth. Focal is a single area being affected, and florid is again multiple areas you can get. The site, most common area where you can get periapical one is in anterior mandible. The focal type is in posterior mandible. Florid can vary between anterior and posterior mandible. Now, when you look at the clinical presentation, all of them are asymptomatic. You don't get any pain or any sort of other features or extraoral swelling or intraoral swelling in any of these cases. Usually they are all asymptomatic. And one thing which you have to notice is when these lesions are formed, when you see on the radiograph, they initially appear as a radiolucent region. Okay, so initially on a radiograph, when you take them, the early lesions appear radiolucent. And when you see a radiolucent below the periapical region or adjacent to the teeth in the periapical region, the differential diagnosis, what you can think of is either periapical granuloma or periapical cyst. Now, in that case, you have to rule this out from those two differential diagnoses. So remember, in those two cases, in periapical cyst and periapical granuloma, the tooth will be non-vital. But here, the tooth remains vital. So that is one difference which you can see, because initially these lesions will appear as radiolucent region or radiolucent area in the periapical region. So there could be a confusion. So your differential diagnosis stands out as periapical cyst or periapical granuloma. There the tooth will be non-vital. Here the tooth is vital. And when it comes to your focal, again it varies between radiolucent to radiopaque. Now when it becomes radiopaque with time, because of the deposition of the cementum-like material or osseous-like material, you have radiopacity surrounded by a peripheral radiolucent rim, and this is usually seen to the extraction site. And florid you can have in multiple areas. Again, with time, the progressive type, the mineralization will mature and it will be more of radio opacity which you can see, and this will be surrounded by again a thin rim of radiolucent region. Looking at the histopathology, all three looks the same, whether you take florid, periapical or your focal type, all three are the same. What you can see is background of cellular connective tissue. You can make out this is similar to your fibrous dysplasia. It looks very similar to fibrous dysplasia. You see background of cellular connective tissue, numerous blood vessels you can see, and within the background of connective tissue you can see woven as well as lamellar bone. So here you can see mature bone. Fibrous dysplasia, you don't see mature bone at all. It is immature bone that you see. So here you see woven bone, lamellar bone, and also you see cementum-like particles. You can see blue round basophilic particles which resembles a cementum. And when the lesions start maturing, they become very, very thick and you have a curvy linear trabeculae. So in that it will look like your ginger. It appears similar to the ginger root. So once it thickens, it looks like your ginger roots. Treatment as such, it is asymptomatic. You don't need any treatment and it doesn't require removal because most of them are detected on a radiograph. Otherwise, they don't produce any symptoms. But with time, when it starts sclerosing or when the radio opacity increases, there are chances that that site will become hypovascular. So it will lead to necrosis. So in that case, you will have to give a symptomatic management. Otherwise, as such, treatment is not required. The next disease, what they usually ask for your exam is, for 5 marks question is cherubism. Now, in older times, cherubism was classified under fibrous dysplasia. It was considered to be a type of fibrous dysplasia. Nowadays, it is not. It is more considered as a hereditary disorder. So, it has got a name as familial fibrous dysplasia also. It is a developmental type which is hereditary and autosomal dominant fibrosis lesion of the jaw. It could be considered as a fibrosis lesion also. It is non-neoplastic. Now, why the word cherubism? Because it resembles the cherubs. If you see the cherubs, they have chubby cheeks with eyes are turned towards the heaven. That is how you see in those paintings in those Roman churches and all. When they draw a cherub, the cherubs will have chubby cheeks and the eyes will be always turning upwards towards the heaven. So this typical feature, you will see it in cherubism. This is more common in males than females. Now, what is the etiological factor of this? So when you look at this, there is again a mutation happening to a gene called as SH3BP2, which is localized to chromosome number 4. Now, this gene is important for transmitting the signals for bone remodeling. So, the gene is necessary for bone remodeling as well as for immune cells. So, here what happens is both is affected. Bone remodeling is affected as well as the immune cells are going to be affected. Because of that, there will be increased inflammation of your jaw bones. The immune cells are going to become hyperactive. They will increase and there will be over inflammation or excessive inflammation of the jaws, and that is going to trigger your osteoclast and that will lead to bone lysis. So you will get inflammation with excessive bone resorption leading to formation of cystic lesions. Again, like your fibrous dysplasia, one thing which you have to notice is the remission, the disease will subside by puberty. So by the time the child becomes a teenager, that is around 18 years to 20 years, there will be reduction in the osteoclastic activity because of the sex hormones. If it's a female, the estrogen levels, once it increases, the bone breakage will stop or the lysis will stop and the osteoclast will return back to normal. The number of osteoclasts will subside and bone formation becomes normal. So it will regress by puberty. So looking at the clinical features and the dental features, the clinical features, like if you see the age group, it is seen in young children, okay, and since it is a cherub, there will be bilateral involvement of both the cheeks, especially the posterior mandible. It is the inflammation of the jaw, so the mandible is more commonly affected. And because of the chubby cheeks, the infraorbital rim will go inwards. There will be inversion of your infraorbital rim and the sclera becomes exposed outside. So it will look as if the child is looking towards heaven. Again, the vision and hearing will be affected. There will be respiratory obstruction. And when you look at the dental features or the oral manifestation, there will be maxillary as well as mandibular overgrowth. Mandible is first affected, followed by maxillary. You will get symmetric painless jaw swellings. The molar coronoid area is more commonly affected. The palate becomes V-shaped. Tooth will be displaced. Failure of eruption of teeth will be there and early exfoliation of deciduous dentition. What are the radiographic features? So what you're going to get, there is bone destruction or bone lysis. Because of that, you will get expansile radiolucent, multilocular radiolucency on the radiograph, and it is bilateral. So both the sides you will get multilocular radiolucency. and it will start with the ascending rami and the posterior body of the mandible. So it starts in the posterior most region of the mandible. You see multilocular radiolucency. Again, the differential diagnosis, what you can think is of OKC, because OKC also has got multilocular radiolucency. Ameloblastoma again in the posterior most part of the mandible. And you will see numerous unerupted teeth. Okay, complete destruction of the alveolar bone. If you see this three-dimensional picture, you can see the bone is completely destroyed and the tooth is floating in air. So this appearance is called as a floating tooth syndrome or floating tooth appearance. And by adulthood, when the person reaches puberty, there will be remission of the disease and the bone will start to reossify. So you will get patchy appearance. So you will get more of radiopacity. So that time you will get a ground glass appearance. Looking at the histopathology, it has got similar appearance to your giant cell granuloma. That means you will get the presence of giant cells here. So background is cellular connective tissue, which is loosely arranged and more vascular, so it has a waterlogged appearance. And in that connective tissue background, you will get numerous giant cells, which is your osteoclast-like cells, because there is bone destruction or bone resorption. So you will get numerous osteoclast-like cells. And another thing is, around the blood vessels, you can see pink color deposits. Now this is called as eosinophilic cuffing. The older lesions, they become fibrosed. There will be reduction in the number of giant cells and you will get new bone formation. Looking at the treatment, no treatment required as such because the disease will regress by itself. So by puberty, the expansion of the jaw ceases. Unless if the jaw doesn't subside in size, you have to go for a cosmetic surgery. The next lesion is your neoplastic condition. So we did with developmental, we did with reactive, and now we are going on to your neoplastic condition under fibro osseous, that is ossifying fibroma. Ossifying fibroma is a benign neoplasm. It's a true neoplasm with significant growth potential. Again, fibro osseous, you will see fibrous tissue with variable amount of bony trabeculae and cementum-like spherules, or both you can see. So you will see cementum-like material or you will see bony trabeculae. So that is why it is called as cemento-ossifying fibroma or cementifying fibroma, or it can be just called as ossifying fibroma. Origin again is questionable. Either it is odontogenic or it arises from PDL. And the cemental-like material, what is present in this could be bone itself. It could be a variation in the bone deposition. So we move on to the clinical features. Again, the age group is very, very wide. Majority of the ossifying fibroma will develop between 30 to 40 years. More common in females, and usually the mandible is more affected, especially the premolar-molar region. You will have asymptomatic swelling of the involved bone with facial asymmetry. So one side will be affected. You will have painless swelling. On the radiograph, you will see a well-defined, it could be unilocular, it could be multilocular, to various degree of radio opacity depending upon the amount of calcified material. Either it could be bone or it could be cementum-like material. So the radio opacity will depend upon the amount of mineralized material which is present within the lesion. Other features which you can see is root resorption and root divergence, and also you can see the bowing of the body or the border of the mandible. That is because of the resorption, you can see the downward bending of the inferior border of mandible. Under histopathology, we'll get varying degrees of cellularity and there'll be presence of mineralized material. So the mineralized material could be of two types. One is the immature bone or the lamella bone which is present. Okay, and also you will see round tiny blue color or basophilic spherules which resemble cementum. So one way to distinguish this from fibrous dysplasia is, here you can get, it will be more of cellularity, and what you see is peripheral osteoblastic rimming. Osteoblastic rimming is absent in fibrous dysplasia. In case of ossifying fibroma, you get osteoblastic rimming. Another feature is when you observe carefully between the border of the bone and the connective tissue, you can see some small spiky brush-like appearance. So the woven bone or the bone which is present, osteoid which is present, shows brush border appearance which blends with the adjacent connective tissue. Treatment: enucleation of the tumor. You have to surgically remove it because it's a benign tumor. Prognosis is usually very good and recurrence is very, very rare. Okay, we move on to another set of hereditary disease which is called as a Paget's disease. Again, you asked as a 5-mark question for you, or it's otherwise called as osteitis deformans. Now here the remodeling of the bone is affected. That is, you will have excessive bone formation and abnormal remodeling of the bone formation without any resorption. So usually the bone are more vascular, they become very weak, they become enlarged, and because of that there will be subsequent complications. Looking at the etiology, it is an AD trait. There could be a viral association, or it could be mutation of P62 gene which regulates the osteoclastic activity. Now here what the disease is consisting of. It could be characterized by resorption of bone by the osteoclast and formation of new bone which is not properly formed. It's a disorganized woven bone which is produced by the osteoblast. And there are 3 phases present. One is the lytic phase, that is where there is resorption. Second is you have a mixed phase where you have a lytic phase as well as a blastic phase. So you will have resorbed areas plus you will have the formation of new bone happening. So you have a mixed phase. And the third phase is a sclerotic phase or a burned out phase where you get complete formation of new bone. So remember, Paget's disease has got 3 phases: lytic, mixed phase and a sclerotic phase. And it is a disease which is characterized by resorption of bone by osteoclast, and again it is remodeled by new bone formation which is not organized properly. Very common in older age group. So Paget's disease, what we studied till now is usually younger adults. So your fibrous dysplasia, cherubism, and is all in younger children or very young children. Your cementitious dysplasias, ossifying fibroma, and Paget's disease, all this is very common in older age group. Very common to white people, and it's more common in males. So the area affected is the lumbar vertebrae, pelvis, skull and femur. Symptoms keep varying. It can be asymptomatic or even there could be severe pain in the bone. Multiple bones are affected, and also you can have joint pain with hypermobility of the joints. So affected bone usually increases in size. So there is no resorption. Initially there is resorption. Once the bone starts depositing, there is no resorption. So the bone will start to enlarge, there will be thickening, but the bone that is formed is very disorganized, it will be weak. There will be bowing of the legs and it will look like a monkey. Okay, how the monkey stands. So it is called as a simian monkey-like stance. And the skull will increase in size. So such people will complain of cap not fitting on their head because of the increasing in size of the skull. The cap will never sit on the head. And another thing what you can notice is there will be enlargement of the middle third of the face. The maxilla and the alveolar ridges will keep enlarging, and because of that, whenever you give a denture for these patients, the patients will always return back to you saying that the denture does not sit in their jaws. That is because there is no resorption later on. During the later on phases there will be enlargement of the bone, and because of that the dentures won't sit in the position. So when there is enlargement of the middle third of the face, it will have a lion-like face. So it is called as the leontiasis ossea. And another feature is associated because of the enlargement. You can see nasal obstruction and obliteration of the maxillary sinus. So this is what I said, the alveolar ridges will keep enlarging and therefore the patient will frequently complain of ill-fitting dentures. Looking at the radiograph, there'll be decreased radiodensity, so there'll be osteopenia. The bone that is formed is not good quality bone. Osteoporosis will be present around the skull. You can see there is some amount of loss of bone. Okay. And in osteoblastic phase, when the bone starts forming, there'll be cotton wool appearance. So you will have mixed radiopacity with radiolucency. It will look like a cotton wool. Teeth will show hypercementosis. There will be excessive hypercementum deposition. Cellular cementum will be deposited. And when you do a bone scintigraphy, especially in the mandible, it will show increased uptake of the dye. This gives you a Lincoln beard appearance or a black beard appearance. Under histopathology, like I said, you have numerous stages. So in active resorption phase, you can see numerous osteoclast, which is surrounded by bony trabeculae. In the burned out phase or the sclerotic phase, you will see bony trabeculae with osteoblastic rimming. So the bone marrow will be replaced by vascular connective tissue. Since there is so much of new bone formation, you will see reversal lines, blue color lines, and this will give you a jigsaw appearance or a mosaic pattern. And this is one of the characteristic feature, the mosaic pattern or the jigsaw puzzle. It will be like two puzzles joined together, just like how do you play your puzzles. It will look like that. So this is one of the characteristic pattern of your Paget's disease because of the presence of reversal lines, blue color basophilic reversal lines. Lab diagnosis, when you test these people, there will be increased serum alkaline phosphatase level because there is increased amount of bone formation. The alkaline phosphatase level is increased. Hydroxyproline level will be elevated, but the calcium and phosphate level in these patients will be normal. Calcium level will be normal. Treatment, if the person has pain, you put the patient on NSAIDs, you can give bisphonic therapy, and it is a slow progressive lesion. Next disease, what we have to think of, another hereditary disease is osteogenesis imperfecta. It's otherwise called as brittle bone disease. Again, it's a heritable disorder where there is impairment of collagen maturation. The type 1 collagen which is formed is impaired. The maturation of the collagen is impaired, and also the bone density is not proper. It's not a good quality bone, so it is osteopenia. The mutation or the etiologenesis, mutation happens in collagen A1 gene or collagen A2 gene. COL1A2 or COL1A1 gene, there is a mutation. And it is 1 in 8,000 people will get the disease. It is an inherited disease. Looking at the different classification, there are 4 types in this disease. Type 1, type 2, type 3 and 4. Type 1 is the most commonest type, which is in the mildest form. Another thing which you can notice in these people is presence of blue color sclera. The sclera will be blue in color. So type 1, if you see, the patient will show blue sclera. Pathological bone fracture will be there, ear loss will be there, hearing loss will be there, and very rarely you see opalescent dentin, similar to what you see in dentinogenesis imperfecta, brown, amber, grey color dentin you can see or tooth you can see. Type 2 is a severe form. So 2 and 3 is severe forms. Okay, both autosomal dominant trait and recessive trait you can see. Type 2 will show a blue color sclera. Extreme bone fragility will be present. The bones will fracture very soon, and by around 4 weeks usually the child will die, and most of the time the child could be even stillborn also. Type 3, like I said, it's also a severe form, but here the sclera appears normal. There is no blue color sclera here. So type 3, you will have a normal sclera. The other associated complications which you can get is cardiopulmonary complications and skyphoscoliosis, where there will be bending of your spine. Here you will see dental manifestation. You will see opalescent or brown color teeth. So brown color teeth, opalescent teeth is seen in type 3 and type 4. Type 4 is a moderate type and autosomal dominant. Again, the sclera will be blue in color, but later on there will be a decrease in the bluish nature. And the fracture is also present, but by puberty, the number of pathological fractures will decrease, and you can see the presence of opalescent dentin. So generally, when you look at the general clinical features, age of onset is usually in utero or in neonatal time or in infancy. Like I said, most of them die at birth or very shortly after birth. They usually die, especially your type 3 and type 4. And long bones will be affected. There'll be bone fragility, porosity of the bone will be there. Whichever bone is formed, it will undergo fracture. Bowing of legs will be there, limb shortening. Presence of blue sclera because of the thin sclera which is there. Again, hearing loss is there. And also capillary bleed. The capillaries will tend to rupture very, very easily. Oral manifestations include frontal and temporal bossing, malocclusion will be there, crossbite will be present, maxillary hypoplasia, so the maxillary will be inside, ectotopic teeth and presence of opalescent dentin, especially in type 3 and type 4. Radiographic features, the bone density is lower, so you will have osteopenia, bowing of legs will be there, angulation or long bone deformity, multiple fractures in the body, and another thing is presence of Vomeranian bones, that is sutural bones. You can see small bones present in the suture area. Usually in the suture area you don't see bones at all. So within the suture you can see the bones present, so that has a mosaic pattern. So it is also seen in another disease of bone called as cleidocranial dysplasia with maxillary hypoplasia. You can see prognathism of mandible with maxillary hypoplasia. So this is what is seen on a radiograph. When you look at the histopathology, the bone matrix which is present is reduced. There will be immature collagen formation. So whatever the collagen is present is immature. And usually the bone architecture remains immature throughout life because the collagen or the matrix which is present is not properly formed. So the mineralization of the bone formation again won't be of good quality. There is no treatment for osteogenesis imperfecta. Only by symptomatic treatment you can manage the patient. The next hereditary disease which you can think, or congenital disease which you can think of, is cleidocranial dysplasia. Cleidocranial. So your clavicle as well as the cranium is going to be affected. It's otherwise called as Marie-Stevens disease. So it is a congenital disorder where there will be abnormalities of the cranium as well as the clavicle. So here the mutation is happening in RUNX2 gene or CBFA1 gene. This gene is important for osteoblastic differentiation, odontoblastic differentiation, dental lamina, and your bone formation. So obviously, if the gene is affected, all this, the tooth will be affected, the bone will be affected, bone formation won't be good. So all this, there's going to be a problem. So what do you see? Since it affects the clavicle, it affects the cranium. You can see main two features. So if it affects the clavicle which is present will be either very small, okay, or it will be completely absent. So either it is hypoplastic or it will be completely absent. Now, if your clavicle is absent, what happens? The entire shoulder will come in front of your chest. So this clavicle is the one which keeps your chest in a proper position. So once if this clavicle goes missing, the entire shoulders will come in front of your chest and there will be unusual mobility of the shoulders. The shoulders will have extreme mobility. Neck will appear very long, and usually these people will be short in height, but they'll have a big head because the cranium is also affected. So they'll have a big head, neck will be long, shoulders will be in front of the chest. So such a head which is big is called as Arnold head because there will be frontal bossing, parietal, occipital, and the whole skull will be round in shape. You will have a globular head with a small face. So the head portion will be very big with a very small face. Ocular hypotelorism, that is the space between your area will be very, very big. The sutures will remain open or there will be delayed closure of the sutures, and again within the sutures you can see small bones which is called as a Vomeranian bones, which is seen in the previous condition also, that is in osteogenesis imperfecta. So vomerine in bones is seen in two diseases, that is osteogenesis imperfecta as well as cleidocranial dysplasia. Oral manifestations, you will have a narrow palate or a high arch palate. Cleft palate is common to these people. The maxilla, the lacrimal area, the zygomatic bone will be underdeveloped. That is why this part of the face is going to be very, very small, while this part of the head is going to be very large. There will be failure of eruption of the teeth. You will have numerous unerupted teeth and supernumerary teeth, and also secondary deposition will be less. So the crown will be, or the root and the crown will be distorted. The next heritable condition which we have to think is called as a Marfan syndrome. Now it is a disorder of the connective tissue which affects three areas. One is a muscle, the skeleton, so musculoskeleton together, heart as well as the eyes. The etiological factor is a mutation of a gene called as FBN1 gene, which codes for a connective tissue called as fibrillin. And this fibrillin is the one which is required to provide strength to the connective tissue. And this disease was commonly affecting one of the famous presidents in America. Hope you know who it is. Now, when you look at the clinical features, such people will be very tall. So they have a tall, slender body, long arms, long legs. So the legs will be very long, the arms will be long. So that is called as dolichosteinomelia. And they have large hands, long fingers, that is called as arachnodactyly. The joints will be hyperextendable, or hyperextensibility of the joints will be present, loose joints. Chest will be protruded in front. The breastbone will be very, very prominent. And also such people will have thoracolumbar scoliosis. Usually our spine is very, very straight. Such people, there will be bending of the spine. So that is called as thoracolumbar scoliosis. Face will be very, very narrow and very long. The skull also will be long. They have flat feet, long and flat feet. And other areas, like I said, the cardiac area is affected, the ocular area is affected. So there will be aortic dilation, regurgitation, aneurysms will be present, and mitral valve prolapse will be there. And when it affects the eyes, the patient will have cataract, retinal detachment and myopia. So remember, such people will have a tall stature, hands and legs will be longer than the trunk. Usually ours is all proportionate. But in these people, the trunk will be very short. The hands and legs will be very longer. Rest, the face also will appear very, very long. They have flat feet, long fingers, long hands. So arachnodactyly, dolichosteinomelia, hyperextensibility of the joint, breastbone will be protruded. And along with the musculoskeletal disorder, they have association of cardiac defects as well as ocular defects. So cardiac defects are these, and ocular defects is cataract and retinal detachment. So oral manifestations, palate will be high arched, the uvula will be bifid, malocclusion will be present. Another thing what you can notice in such people is multiple odontogenic cyst. Cyst is very, very common in Marfan syndrome. Increased height of the skull and frontal sinus will be enlarged. Treatment, nothing can be done. No treatment is given except for the management of your ocular complications as well as the cardiovascular manifestations. The other disease which you have to know, again another heritable disease, is achondroplasia. Achondroplasia, it is a non-lethal form of chondrodysplasia, again autosomal dominant trait, where the mutation, the gene which is muted is FGFR3 gene, which is required for endochondrial ossification, that is cartilaginous ossification. And because this gene is affected, there is no proper formation of cartilage or chondrocytes. The cartilage matrix which is produced is deficient, and also the proliferation of the chondrocytes is inhibited. So because of that, you don't have calcification of the cartilage, because certain bones are formed as a result from your endochondrial ossification. that is, they develop from the cartilage. So here such a thing will be deficient. So this is how you can see these people. You would have seen them in movies and all. Usually such people will be short. They will be a dwarf. They have a short type. Marfan syndrome, the people will be very, very tall. In achondroplasia, the people will be very short. So they have very short arms. The joint mobility or the movement of the joint is very, very limited. The cranial base length will be shorter. Such people have normal intelligence. Their intelligence is not affected, but they have unusual strength. That is why you see these people in either circus or in certain movies and all. Such people have got unusual strength and they are very agitable people. Another thing what is seen with these people is delayed milestones, but their speech is all normal. When you look at the oral manifestation, they have mandibular prognathism. Maxilla is hyperplastic or retruded because the base of the skull, the growth of the base of the skull is restricted. That's why maxilla will be restricted. Missing teeth can be seen, malocclusion and frontal bossing. The frontal area is big in these kinds of people. Histopathologically, there is no ossification of the cartilage. Okay, there is normal chondrocyte proliferation is less, and also you see more of fibrous tissue with irregular bony trabeculae. The next disease which you have to know is Down syndrome. This is all known to you. It's a trisomy of 21, okay, where there is mental retardation. So this is the first disease where you're seeing mental retardation in people along with somatic abnormalities and mongoloid features. And this is one of the most common chromosomal abnormality which is seen with old age patients. So if a child is born to a mother who is above 40 years, there is more chances that the person can get Down syndrome, and it is 1 in 700 birth. So usually it is seen in children. The disease will start manifesting in preschool children. Both males and females is commonly affected. So mild, the mental retardation will vary between mild to severe. So certain cases will be very, very severe. Again, of shorter height. So these people have got a short stature. They have a small head, flat face. The faces will be very flat and hypertelorism. The nasal bridge, it won't be as prominent as we have. It will be very depressed. Okay. They have a misshapen ears. The ears which is formed is misshapen. Broad hands. They have very short hands, but it will be very, very broad. The feet will be very broad. And the fifth finger which is present will be curved. The eyes, they are usually like the Chinese eyes. That will be almond eyes, where you have slanting of the palpebral fissures. And also these people will show strabismus and also cataract. When you look at the oral manifestation, the maxilla will be underdeveloped. Fissured tongue will be there. Large tongue. So the tongue will show fissuring as well as macroglossia. Since the tongue is very, very large, they usually have an open mouth for posture. Pharynx will be very narrow. Tonsils will be very enlarged. And these people are usually mouth breathers because they always have an open mouth. Since they are mouth breathers, obviously there will be cracking and drying of lips. The other features which is seen is cleft palate, bifid uvula. And when you look at the dental structures, there will be delayed eruption. You will have less number of teeth. You will have small teeth. More commonly, since the oral hygiene is very, very bad because of their mental retardation, usually they have periodontal diseases and also they have posterior crossbite as well as anterior crowding. So this completes the entire chapter of diseases which affects the bone. So the main essay question, remember, is fibrous dysplasia. Fibrous lesion you classify, define fibrous lesion and discuss in detail fibrous dysplasia. The other questions which can be asked is all this: cleidocranial dysplasia, Page's disease, Down syndrome, Marfan's, osteogenesis, ossifibroma, and the remaining can be asked for 3 marks.
For the amazing and informative session. We have Professor Dr. Priya Thomas with us online. Welcome, ma'am. We have a query for you, ma'am, from the chat box. Could you please explain what is the reason behind eosinophilic coughing in cherubism?
Thank you, Dr. Anaga. Hi, everyone. Related to eosinophilic cuffing, basically what happens in cherubism is there is fibers. The normal bone is replaced by fibrous tissue. So the fibrous tissue or the collagen fibers around the blood vessel get condensed or they get hyalinized. And it is this collagen deposit or the collagen fibers around the blood vessels which take up the eosin staining. That is why it appears like a cuffing around the blood vessels. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to our next topic for the day, salivary gland pathology by Dr. Mahija Janardhanan. Dr. Mahija did her graduation in dentistry and post-graduation in oral pathology and microbiology from Mahatma Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Dental Sciences. After completing her post-graduation in 2003, she joined College of Dental Sciences, Davangere, and worked there for a short period of 1 year. She joined Amrita School of Dentistry in 2004 and currently is a professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology in the same institute. A passionate teacher and an ardent pathologist, she is actively involved in the academic and research activities of the department. She has guided many postgraduate and undergraduate research works. She has, to her credit, around 50 publications in peer-reviewed national as well as international journals, and she has given around 50 presentations on both national and international podiums. Her field of interest is tumor immunology and is presently pursuing PhD on the topic immune suppression in the tumor microenvironment of oral tongue squamous cell carcinomas. She's an active member of Kairali Society of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists, the official association of oral and maxillofacial pathologists of Kerala, and is presently the Honorable Secretary of the association. We welcome you, ma'am.
At the outset, I would like to congratulate Department of Oral Pathology at Dental College for organizing a program like this for the benefit of the students and to help them in preparing for their exams, forthcoming exams. And as far as I'm concerned, as a teacher, it's always a privilege and blessing to have a set of students before you to teach. And indeed, I'm grateful to Dr. Deepu for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And coming to the topic for today, today I'm going to discuss about the salivary gland diseases. Salivary gland diseases are complex group of diseases affecting both major and minor salivary glands, which are located in and around the oral cavity. Broadly, we can classify salivary gland pathology into neoplastic and non-neoplastic group of lesions. Non-neoplastic lesions are much more common than the neoplastic lesions. Hence, I'll start my discussion with non-neoplastic lesions. All the diseases affecting the salivary gland, which can be included under this group of lesions, fall into any of these categories. The non-neoplastic salivary gland diseases can be developmental diseases, infections, reactive group of lesions, immune-mediated diseases, the diseases affecting the function of the salivary gland, or metabolic diseases. The common developmental defect affecting the salivary gland which we need to know are atresias, aplasia, the salivary gland aberrancy, and accessory lobe or duct. So it's very easy to remember because all these four lesions starts with A. The word atresia denotes the congenital occlusion or absence of one or two major salivary gland ducts, whereas aplasia is a word which is used to describe the congenital absence of one or two major salivary glands itself. Ectopic placement of the salivary gland can sometimes occur, and salivary glands can be seen in areas where normally salivary glands do not occur. One classic example of as aberrant salivary gland tissue is staph cyst. The staph cyst is nothing but incorporation of a submandibular salivary gland tissue within mandible. As you all know, both mandible and the salivary gland, submandibular salivary gland, forms almost during the same period during the embryogenesis, and during the formation, sometimes you can have the incorporation of or inclusion of this salivary gland tissue into the mandible. So clinically, when you look at it, you get a cavity within the mandible, small space within the mandible, which is filled with this submandibular salivary gland tissue. Another classic example for the adherent salivary gland tissue is gingival salivary gland cortistoma. The accessory lobe or duct of often associated with parotid gland, and you might also see similar sort of accessory uh, duct and lobe in other salivary glands as well. One of the common disease affecting the salivary gland is infections. Infections usually lead to the inflammation of the salivary gland, which is termed as siluritis. Siluritis can be suppurative siluritis or non-suppurative. And non-suppurative siluritis are usually caused by virus, and the most common non-suppurative viral siluritis being mumps. Mumps is caused by the virus paramyxovirus and is characterized by bilateral enlargement of the salivary gland. Other viruses which are implicated in the development of non-suppurative siluritis are Epstein-Barr virus, cytomegalovirus, and HIV virus. Suppurative siluritis are usually caused by bacteria, and the main bacteria which is implicated in the development of suppurative siluritis is Staphylococcus aureus, and suppurative siluritis could be acute or chronic. The third group of lesions are the reactive group of lesions, and these include mucocele, granula, mucous retention cyst, silolithiasis, and necrotizing silometaplasia. Mucocele is a common reactive lesion which occur in the minor salivary gland. It is otherwise known as mucus extravasation phenomenon, and it occurs when there is a localized trauma to the salivary gland duct. All of you know that the salivary gland tissue, the minor salivary gland tissue, occurs in the submucosa, in the deeper connective tissue, as an aggregate of mucus or serous acini, and you have the excretory tract originating from the salivary gland, and which is passing through the connective tissue and finally opens into the oral cavity, crossing the epithelium. So in this case, what happens is that when a local injury occurs in the region, sometimes the salivary gland duct can be injured and the duct can be completely separated from the rest of the salivary gland, as you can see here. And as a result, the saliva or the mucin which is present in the duct will be spilled into the adjacent connective tissue. This mucin which is there in the connective tissue will be considered as a foreign body by our immune mechanism, and as a result there will be dense infiltrate of chronic inflammatory infiltrate of the region, and these inflammatory cells, mainly the plasma cells and lymphocyte, surround this mucin pool. And also sometimes you might get the macrophages also in the area, because macrophages, you know, they are scavenger cells, and these scavenger cells are required for removing this mucin which is accumulated in the connective tissue stroma. Along with that, our the fibroblasts which are present in the stroma also tries to confine this mucin within the stroma itself, and they secrete a lot of collagen fibers which forms a proper fibrous capsule surrounding the region. So ultimately what we get is a cystic cavity which is filled with mucin, which has a proper capsule but no epithelial lining. So mucocele is a classic example for pseudocyst. And now that we have learned the pathogenesis, let's see how clinically it looks like. As you can see in this image, there is a mucin pool in the connective tissue, and as a result of this mucin pool which is occurring within the connective tissue, the superficial stroma as well as the epithelium gets elevated, resulting in the formation of a dome-shaped swelling in the area which is involved. So mucocele present as a dome-shaped swelling, often showing bluish translucency, and if the swelling, if the mucin pooling occur in the deeper connective tissue, sometimes it might appear normal in color also. At this juncture, you also need to know about superficial mucocele, which gives vesicular appearance, and when it occurs in the buccal mucosa or the oral mucosa, you always need to rule out other vesicular lesions. Mucosine is as such is more common in children and young adults, and since it's usually associated with the lip biting habit, it is commonly seen in the lower lip, lateral to the midline. The treatment for the mucosal is surgical excision. We need to remove the cyst, the pseudocyst as a whole. But another problem here is that if we remove the cyst and leave behind the duct, the severe duct and the underlying salivary gland tissue, it might lead to recurrence. So along with the mucosal, we also need to remove the feeding duct as well as the associated salivary gland tissue. So coming to the microscopy of mucosal, you can see a proper cystic cavity with mucin within the lumen and a dense connective tissue capsule, and can also observe the salivary gland tissue which was removed along with the mucosal. If you see the epithelial lining under a higher power, we'll be able to make out the dense infiltrate of inflammatory cells which is seen on the wall towards the side of the lumen. And within the cystic lumen, you see a lot of cells. These are the macrophages, and the macrophages would have engulfed a lot of mucin, and that's why they appear pale in color. And these cells are known as the mucinophages. Now coming to ranula. Ranula is actually a mucosa which is occurring in the floor of the mouth, and it usually arises from the sublingual gland due to the rupture of the duct of the sublingual salivary gland, but sometimes it may arise from the submandibular salivary gland too. So the main difference between mucosal and ranula is that the pathologic mechanism is the same, but since this is involving a major salivary gland, the amount of mucin which is spilled into the connective tissue is more. So you have a very large lesion occurring in the floor of the mouth, and this lesion will be, the swelling will be bluish in color and dome shaped and usually occur lateral to the midline. When it is very large, probably it can even cause elevation of the tongue. Sometimes the mucin which is pooled in the floor of the mouth can sometimes dissect the myloid muscle and manifest as a swelling involving the neck region. This is termed as plunging ranula. Now coming to the salivary duct cyst, which is otherwise known as mucus retention cyst. Previously, both mucus retention cyst and the mucus extravasation phenomenon were together known as mucosal. Now they are segregated, and the term mucus extravasation phenomenon and the term mucosal is restricted to mucus extravasation phenomenon. Unlike the mucosal, mucus extravasation unlike the mucosal, mucus retention cyst is a true cyst which is lined by epithelium, and it is commonly seen in the adult and involves major salivary gland mainly. So the main pathogenic mechanism which is happening here is that there will be some sort of occlusion in the duct, and as a result of the occlusion, the area of the duct distal to the occlusion dilates, giving rise to a cystic cavity which is lined by epithelial cells, and these epithelial cells are actually the ductal epithelial cells. And sometimes this will separate out from the superficial epithelium and remains as a separate entity in the connective tissue stroma. When mucus retention cysts occur in the minor salivary glands, it can often be mistaken for mucosal, and the distinction can be made only on microscopic examination. In the case of mucus retention cysts, we see a proper cystic lesion with lumen, epithelial lining, and capsule. The epithelial lining is usually either simple cuboidal or simple columnar cells, or sometimes as squamous, stratified squamous epithelium, as you can see here. Now coming to silolithiasis. Silolithiasis, otherwise known as salivary calculi, is a common lesion which is seen in submandibular salivary gland. Among the salivary gland, it is common in submandibular salivary gland because the submandibular salivary gland has got a tortuous duct which allows the precipitation of organic material like destomated epithelial cells and other components on which the calcification occur. Though it's common in major salivary glands, it can also involve the minor salivary glands, and the most common site involved are the upper lip and buccal mucosa. Silolithiasis is commonly seen in young adults and present as episodic swelling, often associated with pain, especially following the intake of meal. The salivary calculi can occur anywhere on the course of the duct, but if it is occurring in the terminal end, you'll be able to see it directly. And if at all, if not in the end like this, even if it is towards the terminal side of the duct, we might be able to see it if we use a occlusal radiograph. But if it is occurring in the deeper area of the duct, probably you require OPG, and in the OPG you will be seeing a radio opaque mass. But the problem with OPG is that sometimes if it is occurring a bit above in the duct, probably you have an overlap with the mandible, and if the patient does not show any clinical signs or symptoms of silolith, probably there's a chance of mistaking it as a bone pathology. If the silolith is occurring in the terminal edge, it's easy to remove them. You can easily milk it out. If not, if it is occurring in the deeper part of the duct, probably you need to do a surgical intervention. And ideally, you don't require any investigative method to diagnose a case of salivary gland calculi. If the case of diagnosis is straightforward when the patient present with the classical symptoms and when the calculi can be visualized in the radiograph. But in case if you are interested to know how it looks like, probably you can take a section and see. And this is what is seen in the section of salivary gland calculi. There will be a central organic nidus around which the calcium deposition occur in a concentric fashion. If you do a blood investigation and look for the calcium and phosphorus level, the calcium and phosphorus level are usually normal in patients with silolithiasis because the whole process is a dystrophic calcification where the calcium deposition occur in dying and dead tissues. Now coming to necrotizing silometaplasia. Necrotizing silometaplasia is a very rare lesion which is a locally destructive inflammatory condition of the saliva, and it is caused due to ischemia of salivary gland tissue. But it's important that you know the clinical and histopathological aspect of necrotizing silometaplasia because it's a highly deceptive lesion and can mimic oral submucous, oral squamous cell carcinoma, both clinically and microscopically. The lesion is usually seen in male and the average age is said to be 40 years, and it presents as a swelling which rapidly enlarges, and after 2 to 3 weeks the central part of the swelling undergo ulceration, and the usual complaint of the patient will be that a part of his palate has fallen out. So now coming to the clinical aspect of it, when a clinician happen to see this case, and you know that any ulcer which remains which doesn't heal more than 2 to 3 weeks is considered to be a suspicious lesion. And when a clinician who's not aware of this necrotizing silometaplasia sees it, there's every chance that he might misdiagnose it as a squamous cell carcinoma, and the biopsy will be made and sent to the pathologist. And when the pathologist see the microscopic features, and this is how it looked like, and you can see a lot of epithelial islands, and you have quite large epithelial islands like this here, and again it goes well with the diagnosis of squamous cell carcinoma. But then if you observe the entire area, you can make out the lobular architecture of the area, and you can also see dense infiltrate of chronic inflammatory cells which is causing acinar necrosis and ductal dilatation, and the duct which is retained undergoes squamous metaplasia, and that's why you get these islands within the connective tissue stroma. So once you see squamous epithelial islands, you always need to rule out squamous cell carcinoma. So you would like to see the superficial epithelium, and you will become all the more confused when you look at the superficial epithelium, because there is something called pseudoepitheliomatous hyperplasia, and you will see numerous islands of epithelium dropping into the underlying connective tissue. So a clinician and a pathologist who is not aware of the lesion, they tend to mistake it as a squamous cell carcinoma. But when you look at the nature of the epithelium is normal, and there is no features of dysplasia, and even eyelids, which you are seeing here, do not show features of dysplasia. Now coming to the treatment of necrotizing cyanometaplasia. Necrotizing cyanometaplasia do not require any treatment. It is a self-healing lesion, and that's why it said that if the patient goes to a doctor, probably he might be diagnosed to be having a squamous cell carcinoma, and unnecessarily he might be subjected to extents of surgery and sometimes even radiotherapy if the clinician doesn't know about this entity. Now coming to the next group of lesions, the lesions which need to be discussed under the immunological disorders are Mikulicz disease, benign lymphoepithelial lesion, Sjogren syndrome, and allergic sialadenitis. Mikulicz is discussed here just for the historical importance of it. Such a lesion doesn't exist now. So way back in 1800s, a doctor named Mikulicz, he came across a patient who was 42-year-old male who presented with bilateral painless swelling of the lacrimal gland, major salivary gland, and minor salivary gland. And the problem was present for a period of around 14 months, and there was no reduction in the salivary flow, and finally the patient died. And Mikulicz documented this case, and he published this paper. And this photograph is the extract from the original paper, which was published by Mikulicz. In older days, there was no camera, there was no photograph, so they used to provide the woodcuts of the patient. And this woodcut of the patient showing extensive symmetrical swelling of lacrimal, parotid, submandibular, and sublingual gland. And you can see the enlargement of the lacrimal gland here. And the palatal glands are also involved. He has even provided the drawing of the macroscopic picture of the submandibular salivary gland, which was removed, and also the histological drawing of the left mandibular submandibular gland. So the classic histopathology which we describe was that of a benign lymphoepithelial lesion, where there was dense infiltrate of lymphocytic infiltrate of the salivary gland, causing the SNR destruction and ductal dilatation. Once this case was documented, this disease came to be known as Mikulicz disease, and later on, all those diseases which had similar clinical presentations were diagnosed as Mikulicz disease. But much later, a few people tried to look at the microscopic feature of those lesions which were diagnosed as Mikulicz disease, and they found that at least a few of the cases did not show the picture of benign lymphoepithelial lesion as originally described by Mikulicz, but instead showed features of tuberculosis or lymphoma or sarcoidosis. So thus came now the terminology to describe those lesions which showed clinical features of Mikulicz disease, but microscopically showed features of tuberculosis or the sarcoidosis or lymphoma. But then there was a question that why is it not tuberculosis of salivary gland be named as tuberculosis of salivary gland, or why is it not named as lymphoma of salivary gland or sarcoidosis of the salivary gland? So later on, there was a lot of confusions associated with these terminologies, and the term Mikulicz disease and Mikulicz syndrome were discarded and was replaced by a new terminology, benign lymphoepithelial lesion. As the name tells, the lymphoepithelial lesion, benign lymphoepithelial lesion, is a terminology to denote a group of lesion with the characteristic presentation of lymphocytic infiltration within the salivary gland, leading to acinar necrosis and the presence of epithelial islets. So generally they are benign in behavior and usually present as unilateral enlargement of the salivary gland, commonly affecting thyroid gland. Usually women above 50 years are affected. And microscopically, as you can see here, there will be dense infiltrate of inflammatory cells showing acinar necrosis and ductal hypoplasia. And one of the characteristic feature of benign lymphoepithelial lesion is the presence of epimyoepithelial islets, which form due to the proliferation of the ductal component. Now coming to the next lesion, that is Sjogren's syndrome. Sjogren's syndrome is a chronic systemic autoimmune disease which is characterized by the xerostomia and xerophthalmia, and it principally involves salivary and lacrimal glands. The manifestation which we see in eyes has been termed as keratoconjunctivitis sicca, and together xerostomia and xerophthalmia has been termed as Sicca syndrome. There are two types of Sjogren's syndrome, primary Sjogren's and secondary Sjogren's. The primary one is the one which is not associated with any other autoimmune disease, whereas secondary Sjogren's syndrome is associated with autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis and the systemic lupus erythematosus. As with any other autoimmune disease, this lesion show female predilection and is usually seen affecting the middle-aged adult. One of the classic oral manifestation of this lesion is xerostomia, and most of the problems for the patient is associated with the reduced salivary secretion. Patients often complain of difficulty in speech, swallowing, and altered taste. The oral manifestation is basically there will be drying of the oral mucosa, and when you look at the tongue appear completely depapillated, and there will be fissuring of the tongue, and the buccal mucosa will be all dry, and it gives a typical corrugated picture as you can see here. One of the problem with Sjogren's syndrome is that they are more prone for the development of candidiasis, and candidiasis usually occur as angular cheilitis or Delges stomatitis, and also they are at increased risk of developing cervical caries. Sjogren's syndrome can be diagnosed from xylography, where you get the typical appearance which has been termed as cherry blossom or fruit-laden branch-tree appearance. Here what happens is that we inject the dye which is tagged with a radioisotope into the ductal system, and since there is ulceration of the duct, some of these dye will come out of the duct and they remain as a punctum, giving the classic appearance of cherry blossom. And in the case of Sjogren's syndrome can also be diagnosed from the lab values. There will be increased ESR, IgG, and rheumatoid factor will be increased in around 40% of the people, and the presence of anti-nuclear antibodies or anti-SSA and anti-SSPA antibodies can be demonstrated in Sjogren's syndrome. We can also do some chest side test to diagnose the xerophthalmia and xerostomia in Sjogren's syndrome, and the reduced tear production can be demonstrated using a Rose Bengal dye test and also the Shiba test. By using Rose Bengal dye test, what we are actually demonstrating is the corneal ulceration, which occurs associated with xerophthalmia. And in the Shiba test, what we do is we place a piece of filter paper on the lower eyelid and measure the extent of wetting of the filter paper. You can in fact measure the wetness in millimeter, and it is said that if it is the amount of wetness is less than 5 millimeter in 5 minutes, it is indicative of xerophthalmia. We can also measure the salivary production by inserting a cannula at the ductal opening. You can collect the saliva and see whether it is below the cutoff point. And for confirmation of the diagnosis, you need to do the histopathological evaluation. Actually, the histopathological picture which you get in Sjogren syndrome is similar to that of a benign lymphoepithelial lesion, and it is not specific for Sjogren syndrome. And so we basically rely on certain criteria for diagnosing Sjogren syndrome. We look for the number of lymphoid foci. Lymphoid foci is a collection of lymphocyte which counts around 50 or more lymphocyte. So if you're seeing more than one foci in 4 millimeter square area of a glandular tissue, it is said to be diagnostic of Sjogren syndrome. Then coming to the site of biopsy, it's a Sjogren syndrome is a systemic disease. The features which you see in major salivary gland can be seen in the minor salivary gland also. So lip biopsy is usually preferred because of the accessibility for biopsy. Now, with this, we are going to we are coming an end to the first part of the discussion, that is the non-neoplastic salivary gland disease. So, when we think in terms of exam, the questions which you can get from these portions are like you might get short notes on mucosal. They can ask on silolithiasis, and necrotizing silometaplasia is another question which you might get for exam. Then coming to the essay, usually they ask you to classify non-neoplastic salivary gland disease and discuss in detail about the Sjogren syndrome. And when you ask to classify, you have to get a proper classification where you can classify them as physiological, function, and metabolic, and you can give examples. Usually, when we set an essay, there will be separate marks for the classification. For the question. So if you write the entire thing, you will be getting the full mark for the which is allotted for the classification. And coming to the second part of the question, the Sjogren syndrome, when you ask to write on Sjogren syndrome, you need to give a definition of the Sjogren syndrome. You need to mention about the clinical characteristics. Then you need to mention about the subtypes of Sjogren syndrome, primary and secondary. Then probably the oral manifestation. Then you also need to add a note on the diagnostic aspect, which include the xylography, the laboratory investigations, CHASA diagnosis, and even the histopathological criteria for diagnosis. So now we are actually we are ending the first part. Let's move on to the next part of the this discussion. Now, salivary gland tumors. Salivary gland tumors are heterogeneous group of tumors which arises from various components of the salivary gland, and they are important group of lesions in the oral pathology, and they occupy a special status among the human neoplasias. The salivary gland neoplasias can be broadly grouped into benign tumors and malignant tumors. The benign tumors are the pleomorphic adenoma, myoepithelioma, basal cell adenoma, canalicular adenoma, Warthin's tumor, oncocytoma, sebaceous adenoma, sebaceous lymph adenoma, ductal papillomas, papillary cyst adenoma, and xyloblastoma. So actually, the list is even bigger. I've actually limited to 11 tumors because all these tumors are mentioned in your textbook, and it's easy to remember the malignant salivary gland tumors because most of them are the malignant counterpart of the benign tumors. You know that pleomorphic adenoma is otherwise termed as benign mixed tumor. So malignant mixed tumor is the malignant counterpart of pleomorphic adenoma. Then there is myoepithelial carcinoma. Then you have basal cell adenoma. There is basal cell adenocarcinoma. Then you have mucoepidermoid carcinoma, ethnic cell carcinoma. Again, oncocytic carcinoma is a malignant counterpart of oncocytoma. Then there is adenoid cystic carcinoma, polymorphous low-grade adenocarcinoma, epithelial myoepithelial carcinoma, salivary duct carcinoma, and adenocarcinoma not otherwise specified, and as with benign tumor, the list is even bigger. Even if we have a lot of disease to learn, you don't have to, in the undergraduate level, you don't have to know about all these lesions in detail. Probably you can focus on pleomorphic adenoma and Warthin's tumor. These are the common benign tumors, and among the malignant tumors, you can focus on mucoepidermoid and adenoid cystic carcinoma. Other tumors, you need to know their names, and you have to have a basic overview about all these tumors. Now the question is, why is that we have this many salivary gland tumors? When you talk about epithelial pathology, we have only a few tumors, but when coming to salivary gland, why is that we have a big list of tumors? So to find out an answer for this, probably we need to know about the cellular makeup of a salivary gland. The salivary gland is often compared to a bunch of grapes, where the grapes represent the acini and the stalk represent the ductal system. This is a diagrammatic representation of the salivary gland to show the basic components which make up the salivary gland. So you can see that there is acini cells which form the acini and the ductal cells. And both the ductal cells and the acini cells are seen surrounding the luminal space. And you can see some cells which are supporting these ductal and acini cells, which are the myepithelial cells and basal cells. They are shown as in red color here. So you can divide the cells which make up salivary glands into two types: luminal cells and non-luminal cells. Your acini cells and the ductal cells form the luminal cells, and myepithelial cells and basal cells form the non-luminal cells. Now, in a tumor, what you're going to see is the various cellular component which makes up a tumor. So for you to have an idea about the morphological makeup of a tumor, you need to know about the various differentiation pattern, cellular differentiation pattern, which occur during a tumor formation. 5 different patterns of cellular differentiation has been described in salivary gland neoplasm. So you have sometimes here you can see the diagrammatic representation. You can see these cells which represent the luminal cell, and the outer cells represent the non-luminal cells. So during the formation of a tumor, you can have a tumor which are purely formed of luminal cell, as you see in the diagram 1, or you can have a tumor which is formed completely of only non-luminal cell. Both diagram 2 and 3 represent tumors which are formed by non-luminal cells. So you can have a unidirectional differentiation pattern or a bidirectional differentiation pattern during the formation of a tumor. So coming to the non-luminal cell differentiation, here the non-luminal cell, when you say non-luminal cell, it could be either myepithelial cells or basalloid cells or basal cells, or it could be both. But when myepithelial cells are present in a particular tumor, the myepithelial cells are modified epithelial cells. They have the potential or capability to form the extracellular matrix. So in some tumors, they will form extracellular matrix. So the tumors with non-luminal cell differentiation could be a tumor with formation of extracellular matrix and without formation of extracellular matrix. So that describes 2 or 3 different patterns cellular differentiation which is occurring in salivary gland. Now coming to the bidirectional differentiation pattern, some tumors show bidirectional differentiation pattern where the tumors composed of both luminal cells and non-luminal cell. And as I told before, when there are myepithelial cells, you might have the tumors with formation of extracellular matrix, as you see here in diagram 4, and also tumors with which do not have extracellular matrix formation. So ultimate makeup of a tumor depends upon what it is made up of, what is the cellular differentiation which is seen in that particular tumor, and also on where exactly this tumor is going to be arising from. Depending upon what type of cellular differentiation is occurring depending upon from where it is arising, and the proportion of various components, the proportion of luminal cell component, non-luminal cell component, and for the extracellular component. You can have different combinations and permutations of these various components, and it is the final component which is present within a particular tumor that decide the morphological makeup of the tumor, and finally the histological appearance of the tumor. And that's the reason why we have this many salivary gland tumors. Now coming to the origin of the tumor, for the purpose of understanding the origin of the tumor, you probably can divide a salivary gland into three components. The first part of the salivary gland is the one which involves the acini as well as intercollector duct. The second part is the striatal duct, and third part is the excretory duct. So you have tumors arising from the first part. And these tumors include the common tumors which arises from this part. The first part of the salivary gland is pleomorphic adenoma and adenoid cystic carcinoma. And the case of striatal duct, the second part, the tumor which arises from the second part is Wathin's tumor and oncocyte tumor. And the third part is the mucoepidermoid carcinoma. It is generally believed that the tumors arising from the first part is relatively less aggressive, and the tumors which are arising from the third part are more aggressive tumors. So ultimately, the biological behavior, the type of the tumor, everything depends upon the cellular differentiation and the cellular components which gives rise to that particular tumor. And basic understanding of these mechanisms involved will help you to get an idea about the histogenesis of the tumor, and also to understand the microscopy of individual tumors. So with this background, let's have a look at the common tumors which can occur in the oral cavity. The most common tumor common salivary gland tumor which occur in the oral cavity is pleomorphic adenoma. Pleomorphic adenoma is also known as a benign mixed tumor. Both these terminologies are not the correct terminologies. They are in fact misnomer. Usually, when we hear the word pleomorphic, we usually relate it with the cellular pleomorphism, which is said to be a feature of dysplasia. But here, this is not used that way. Here, the term pleomorphic adenoma, or the pleomorphic and pleomorphic adenoma, actually denotes the varied microscopical feature which this tumor can exhibit. Here, the pleomorphic adenoma, if you take a single tumor in different areas, you can have different picture. And if even in a single slide, you can have different picture, different microscopic picture, and that's why it's been termed as a pleomorphic adenoma. And again, benign mixed tumor again is a misnomer. When we say mixed tumor, it denotes a tumor which is arising from more than one germ layers. And that way, pleomorphic adenoma is not a mixed tumor in true sense, and again, it's to reflect this very microscopic feature that this term is used. Now, coming to the clinical aspect of pleomorphic adenoma, it is the most common salivary gland neoplasm, and the most common site involved is parotid gland, and it presents as a painless, low-growing mass. If the proper treatment is not done, probably it can grow to a very large size, and sometimes it can grow to a very large size, and the size can be even more than the size of the face sometimes. It is common in young and middle-aged adults, and it shows a female predilection. And it can also involve minor salivary glands. When it involves minor salivary glands, so the most common site of involvement is the palate. In the palate, it presents as a slow-growing swelling, which is dome-shaped and involves the posterior palatal slope. And coming to microscopy of the pleomorphic adenoma, before that, let's have a look at the histogenesis part of the pleomorphic adenoma. The pleomorphic adenoma is a tumor which develops from the first part of the salivary gland. That is, it arises from specifically from the interconnected duct and the myoepithelial cells. And the type of differentiation which you get in pleomorphic adenoma is the bidirectional differentiation pattern with a formation of extracellular matrix. So you will be able to see ductal cells as well as myoepithelial cells, and you will be able to see varying amount of extracellular matrix. So if you go with this background, if you learn histopathology with this background, it becomes much easier for you to understand the macroscopic aspects of pleomorphic adenoma. Now, as you know, it's a benign tumor, so it's a encapsulated tumor, but the capsulation in pleomorphic adenoma is said to be partial encapsulation, because sometimes you can have the tumor infiltration into the capsule, and it is actually a very important point that surgeons would like to know, because if there is a capsular infiltration, the chances of recurrence is very high, because even after the tumor is removed, some of the tumor cells will be remaining in the adjacent stroma. Now coming to the parenchyma, the tumor parenchyma, you will be able to see the luminal cells in the form of ducts. You can see a lot of ductal component here, and within the duct you can see a eosinophilic coagulum. And surrounding the duct, you are seeing some angulated cells with hyperchromatic nuclei. They are the myoepithelial cells, and these myoepithelial cells are arranged in a beam swarming pattern in pleomorphic adenoma. Now, in this section, probably you'll be able to make out the extracellular matrix. So you know that it's a tumor with a formation of extracellular matrix, and the cellularity also can vary. The proportion of extracellular component and cellular component can also vary. And here is a cell-rich tumor, whereas here cell-rich tumor or a cell-rich area of a particular tumor, and here you're seeing more of a myxoid component. Now, sometimes you can have a myxoid appearance when the secretion is too much, and you see the streak of myoepithelial islands within. Myxoid area is a characteristic feature of pleomorphic adenoma. And sometimes the myoepithelial cells can get entrapped within the myxoid stroma, and these cells can undergo bacterial degeneration, giving a typical cartilage-like appearance. And similarly, sometimes you might see adipocytes and even osteoid in some cases of pleomorphic adenoma. So we have seen the angulated myoepithelial cells. Sometimes myoepithelial cells can take up different form. Myoepithelial cells are often termed as central cells, because they can take different forms. Like sometimes they'll appear like spindle cells, and you can also have myoepithelial cells which take the typical plasmacytoid appearance with rich cytoplasm and eccentrically placed nuclei. In some tumors will be composed predominantly of myoepithelial cells, and the amount of the ductal component or the luminal component will be less than 55%, and such tumors are termed as myoepithelioma. So myoepithelioma is actually a variant of pleomorphic adenoma. Now coming to the next tumor, that is the Bothin's tumor. Bothin's tumor is the second common salivary gland tumor, and it's a tumor which is exclusively seen in parotid gland, and it's usually seen in males, and especially the elderly males. It can occur as a single lesion, or sometimes it can occur as a bilateral lesion. If at all it is occurring bilaterally, it is not synchronous. It doesn't occur at the same time. It is metachronous. It develops the tumor on one side developed after tumor on the other side has completely formed. Now, as we have seen before, the Bothin's tumor arises from the second part of the salivary gland, and to be specific, it arises from the striated duct, and it is a tumor which shows bidirectional differentiation pattern with no extracellular matrix formation, and look at the microscopic feature. What you are seeing is a cystic space, and this cystic space is lined by epithelium, and this epithelium is thrown into numerous papillary folds, and these papillary folds are supported by uh, lymphocytic infiltrate. This was the classic presentation of the Wathin's tumor, and Wathin's tumor is a tumor which shows very typical histopathological features, and there's no way that you will misdiagnose. And to describe this microscopic feature, there's a terminology that is papillary cystadenoma lymphomatosum, and this was a term which was used initially to describe Wathin's tumor instead of Wathin's tumor. It was known as papillary cystadenoma lymphomatosum. Another name which was given for Wathin's tumor was adenolymphoma. To focus on the lymphocytic component, but lymphoma is again a misnomer that might give an indication that it is a variant of lymphoma, so that that terminology was taken out. Now, looking at the microscopic part of it, if you have a look at the epithelial lining of Wathin's tumor under high magnification, you will know that this lining represents the striated duct. You can see the tall columnar cells towards the luminal side, and the basal cell towards the lymphoid side. And you can even make out the granularity which is seen in the columnar cells, which are seen towards the luminal side. And one of the characteristic feature of Wathin's tumor is the lymphoid infiltrate, which is seen in the connective tissue stroma. And it is in fact an enigmatic component of the Wathin's tumor. And a few theories have been proposed to describe this, to explain this lymphoid component in the Wathin's tumor. And one theory says that it could be that this tumor is arising from the salivary gland tissue, which is embedded within the parotid lymph node. That is one theory. And the second theory suggests that the lymphoid component appears as a secondary phenomenon as the tumor develops. Now coming to the malignant tumor of the salivary gland, mucoepidermoid carcinoma. Mucoepidermoid carcinoma is the most common malignant salivary gland neoplasm, and it occurs in a wider age group. It is the most common malignant salivary gland tumor in children, and the common site of involvement is parotid gland. And the most the second most common site is in palate, and among the intraosseous salivary gland tumors, the most common malignant intraosseous salivary gland tumor is mucoepidermoid carcinoma. Now coming to the histopathology of mucoepidermoid carcinoma, as the name says, it is basically composed of mucous cells and epidermoid cells. Epidermoid cells are otherwise known as squamous cells, and you have a group of cells which are termed as intermediate cells. So basically, the cellular components which make up the mucoepidermoid carcinoma is composed of basically the mucous cells, epidermoid cells, and the intermediate cells. And the presence of squamous cells in mucoepidermoid carcinoma can be explained from the fact that it arises from the excretory duct, which is actually a stratified squamous epithelium. Now coming to the cellular component of mucoepidermoid carcinoma, the mucous cells appear as large cells, clear cells with abundant forming cytoplasm, and the mucin content within these mucous cells can be demonstrated using special stains like mucicarbin. The epidermoid cells are seen as polygonal cells, which occur usually in the form of sheets, and you'll be able to make out intercellular desmosomal attachment sometimes. And the epidermoid cells sometimes can show features of dysplasia, and can often be confused with the squamous cell carcinoma. The intermediate group of cells are the basaloid type of cells, which is seen in mucoepidermoid carcinoma, and they act as a reserve cell for both squamous epithelial cells as well as the mucous cells. The presence of cystic spaces is a very characteristic feature of mucoepidermoid carcinoma. There can be numerous cystic spaces, and these cystic spaces will be lined by epithelium, and you might see both intermediate cells, mucous cells, and along with the squamous cells, which forms the lining of these cystic spaces. And the presence of cystic spaces, numerous cystic spaces usually indicate that the tumor is a low-grade tumor. So the grading of mucoepidermoid carcinoma can be done based on three features. One is the cystic component which is present within the tumor, the number of the mucous cells which is present in the tumor, and the cellular atypia which is shown by the tumor cells. So based on these three features, we can grade them as low-grade tumors, intermediate-grade tumors, and high-grade tumors. Low-grade tumors are the ones where the mucous cells is numerous, and we are seeing a lot of cystic spaces with less of cellular atypia. Whereas tumors with predominant cellular atypia and less number of mucous cells and cystic spaces are considered to be the high-grade tumors, and those tumors which fall in between are grouped as intermediate tumors. Now coming to the last tumor, adenoid cystic carcinoma. Adenoid cystic carcinoma is also known as cylindroma. It's a common tumor in a minor salivary gland. It commonly occurs in the minor salivary gland, and the most common site of occurrence is the palate, and usually present as a swelling which may undergo ulceration. And pain is a characteristic feature of adenoid cystic carcinoma, and if it occurs in parotid gland, it can often lead to facial nerve paralysis. Histogenesis wise, it's a tumor which is arising from the first part of the salivary gland, and basically it is composed of myepithelial cells and the ductal cells. And again, this is a tumor which shows a bidirectional differentiation pattern with the formation of extracellular matrix. And microscopically, three patterns has been described in adenoid cystic carcinoma. They are the classic cribriform pattern, tubular pattern, and the solid pattern. So in the cribriform pattern, which is considered to be the classic histopathological feature of adenoid cystic carcinoma, you get tumor islands composed of isomorphic baseloid cells with similar looking cells, and these cells form tumor islands, and within these tumor islands we'll be able to see multiple cystic spaces, and this typical appearance of the tumor islands has been termed as Swiss cheese pattern. So you can appreciate the similarity between the Swiss cheese and the tumor island within the adenoid cystic carcinoma. So this is a classic pattern, Swiss cheese pattern in adenoid cystic carcinoma. So the tumor cells are basically baseloid cells, and sometimes these spaces will contain hyalinized material. And here you can see the tubular pattern, and also on the right hand side you can see the solid pattern. So most often we do not see a purely a cribriform pattern or a tubular pattern or solid pattern. Usually most of the tumors show a mixture of all these tumors, and it is depending upon the predominance of particular component, we name them as a solid tumor, tubular or cribriform tumor. Generally it's said that the solid tumors are more aggressive than the other two tumors. Another point which you need to note in adenoid cystic carcinoma is the perineural invasion, which is being shown by this tumor in the central area. This is a nerve, and you can see tumor islets encircling the nerve component. And the relevance of this is that if there is a perineural invasion, the aggressiveness of the tumor is more, because the tumor can spread from one side to another through the nerve sheath. So distant metastasis, the possibility of distant metastasis or the risk of distant metastasis is high with the tumor showing perineural invasion, and probably that explains or that also explains the clinical symptom of pain in patients with adenoid cystic carcinoma. Another tumor where perineal invasion was seen is polymorphous low-grade adenocarcinoma. So probably you might get it for an MCQ, or they might ask you during Viva. So you need to remember that along with adenoid cystic carcinoma, your polymorphous low-grade adenocarcinoma also can show perineal invasion. So with this, I'm concluding the discussion on the salivary gland pathology. And before I conclude, I would like to once again thank the organizing team for giving me an opportunity to present for this program. And also, I would like to thank each one of you for your patient listening, and also I would like to wish good luck for all of you for your exam. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful talk. We have a query from one of our participants. So it's, what are the differentiating characteristics between pleomorphic adenoma of the major and minor salivary glands?
So if you talk about pleomorphic adenomas, we can get pleomorphic adenomas in the minor salivary glands also. And the common site for the occurrence of that is in the palate, posterior palate. And when you look at the histopathology, the pleomorphic adenomas involving the minor salivary glands will be more cellular in nature, where you have more of these plasmacytoid cells and all those things are there. And those metaplastic changes that are osseous and chondroid metaplasias that you get with pleomorphic adenomas will be less in the case of minor salivary glands, and it is going to be more in the case of major salivary glands. So I think you can mention, like if you're getting an essay on pleomorphic adenoma, after classifying the salivary gland tumors, you can just, when you talk about the whole pleomorphic adenoma, a small part you can mention about minor salivary glands, how it is different from that of the major glands. And that will add a little bit more value for your answers and getting scoring more marks for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hope that clarifies the doubt for our students. Moving on to the next topic for the day, diseases of the skin by Dr. Radhika T. She's currently a professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology in Thai Mugambage Dental College and Hospital in Chennai. She completed her BDS in 2003 and master's degree in 2008, both from Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, and has also been conferred with the fellowship degree by the Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists. She is currently pursuing her PhD, and her career in teaching spans more than a decade with 15 years of postgraduate teaching experience. She has, to her credit, 50 scientific publications, including 6 international and 30 PubMed indexed publications. She holds the prestigious post of Chairman, Institutional Ethical Committee of Priyadarshini Dental College, Chennai. She has served as the Associate Editor of Journal of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology, an official publication of Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists. She is also a reviewer for 6 index journals, including 1 international journal. Dr. Radhika has received 4 research grants. Recently, her project on Autobrush has received a grant of 2.5 lakhs from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. She was also awarded a seed grant of 1.5 lakhs by her current institution for her project on salivary microRNAs in gastric cancer. Dr. Radhika is a proud recipient of 16 meritorious awards, including International Hippocrates Award for Medical Achievement, Highest Academic Performance Indicator Award, President's Award for Research Attainment, J.E. Hirsch Research Index Award, and she was also voted as Best Staff in the department in 2018 and elected as a Best Staff in the college in 2019. Dr. Radhika is currently an active executive committee member of the prestigious Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists and has served the association as executive member for 9 terms. She has delivered numerous guest lectures both at international and national forums. We welcome you, ma'am.
A very good morning and warm greetings to all the students out there. I really appreciate that you've participated, and I'm sure this program would be of huge help to you in your upcoming university exams. Yes, I'm Dr. Radhika. I work as a professor in Department of Oral Pathology, and I'm from Thaimugambige Dental College and Hospital from Chennai. And the assigned topic for me today is dermatologic diseases, that is the diseases of the skin. See, the contents, you have a huge spectrum of lesions. Broadly, they have categorized them as genodermatosis, that is genetically mediated dermatological diseases, that is your skin diseases, and immunologically mediated dermatological diseases. So obviously, we cannot get into the details of each of these lesions because of time constraints. So I have restricted myself to pemphigus, pemphigoid, and lichen planus, erythema multiforme, and your lupus erythematosus. This is because you get frequent essay questions from all the lesions which I've told you. Lichen planus and your pemphigus vulgaris are usually asked as essay questions for 10 marks. The other three lesions, pemphigoid, erythema multiforme, and SLE, they usually ask it as short notes. And very important here, they can ask it directly as classified skin diseases. You know, all essays start with classification, or they can ask it as classify vesiculobullous disorders. Okay, so agenda of my presentation is first I will take you through the classification of vesiculobullous disorders, and we will see into the details of pemphigus vulgaris, mucous membrane pemphigoid, and lichen planus, and maybe we'll brush through erythema multiforme and systemic lupus erythematosus. Fine. Now first let us see what are vesiculobullous lesions. See, vesicle and bulla, they are fluid-filled elevated lesions. When the lesion is less than 1 centimeter in diameter, you call it a vesicle. And when the lesion is greater than 1 centimeter in diameter, you call it a bulla. So that's a vesicle for you, smaller lesions. And that's a bigger size lesion, elevated, fluid filled. Smaller ones are vesicles, larger ones are bulla. And any lesion or pathology clinically characterized or presenting with vesicle and bulla, you classify them as vesiculobullous lesions, as simple as that. Now, how do I classify them? I'm giving you two classifications. The first one is based on etiology or the cause. So under genetic, you get epidermolysis bullosa, porphyria cutanea tarda, and acrodermatitis enteropathica. Under infections, you have your herpes simplex, your zoster, and varicella. Herpangina, hand, foot, and mouth disease. Under immunologic, you have your pemphigus, pemphigoid, your bullous lichen planus, erythema multiforme, aphthous stomatitis, Beckett syndrome, and Reiter syndrome. And under allergic, you have the lesions like stomatitis medicamentosa, stomatitis veninata, miscellaneous. Yes, in OSMF, in the initial stages, you do get bulla in the oral cavity. So OSMF or oral submucous fibrosis, bulla due to thermal and chemical agents. So that is your first classification based on etiology. I'm also presenting here the classification proposed by Fitzpatrick. This is based on the location or the anatomical plane of the blister or the bulla. So the first set of lesions are the bulla is present within the epidermis, intraepidermal blister. So there they are subcategorized as the lesions where the bulla is present at the level of the granular layer, and these are the set of lesions where the bulla is present at the level of the spinous layer. Then you have your suprabasal layer and at the level of the basal layer. So that's the first set of lesions. And the second set, they categorize it as a dermal epidermal zone or the junction. There they have two categories at the level of the lamina lucida and below basal lamina. So those two are the classifications for you. Coming to pemphigus, the very, very important lesion, both pathologically, I mean, patient concern, as well as your examination concern. So you do get frequent essays from pemphigus. This is a chronic, a long-standing skin disease, clinically presenting as vesicle and bulla, and usually it has remissions and exacerbations and develop in cycles. And four important related diseases come under the spectrum of pemphigus: your vulgaris, vegetans, erythematosus, foliaceous. Vulgaris and vegetans manifest in the oral cavity. Erythematosus and foliaceous, more of skin lesions. Vegetans now considered as a variant of vulgaris. Okay. So that's come a quick look at the pathogenesis of pemphigus. See, basically this pemphigus, pemphigoid, your lichen planus, all these are autoimmune disorders. What do I mean by autoimmune? See, our immune system generally scrutinizes or recognizes external antigens and produces antibodies against it, thereby safeguarding our body against any kind of infection. But here, what happens in an autoimmune disease? The antibodies are produced against self-antigens. Our own antigens are recognized as foreign by the immune system. So that's the defect in autoimmune disorders. So there is production of autoantibodies. So in pemphigus, where is the autoantibody directed against? It is directed against the cell junctions, intracellular junctions between the keratinocytes, that is your desmosomes. That's called as desmosomes, these junctions, okay, where particularly certain cell surface glycoproteins present in the desmosomes called as desmogleins. That's the target of autoantibodies in pemphigus, okay. And you have two types, 1 and 3. Your 3 is particularly overexpressed in the oral mucosa, whereas 1 you can see both in oral mucosa as well as in the epidermis. So the target is the cell junction. So what will happen? It will lyse or destroy the cell junction. So the cells are separated. Okay. So there is formation of a vesicle or a bulla from between the intercellular junctions. Okay. So with that, pemphigus vulgaris, as I told you, vulgaris is a Latin meaning most common. That's a most common variant of pemphigus. And this particular variant is very important because if untreated, it results in death. And another important point is the lesions in pemphigus vulgaris, that is your oral lesions, are first to show and last to go. They are very difficult to get resolved compared to your skin lesions. And a quick look at two other variants, your paraneoplastic pemphigus, as the word implies, paraneoplasm. So it occurs along with malignancies, particularly lymphoreticular malignancies. And there is a genetic condition which run through generations, your chronic benign familial pemphigus, that's otherwise called as Hailey-Hailey disease. Now, what are the clinical features of pemphigus? Generally, this particular disease is common in the Jewish South Asian heritage. They do not show any gender predilection. They can affect males as well as females, and generally it affects adults over around 50 years of age. And clinically, if you check the oral mucosa, they will have superficial ragged erosions and ulcerations. And very important point here is the vesicle in pemphigus. You get vesicles and bulla in pemphigus as well as in pemphigoid. I will repeat this when I am teaching pemphigoid for you. The vesicles in pemphigus is flaccid. That is, it can easily rupture. You know why? Because it is more superficially located above the basal layer. That you'll understand when I'm teaching you histopathology. Whereas your vesicle and bulla in pemphigoid is more tense and it doesn't rupture that easily. That is why when you see erosions and when you're seeing skin lesions, your vesicle and bulla, and when you're suspecting this immunologically mediated disorders, if you don't see intact vesicle and bulla, your diagnosis will be more in favor of pemphigus. That's a clinical clue. Obviously, you should do a histopathology and an immunofluorescence, but if you see when the patient is presenting to you, the patient presents with erosions and ulcerations and you could not detect an intact bulla, you're more probably dealing with a patient with pemphigus. Whereas when you see intact vesicle and bulla presenting, that is more probably a pemphigoid, because please remember these terms. The bulla in pemphigus is flaccid. It easily ruptures. The bulla in pemphigoid is tense. It does not easily rupture. Okay. And you can also get bilateral conjunctivitis in pemphigus. So that's the clinical features, and these are the pictures for you. So can you see the ragged ulcerations here in the buccal mucosa, floor of the mouth? That presents as desquamative marginal gingivitis, and that's a bulla in the skin for you. Very, very characteristic clinical sign, which is diagnostic of pemphigus, is Nikolsky's sign. You can get this as 2 marks also. So what is Nikolsky's sign? When you apply lateral pressure in a adjacent normal skin of pemphigus, please note it down. you have vesicle and bulla, the lesions, but in the perilesional or adjacent normal, which is clinically appearing normal, when you apply a lateral pressure, you can see new bulla developing. That's because of the pre-vesicular edema, which is already present in the skin beneath. Okay, so this phenomenon of a new bulla developing in an adjacent normal skin in pemphigus is called as Nikolsky's sign, which is a characteristic diagnostic feature of pemphigus. Coming to the histopathological features, in all these lesions, all these immunologically mediated lesions where you get split and bulla, very, very important point is you have to take the biopsy. It is important for the surgeons to procure the biopsy from the perilesional clinically normal appearing skin rather than from the ulcer or from the vesicle or bulla. You understand? Because already there is cleft and there are chances of skin getting peeled, the superficial layer, and you will not get the characteristic finding in a histopathology. So very, very crucial to get the biopsy from the perilesional tissue. So here the separation or the vesicle or the bulla in pemphigus is usually at the level of the suprabasilar or intraepithelial. Make a note of these terms. Intraepithelial meaning it is within the epithelium. Where within the epithelium? This is a high power picture above the basal cell layer. So even in this low power picture, you can see an empty space which is above the basal cell layer. So suprabasilar or intraepithelial split, which is very clear in this slide. And in most of the cases, what happens, the superficial epithelium can get peeled off and you can only see a basal layer of epithelium standing in a row called as row of tombs. They resemble the row of tombstones. And the classic histopathological diagnostic feature for pemphigus is presence of Zang cells. What are Zang cells? See, can you see? These are classic Zang cells over here. So this is where your autoantibodies attack the intercellular junctions. So they lose their adhesion. The cells are separated. So when the intercellular junctions are present, the cells are actually polygonal in shape. But when they are separated, they become rounded. Yes. And such rounded cells with hypertrophic nucleus, you call it as Zang cells, which are characteristic diagnostic features of pemphigus. And yes, you could also see some chronic inflammatory cell infiltrate in the connective tissue. So what are the classic histopathological features? Intraepithelial or suprabasilar split. Okay, and you can get row of tombstone appearance. Classically, you see acantholysis or separation of the cells in the spinous cell layer and characteristic Zang cells. Okay, so in cytopathology, this is what you get. You get a clump. If you spot Zang cells in cytopathology, you are dealing with pemphigus. So how do they appear? They are large, rounded keratinocytes with hypertrophic nucleus and a basophilic or dark blue cytoplasm. And you could also see some inflammatory cells along with. That's a classic cytopathology picture of pemphigus. And remember, in all these autoimmune, these skin diseases, mostly you will see a supraepithelial, I mean your intraepithelial split or a subepithelial split histopathologically. Okay, and you have to do a clinico-pathological correlation for diagnosis. But there are many lesions which can show subepithelial split, like your erythema multiforme, you can get the subepithelial split, pemphigoid, you can get it. So there, the most common technique which comes for final diagnosis is your immunofluorescence. Okay, what is immunofluorescence in short is you apply a fluorescent tagged antibody. So there is an antigen in the tissue. You apply an antibody which will go and interact. That's antigen. That's why it's called immuno. And because it is a fluorescent tagged antibody, when you view it under UV light, you will see a fluorescence. If that particular antigen is there and the antibody is bound, you will see a fluorescence. Based on the pattern of fluorescence obtained, you can actually give a final precise diagnosis of these skin disorders. So under immunofluorescence, pemphigus vulgaris gives a characteristic chicken wire or fish net pattern. Can you see? Classically, it is fluorescing green color only in the cell junction, in the periphery, not in the cytoplasm. So this is a classic pattern for fluorescence in pemphigus. Coming to the treatment and prognosis, since it is an autoimmune disorder, you should go for systemic corticosteroids such as prednisone or azathioprine. For oral lesions, you can apply topical steroids. And recently, they have tried rituximab, which is a monoclonal antibody against B lymphocytes. And with all these treatments, the mortality rate of pemphigus is 5 to 10%. So that finishes pemphigus for us. And we'll move on to the next lesion, pemphigoid. This is again similar to pemphigus in all aspects. This is also a chronic autoimmune blistering. You get blisters. What do I mean by mucocutaneous? Mucosa, affecting mucosa as well as the skin. Okay. The word oid literally means similar. So this condition or this pathology is similar to pemphigus. So it has been termed as pemphigoid. Okay. So there are different varieties. Mucous membrane pemphigoid, otherwise called as cicatricial pemphigoid, and bullous pemphigoid. Okay. So mucous membrane, as the name implies, affects most commonly the mucosa. Okay, the oral mucosa, your vaginal mucosa, it's more your conjunctival, your ocular mucosa. So predominantly the mucosa is affected, and it also results in scar formation. Cicatrix means scar, so that's why it's called a cicatricial pemphigoid. Your bullous pemphigoid occurs at an older age, and this is more clinically characterized by bulla formation. And this is more common in the skin compared to your mucous membrane. So you have two varieties over here. The clinical features of pemphigoid, it's a common lesion. It occurs still in older people compared to your pemphigus, and very important, I told you, the bullae over here is tense. Can you guess why? Because histopathology, when I was talking about pemphigus, the bulla in pemphigus is within the epithelium, more superficial. Whereas the bulla or the splitted pemphigoid is subepithelial, below the epithelium. So the roof of the bulla in pemphigoid is more thicker, and hence the bulla is more tense and it doesn't easily rupture in your pemphigoid. Okay, so very, very important, tense bulla. So which are the sites affected? The oral mucosa, conjunctival mucosa, your nasal, esophageal, laryngeal, and vaginal mucosa, as well as the skin. And it can also manifest in the form of, very important, it's very confusing when you get desquamative gingivitis in the oral cavity, because that is a manifestation clinically which could histopathologically be a pemphigus, pemphigoid, or a lichen planus. Okay. So ocular mucosa, what happens? There's something called as symblepharon, entropion, and trichiasis. I'll tell you what are they. So what happens? That's a tense bulla for you in pemphigoid. Ocular mucosa, what happens? There is ragged erosions and infection of the mucosa, conjunctival mucosa, where you both bulbar conjunctiva as well as palpebral conjunctiva, there is erosions, okay, and it heals with scarring. So what happens? There is adhesion between the conjunctival mucosa as well as the palpebral mucosa. So both the palpebral conjunctiva and the bulbar conjunctiva, there is focal adhesions or fusing or scarring. That's exactly called as symblepharon. Okay. And what happens as the scarring is there, there is the eyelashes start rubbing the conjunctival mucosa. That's called as entropion. Okay, that's called as entropion, and it starts getting really, then there is more, as a result, what happens? There is more keratin production as a protective mechanism, and that leads in opacification of the cornea, and finally this could end up with blindness in the patient. So the ocular lesions are very, very alarming, and it could even lead to blindness in a mucous membrane pemphigoid. Now coming to bullous pemphigoid, similar autoimmune blistering condition, same autoantibodies, resemble cicatricial pemphigoid, but the difference here is the clinical course is limited, not like your mucous membrane pemphigoid, and there are periods of remission and relapse. In pemphigoid, the antibodies bind to proteins associated with in pemphigus, the target was the desmosomes. So antibodies targeted the desmosomes, that is between the epithelial cells. Here the target is hemidesmosomes, that is between the epithelial cell at one end. The hemidesmosomes are junctions between the basal layer epithelial cells and the basement membrane. So that is the target. So here the split is below the basal layer. You understand, because the target is the hemidesmosomes. Particularly, the proteins targeted are BP180 and BP230. That is bullous pemphigoid 180 and bullous pemphigoid 230. Okay. And these are the clinical features. You see ragged erosions. Can you see in the skin? And you can see intact bulla over there. Pemphigoid, bullous pemphigoid occurs at a still older age group compared to your pemphigus, 75 to 80 years. And once the bulla ruptures, you can see ragged erosions. Bullous pemphigoid, there is no ocular involvement, and you do get periods of remission and relapse. Coming to the histopathological features of pemphigoid, excuse me, can you see now the split there in pemphigus? You saw it within the epithelium, intraepithelium. Here it is below the epithelium, so subepithelial, the split, subepithelial split. And can you see the difference in the immunofluorescence pattern? There we saw it between the cell junctions, your chicken wire or fishnet. Here you see a linear band. This is nothing but your immunoglobulins are deposited as a linear band in the basement membrane zone. So that is where the reaction, antigen antibody reaction is happening. Now, do you get the difference between pemphigus and pemphigoid? So to summarize, pemphigus target is desmosomes. Pemphigoid, the target is hemidesmosomes. Okay, so the split in pemphigus is intraepithelial or suprabasilar. The split in pemphigoid is subepithelial. And the type of bulla you get in pemphigus is flaccid, easily ruptures, whereas in pemphigoid it is tense. Immunofluorescence pattern, there you get it as a chicken wire or fishnet pattern. Here it is a linear band in the basement membrane zone. Okay. Treatment for pemphigoid, dapsone can be given for mild to moderate cases. Tetracycline or minocycline can be given. For severe cases, particularly when there is involvement of ocular mucosa, you do have to administer corticosteroids along with immunosuppressive and immunomodulators. And intravenous human immunoglobulins are also more effective for ocular lesions. So there we finish the second important lesion, your pemphigoid. Now coming to erythema multiforme. Now why I bought erythema multiforme here is, see, in pemphigus you get intraepithelial split. Pemphigoid you get subepithelial split. You get both in your erythema multiforme. So what is erythema multiforme? A blistering, ulcerative, mucocutaneous condition. Okay. Here the etiopathogenesis, the etiology can be any kind of infection like herpes simplex viral infection or by a mycoplasma pneumonia. And very important, certain drugs and medications can trigger erythema multiforme. That is your antibiotics and certain analgesics. And this is an immunologically mediated disease. So what happens? Clinical features. This particular lesion is of acute onset, and there is a set of, that is before the actual setting of the lesions, you get a set of prodromal symptoms, which is fever, malaise, headache, cough, and sore throat. Classic clinical presentation is the target lesions. Can you see? The target lesions in the hands. So that's nothing but you see concentric circular erythematous rings. This is called the central, you can see an erythematous zone. This is called the bullseye or the target lesions. Very, very characteristic of erythema multiforme. Orally, you can see erythematous, ragged erosions and ulcerations. Characteristically, when it is drug induced, you will see patients presenting with hemorrhagic crusting. This is called hemorrhagic crusting of the lips. Okay. And there are two categories of erythema. Now, still now we have seen erythema multiforme minor. Okay, there is a form called erythema multiforme major, which is called as Stevens-Johnson syndrome. This is a very severe form of EM, which is particularly drug induced. And here you see involvement of the ocular and the genital mucosa along with the skin and the oral mucosa and ocular lesions. This kind of erythema multiforme, you definitely see a very severe erosive lesions of the eyes. Even ending up with a symblepharon, which I mentioned in mucous membrane pemphigoid. That is, you see adhesions between the palpebral and the bulbar conjunctiva. That is symblepharon formation. And yes, these are the clinical features, hemorrhagic crusting. And you see the eye lesions are very severe. They start as some conjunctivitis, erosions, and can you see such severe lesions? This is Stevens-Johnson syndrome for you. And here there is another major form of erythema multiforme, that is toxic epidermal necrolysis 10. It's otherwise called Lyell's disease. This is the most severe form, even severe than your Stevens-Johnson. This is again drug induced. We have seen cases of this. Even your anti-HIV drugs, okay, antiviral therapy can induce such form of Lyell's disease. And here what happens is there is complete epithelial damage and apoptosis. This usually affects older people around 60 years and more common in females, such reaction. Can you see the extensive bulla, and can you see the extensive scalded skin, as if it is a burnt out skin, scalded skin appearance? That's classic TENS syndrome or your Lyell's disease. So what happens here in your erythema multiforme? You see subepithelial vesicle. Okay, you see more characteristically subepithelial vesicle, and the basal keratinocytes become necrotic. And very important, you see a mixed inflammatory cell infiltrate, which is located mainly around the blood vessels, perivascular location. The histopathology is not that characteristic, and it is always a diagnosis of clinical and the exclusion of other vesiculobullous disorders. So more of a clinico-pathological correlation. How do you treat it? Oral lesions can be treated with topical steroids, and you can administer severe cases, you can give this systemic corticosteroids. But what is the most important thing? Discontinuation of the drug which has caused, which is of prime importance. And in people with your Lyell's disease, like burn-like condition, you need to maintain an intravenous rehydration. Okay, and if it has been induced by I've already told you the herpes, the viral induced EM, you should treat it with antiviral drugs, acyclovir. And sometimes your intravenous pooled human immunoglobulins can help you out. And the mortality rate for Stevens-Johnson syndrome is 1 to 5%, whereas your toxic epidermal necrolysis is 25 to 30%. Okay. So with that, we are moving on to the most important essay. So we have seen one important essay of pemphigus and two short notes, your pemphigoid and your erythema multiforme. Now we move on to the oral lichen planus. Again, a very important lesion, exam point of view, as well as a dentist, you tend to encounter a lot of oral lichen planus cases in your practice. And it is also very, very important because the World Health Organization has classified this oral lichen planus as oral potentially malignant disorder. That is, a few percentage of OLP or oral lichen planus, if untreated, can lead to malignant transformation. Very, very important. So this is again a common mucocutaneous disease, which is again immunologically mediated, affecting 0.5 to 1% of the population. And the name has an interesting background. The word lichen refers to primitive plants, which basically symbiotic, that is mutually beneficial, symbiotic algae and fungi, called as tree moss. So the clinical lesions in lichen planus basically resembles this primitive plant lichen. And the term planus is given because planus is a Latin term meaning flat. So these lesions are flat, resembling the vegetations you see in lichen, the primitive plants. And this particular condition was first described by Sir Erasmus Wilson in 1869. Okay. The WHO has defined oral lichen planus as a potentially precancerous disorder representing a generalized state associated with a significantly increased risk of cancer. Now, this particular disorder, it affects the skin, mucous membrane, your nails and hair. Pathogenesis of oral lichen planus, see, it is multifactorial. Many etiology have been suggested. You have stress, food allergens, environmental allergens, genetic tendency, drugs, and systemic illness. Ultimately, because of all these, there is altered immunity, and you end up with lichen planus. The role of stress is actually controversial. There is no concrete evidence for it, but it has been suggested. Now, what is a bin? Don't worry, I'm not going to confuse you all with all these complex mechanisms. Try to understand the basic damage or the basic pathology in lichen planus is basal cell. The basal cell of the epithelium undergoes degeneration. There is damage of, so here the target cells are the basal keratinocytes. They undergo liquefaction degeneration. Okay. Why? What happens? The cytotoxic, you know, there are CD helper cells, CD4 plus, and your cytotoxic CD8 plus. So here, the characteristic damage is done by the cytotoxic CD8 plus T lymphocytes, which causes apoptosis of the basal. This is the baseline damage. Now, how it happens? The previous slide, I showed you a set of triggering factors. So it can be A, B, C, any triggering factor. Okay. The target cell takes it up. So that is the antigen over here. It can either complex it with something called MHC1, that's called as major histocompatibility complex. So it complexes, that's the mode of present. Any antigen taken by a cell, it either presents it along complexed with MHC1 or complexed with MHC2. The APC, antigen presenting cell, can take it and complex it with MHC2. So the antigen complexed with MHC1 is usually recognized by CD8 plus cytotoxic cell. Any antigen complexed with MHC2 is usually recognized by helper or CD4 plus T cell. This is basics of immunology. Okay. So here, don't confuse. Any antigen entering the tissue presented, you see the immune cells coming into play. So here the most important player is your cytotoxic T cells. What happens to cytotoxic? You could see the second diagram. This is the basal keratinocyte. Finally, that undergoes apoptosis. So this CD8 plus cell, okay, the Fas ligand will attach with the Fas receptor and induce apoptosis, or it can secrete some granzymes, or these are all mediators, your MMPs or matrix metalloproteinases or TNF alpha. All these, they react with the receptors in the target cell. Finally, all of these end up activating the caspase enzymes, which is responsible for apoptosis of the basal keratinocytes. So baseline of lichen planus, it is an autoimmune disorder. Target is the basal keratinocyte. So what happens? There is apoptosis of basal keratinocytes caused by cytotoxic CD8 plus lymphocytes. Fine. Clinical picture. Generally common in middle-aged women around 30 years. Can you see classic description of the clinical lesions? You see purple, a violaceous hue. The lesions, skin lesions have a violaceous hue, purple, pruritic. Itching is a common feature of skin lesions and they are polygonal and papules. Okay, so P, all four, you have purple, pruritic, polygonal, papules, and they have characteristic itching. This is a classic description of a skin lesion in lichen planus. These are the other properties. Basically, they are small lesions which are flat topped and angular. They tend to have a red, purple, or violaceous hue. They can either be discrete, separate lesions, or coalesce. They have some glistening scales over it. They are few millimeter in diameter. And the sites commonly involved are the flexor surfaces of the, they're not the extensor, only the flexor surfaces of the wrist, forearm, knees, thighs, and trunk. Generally, the lesions in lichen planus are bilateral, involving both sides. And classically, you have something called as Wickham striae, classic clinical feature of lichen planus, which is also seen in the oral cavity, oral manifestation. So what is Wickham striae? You see nice fine lace like, can you see these white lines over here? Fine lace like, they are actually forming a network. They are interlacing with each other. So fine lace like network of white lines, that's called as Wickham striae, classical clinical manifestation of lichen planus. And this particular pattern is called reticular pattern, which is the most common pattern in oral lichen planus. You have many variants of lichen planus based on its pattern, your reticular, hypertrophic, erosive, annular, linear, atrophic, bullous, and idiopathic. Let us see a few pictures of it. So this is a reticular, the classic, the most common network of white lace-like lines. When that network produces larger circles or rings like this, that's called annular pattern. Okay. And when you see mild atrophy with mild erythema, that's atrophic pattern. When you see generalized severe erosion or peeling off or erythematous lesions, that's erosive. And when you see the white areas are thick, somewhat resembling leukoplakia, that's called hypertrophic. And can you see? You can see bulla formation. So yes, so bullous pemphigoid, your pemphigus, pemphigoid can all be confusing with your bullous form of lichen planus. So these are all DD for oral bullae. Okay, so these are all. So keep it in mind that lichen planus, classically it is a Wickham striae, white line, but it can present in different other forms also. Coming to the histopathological features, very, very classic. This is a commonly asked question even in Viva in your practical exams. So start from top to bottom. Look at the histopathology. On top, there will be increased keratin layer. That's hyperkeratosis. And you will see thickening. Can you see some dark blue hue over here? That is thickening of the granular cell layer. Yes, and you see acanthosis refers to increase in thickness of the spinous cell layer. That's acanthosis. Okay, and you see the classic sawtooth, like the teeth in the saw. You can see the classic sawtooth appearance. That's a very important point. Sawtooth retipex. And can you see those blue dots hugging the epithelium below? That's the subepithelial band of lymphocytes. Classic diagnostic feature in the histopathology of LP, and you will see degeneration of basal cell layers. Now after, so these are all low power findings: hyperkeratosis, acanthosis, sawtooth retiridges, and subepithelial band of lymphocytes you can appreciate in low power. When you zoom and go to the high power, you can appreciate the hypergranulosis over here. And in the basal layer, which I've told you, the target cells, can you see these pink structures? They are nothing but the keratinocytes which have undergone apoptosis. Okay, that is, they present as with pink eosinophilic cytoplasm. They are the apoptotic keratinocytes called as cytoid or civate bodies. Okay, and can you see in high power these dots, these blue dots? These are the lymphocytes which are infiltrating the subepithelium. Okay, this one on the high power. Sometimes you can see a subepithelial split which is called as Max Joseph space. So characteristic features of, so it's very diagnostic. Your lichen planus, you cannot miss out. You do have a resembling lesion, that is your systemic lupus erythematosus, which is the last lesion in our presentation. And the treatment for lichen planus, you can use topical steroids such as fluocininoid, betamethasone, clobetasol. And when there is a superimposed fungal infection, you can go for antifungal therapy. And you should inform the patient that there can be remissions, and that is periods where the lesions resolve when there is rest, and suddenly it can appear exacerbation. And they have also tried out topical cyclosporins, and tacrolimus, which is a calcineurin inhibitor, can be given. And very, very important, periodic re-evaluation is important, because remember I told you it's a oral potentially malignant disorder. Okay. So that brings us to the last lesion of the presentation. So this can come as a short note, so I'm going to quickly rush it. So let's keep this on time. So systemic lupus erythematosus, SLE. There are different variants. You have CCLE, chronic cutaneous lupus erythematosus, which is otherwise called discoid lupus erythematosus. Okay, so I am restricting my presentation to SLE, systemic lupus erythematosus. And immunologically, again, all which we have seen today are immunologically mediated. This is a very serious life-threatening condition because it is a multi-system disorder. It affects the skin, it affects the joints, the kidney and serosal membranes. Okay, and in skin, it is generally collagen vascular, or it's otherwise called as connective tissue disease, and it also affects the oral cavity. So what happens here? There is abnormal function of the T lymphocytes and the B lymphocytes, predominantly genetic, and it can also be induced by environmental factors. So classic clinical features, early stages, it's very, very non-specific. And again, like your lichen planus, this is more common in women around 30 years of age. So initially the symptoms are non-specific. They get fever, weight loss, arthritis, and fatigue. But you should um, treat with caution if you spot out a malar rash. Can you see that? This is called as, but it actually, the erythema can cross the bridge of the nose like this with two big lesions in the malar zygomatic area. That's called as butterfly rash. So two lesions with a bridge-like lesion in the nose, erythema. That's called as malar rash or butterfly rash. You should have the caution of SLE in your mind. So in addition to that, people end up with kidney failure. 50% of cases end up with kidney failure due to renal involvement. Cardiac involvement is very alarming. You can see vegetations in the heart valves in these SLE patients. That's called Libman-Sachs endocarditis. Orally, in 25% of the patients, you see some lichenoid, or that is lesions resembling lichen planus. The white striae-like lesions, particularly in the palate, buccal mucosa, and gingiva. Additionally, you can see ulcers and erythema or even hyperkeratosis. You can see classic lesions in the lips, inflammation of the lips, that's called as lupus cheilitis. So these are all the clinical manifestations. If you happen to take a biopsy, most of the features will resemble lichen planus. That is, you will have hyperkeratosis, alternate thick and thin spinous layers, okay? And there will be, can you see basal cell degeneration as you see in lichen planus? You will see basal cell degeneration and you will also see subepithelial. So till here, the features resemble oral lichen planus. And remember, clinically also you get lichenoid lesions. Additionally, you should look out for renal involvement, cardiac involvement, presence of a malar rash. These are the clinical differentiating points. Histopathologically, the differentiating point is you get patchy deposits of, this is a stain, periodic acid skip, PAS stain. So that PAS positive material, there you can see patchy deposits in the basement membrane if you dealing with a case of an SLE, which you do not see in lichen planus. And most importantly, the inflammatory infiltrate in lichen planus is only subepithelial, whereas in your lupus erythematosus, it is more diffuse and deeper and around the blood vessels, that is perivascular inflammation, which is not seen in lichen planus. Now, how do you diagnose lupus erythematosus? Classic. One is immunofluorescence. Here you get granular deposit of IgG and C3 at the basement membrane zone in your SLE. And there is this deposition is called as, you get this deposition in the diseased as well as in the normal mucosa in lupus erythematosus. That's called positive lupus band test. And very, very important, such patients, 95% of patients with SLE will have positive anti-nuclear antibody. Okay, but this can come in any of the autoimmune diseases. More specific diagnosis is if the patient is positive for double-stranded DNA. That is more specific, and a particular antibody, anti-SM or anti-Smith antibody, which is a protein complexed with RNA. So if the patient ends up positivity for all this, then the diagnosis is SLE. How do you treat SLE? Mild cases, just with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Severe cases, you have to administer systemic corticosteroids along with immunosuppressants. In a less severe variant, your discoid, your chronic cutaneous lupus erythematosus discoid variant, the lesions can be treated with topical steroids. But here, very dangerous is your renal involvement and the cardiac involvement. Okay. Yes, that finishes the most important lesions from dermatology. I wish all the students the best of luck, and I hope this presentation has been useful for you guys. I know I couldn't do justice with all the lesions, but I'm sure these 5 lesions you would be able to take home a few vital points. And before I conclude, I thank each and everyone for a patient listening. And I also thank the organizers. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. Deepu George Matthew for the opportunity given. Thank you one and all. And before I conclude, I think I have a little more time for 45 minutes. So students, kindly note it down. Exam point of view, the first thing is you allot time, particular time for your essay, for your short notes. You split your time. Time management is very, very crucial to score. Everyone will write the exam. So how do you excel? Number one is time management. Okay. So if you're allotting 15 minutes or 10 minutes, when you're exceeding that 10 minutes, leave a little space, go to the next question, because you cannot afford to miss any of the question by elaborating so much on one single question. Please keep that in mind. Maybe if you have extra time, you can come back and write that answer. So keep that in mind. Number one, time management. Number two, presentation, clarity in presentation. Particularly your essay questions, I would appreciate if you can write the agenda first before you approach your question. Okay, and the agenda would definitely be any pathology lesion started with introduction or definition. Next would be classification. Next would be etiology and pathogenesis, how that etiology causes the disease. Next would be clinical features. And then you can write about radio, if it is an intra-bony lesion, any particular radiographic features, and then go to the most important part of a pathology paper, that is your histopathology. Maybe you can give differential diagnosis if any resembling lesions are there, and then you go to your treatment and prognosis. So please write the agenda for all essays, which would make the correction for the examiner pretty easy. So that is the second point. So time management, neat presentation, presentation with agenda for essays, and most importantly, use HNE, hematoxylin and eosin pencils for your histopathology diagram, which is very, very vital. Okay. So with this, I wish you all the very best for your upcoming university exams, and thanks a lot for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening session. Next speaker we have on board, Dr. Abhilasha. Dr. Abhilasha Ramasubramaniam is a professor in the Department of Oral Pathology and the Assistant Dean of Academics, Savitha Dental College and Hospitals, Chennai. She's a gold medalist from the MGR Medical University and the topper in MDS. She has also completed a PhD in oral pathology in the field of oral cancer from Savitha University. And she has more than 150 national and international publications to her credit. She is an enthusiastic teacher as well as a classical dancer. Over to you, ma'am.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Abhilasha from the Department of Oral Pathology, and I'm very happy to be giving you these exam tips on the topic of developmental disturbances of oral cavity, and I'm very thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So, developmental disturbances. So, what do we mean by the term developmental disturbances? It's nothing but disturbances or disorders which occur congenitally, that is during the development of an individual, that is mostly occurs before birth. So, we have divided developmental disorders into hard tissue and soft tissue disorders. So, in hard tissues, like we all know, we have the maxilla and mandible, palate and the teeth, and in soft tissue disorders, we will be slightly touching upon the developmental disorders of the tongue, lips and the oral mucosa. So let's start off with developmental disturbances of teeth, which is very, very important to us, be it viva, be it exams, essay or 3 marks, short notes, whatever it is. Developmental disturbances is always a favorite for all the examiners. So let's see what are the various types of developmental disturbances. So you have developmental disturbances in size, we have it in shape, number, structure, and of course the growth of the teeth. So out of this, the most important will be the structure of the teeth and also the shape, and size and number also. You should be knowing a little bit about that as well. So let's see what are the various disturbances in the shape of the teeth. So we have gemination, we have fusion, we have concrescence, dilaceration, talus cusp, dens in dente, dens evaginatus, taurodontism and supernumerary roots. So these are the various topics which we will be just seeing briefly. And in the number of teeth, we have anodontia, which is nothing but the complete absence of teeth. In that, we also have a terminology called hypodontia, which is a decrease in 0 to 6 number of teeth, and oligodontia, which is decrease or missing teeth is more than 6. And then we have the supernumerary teeth or the hyperdontia, and then we have the predeciduous dentition and the post-permanent dentition as well. And the structure of teeth, which is very, very important, is the most important. In enamel is the amelogenesis imperfecta, and then we have the environmental enamel hypoplasia, and in dentine we have the dentinogenesis imperfecta and dentine dysplasia, and apart from that we also have the regional odonto dysplasia, otherwise called the ghost teeth. So these are all the various topics which we will be dealing today. So developmental disturbances in the shape of teeth. So starting off with gemination. Gemination is nothing but the splitting of a single tooth germ into two. So which gives rise to two crowns, but most probably it will have just one root. So if you see the radiograph, we can identify. But clinically, when you want to identify and differentiate between fusion and gemination, the only way will be to count the number of teeth. So why am I saying comparing gemination and fusion is that because clinically both gemination and fusion appear the same. So how do we differentiate them is by counting the number of teeth. So when we have one tooth less, then it will be gemination, and when we have the same number of teeth, it is gemination, and when we have one tooth less, it is going to be fusion. So like I told you, fusion is nothing but the union of two separate tooth germs, whereas in case of gemination it was the splitting of a single tooth germ. Fusion is the union of two different tooth germs. So in this case only the crown may be united and the root may be non-united also. So this is an example for fusion, which almost looks like gemination. So if the contact of the two tooth germs occurs before calcification, then the two teeth will completely unite and form a single large tooth. And if it's going to be after calcification, then the crowns will be separate, only the root will be united. So this is fusion. Moving on to concrescence. So concrescence is nothing but the fusion at the cementum. So at the level of the cementum or the roots, there is fusion. So this could be mainly because of trauma or something. When there is trauma, the bone in between the teeth could be lost, and because of that, the two cementum will come in contact, and the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath will come in contact, and it will form cementum and basically cause the fusion of the two roots at the level of the cementum. So this is going to be posing a difficulty for us mainly during extraction, and also during root canal you may undergo or you may face some problem. So this is going to be the important, because we need to know about concrescence, especially when we are going to do any treatment for the patient. So dilaceration is nothing but the angulation or a sharp bend in the root, mainly the root, sometimes in the crown also. So this occurs mainly due to trauma or any cyst or tumor which may be present in the way of the root development. So when the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath grows down, when it encounters a trauma or some cyst or tumor in between, it may just take a sharp bend or a curve. So that's the reason for dilaceration. Again, dilaceration also will pose difficulty for you when you have to extract the tooth mainly, and also during your endodontic treatment. In that case, you have to really bend your curve the file and then do the treatment. So this is why you should know about dilaceration. Talon's cusp. So talon's cusp is nothing but it resembles an eagle's talon or a claw. So that is why it's called talon's cusp. So mainly we always compare oral pathology to something which we can relate to, because we really can't see everything. So we always relate it to something which we can imagine. So this is compared to a talon of an eagle. So that's why it's called the talon's cusp. It's mainly seen in the incisors, mainly the lateral incisors, and the lingual aspect. So it's basically probably an elongation of the cingulum, which you can see. So you can see clearly in this picture, lateral and central incisors, where you can see the extension which resembles the claw of an eagle. So in this, one important point which you should know is that it is associated with the syndrome called the Rubinstein-Tabby syndrome. So this is an important syndrome which you should remember for talon's cusp. To another developmental disturbance known as the dens invaginatus or the dens in dente, otherwise called the dilated composite odontome. So this results because of the invagination of your tooth germ on the surface of the tooth germ invaginates, and it happens before the calcification of the crown has occurred. So because of this, it gives an appearance, because of the invagination, it is a deep groove which is present within the tooth. So it looks like there is a tooth within a tooth. So it's a misnomer, because there's actually no tooth within a tooth, but then it gives an appearance like that. So it's called the dens invaginatus because of the invagination, and also called the dens in dente or tooth within a tooth. So this could be basically because of the increased localized external pressure for the tooth germ around, and also could be because of focal growth stimulation in certain areas of the tooth bud. So this is very common in the maxillary lateral incisors. The most common site for dents in dentae is the maxillary lateral incisors, and mostly it will be bilateral in nature. So you can see that the presence of this tooth-like structure within, that's basically because of the invagination. So there are also 3 types in this. So we have a mild form, and we have a moderate form, and we have a very severe form which extends to almost to the apex of the root. So you have a type 1, type 2 and type 3. So type 1 is confined to the crown, type 2 extends just beyond the CEJ, and type 3 is almost till the root, apex of the root. So that is your type 3. It will go closer to the pulp. Yeah, then we have also a radicular dense vaginalis, which is not very common. So we have another entity which is similar, which is called the dense evaginatus, otherwise called the Leong's premolar. So this Leong's premolar is nothing but it looks like an extra cusp or a tubercle over the bicuspid. That is, your premolar has only 2 cusps, right? So it looks like a globule of enamel is placed over the in between the 2 cusps. So this is because of the evagination or the proliferation of the tooth germ. So that's why it's called the dense evaginatus, or which looks like an extra cusp, like you can see on the in the middle of the premolar. Very important is the Leong's premolar. The term is very important, so you should remember it for dense evaginatus. So taurodontism, again a very important favorite for everybody. So taurodont is nothing but tauro means bull and dont means tooth. So we know that it's called the bull-like teeth, which was originally described by Sir Arthur Keith, and it was first described in a Neanderthal men. So that and all is like very theoretical, but yeah, it's interesting. So we have the bull-like tooth, which it's called so because the tooth is really huge. So it resembles the teeth of a bull. So it's called the bull-like tooth. So this is mainly because of the enlargement of the body and the pulp chamber. So there is the pulp chamber is so enlarged, and the bifurcation is pushed almost in case of severe cases almost till the apex of the tooth. So because of the really large tooth, the constriction is not there in the tooth. So there is no proper constriction. So it looks like a really huge tooth. That's why it's called a taurodont. So we have 3 types, namely the hypotaurodont, the mesotaurodont and the hypertaurodont. So like I told you, hypotaurodont is almost at the CEJ level, just below the CEJ, whereas the meso is almost the middle third, and the hypertaurodont almost goes to the apex of the root. So this could be because of the failure of the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath to invaginate correctly at the proper horizontal level, where the cervical loop should turn and the epithelial diaphragm should form, and then it should go down. It doesn't invaginate in the correct position, it goes down. So because of that, it has the problem of taurodontism arises. So this is associated with 2 syndromes, namely the Klinefelter syndrome and the trichodento-osseous syndrome, and also associated with the 4th type of the amelogenesis imperfecta, which is your amelogenesis imperfecta hypomaturation hypoplastic type. So that's the 4th type, type 4. So that it's also associated with that. So 3 things will be the Klinefelter syndrome, trichodento-osseous syndrome, and amelogenesis imperfecta type 4. So as you can see, the tooth is really huge, and you can see in this picture that the pulp chamber is really pushed downwards, and so is the bifurcation. And very common in the molars, and most commonly seen in the permanent teeth. So you can see the pulp chamber is extremely large, and the roots will be extremely short. So you can see the different types of the tooth teeth as well. So the cynodont is a normal teeth, and then you can see the mild, moderate, and severe variant of the the taurodontism. Moving on to supernumerary roots, which is nothing but just extra, more than involved number of roots in the cuspids and your molars. So that is also going to pose a difficulty for us during extraction. So that's why we should know about this. So ectopic enamel is nothing but, what is the meaning of ectopic? Ectopic is nothing but it is there in a position where it's not supposed to be there. It's located in an abnormal position. So you can see enamel is sitting on the cementum in this case. So that's why it's called ectopic enamel, present in a place where it's not supposed to be present. So that is called enamel pearl, because it's a nice globule of enamel which is sitting over the cementum, which resembles a pearl. And you also have a cervical enamel extension, which is nothing but the extension of the enamel itself into the root. So this is the enamel pearl, which is a nice globule of enamel in the cementum, whereas your cervical enamel extension is nothing but just an extension of the enamel towards the bifurcation from the crown itself. So moving on, there's another entity called the hypercementosis, which is nothing but the deposition of excessive cementum the periapical region. So this is very commonly seen in Paget's disease. A generalized hypercementosis is seen in Paget's disease. So that we should probably remember for an objective or a viva question. So yeah, so that is and the one more thing is you have to differentiate hypercementosis from cementoblastoma. So in case of hypercementosis, there'll be no pain, but in case of cementoblastoma, you will have pain. That is a very classical feature of cementoblastoma. So this is hypercementosis. You can see the excessive deposition of cementum. Yeah, so moving on to the most important topic of the day, that is your developmental disturbances of the structure of teeth. So what did I tell you already? So in enamel, we have two things. We have the amelogenesis imperfecta and we have the environmental enamel hypoplasia. And in dentine, we have the dentinogenesis imperfecta and the dentine dysplasia. So we should not get confused between the two. And also we have another thing called the regional odontodysplasia, which is otherwise called the ghost teeth. So this is all we're going to deal with now. So amelogenesis imperfecta. What is amelogenesis imperfecta? So the amelogenesis, which is nothing but the formation of enamel, is imperfect. It's not happening the way it is supposed to be happening the right way. So this is a hereditary problem. So that we should remember always. The hypoplasia, the hypoplastic enamel is inherited in generations. So it's not just you get it and then nobody else gets. Not like that. It could be an inherited disorder. That is very important for amelogenesis imperfecta. And the gene which is affected in this is the MLX gene, and it's an entirely ectodermal disturbance in the sense that only enamel is affected and nothing else. So that we should remember. So in this case, we have three main types of amelogenesis imperfecta, which is nothing but the hypoplastic type, the hypocalcified or the hypomineralized type, and we have the hypomaturative type. So what do I mean by the three? So hypoplastic is nothing but the disturbance of this amelogenesis imperfecta happens during the formative phase of your amelogenesis. So we know we have so many phases, and you know you have the life cycle of ameloblasts and all that. So in this, the formative phase of the enamel is affected. So what happens during the formative phase? The enamel matrix is laid down during the formative phase. So in this phase, when there is a disturbance or there is something gets affected, the matrix, the enamel matrix which is laid down is affected. It is not normal. So the thickness of the enamel will be less because the entire thickness of the enamel matrix will not be laid down. But the later stages like your calcification, maturation, all that will happen. But the matrix itself is defective. So because of that, even if the enamel is hard enough, that is calcified enough, still it will be lacking because the matrix is defective. So that is your problem with the, that's what happens with your hypoplastic type of amelogenesis imperfecta. And calcified type. So hypocalcified type is when the calcification is affected. So what happens after the matrix is laid down? The crystals will get calcified or mineralized. So at that stage, it is affected. So when that is affected, you know that the mineralization is not going to be complete. So mineralization is very important for the hardening of the tooth, the whole structure of enamel. So that is not going to be complete. It's not going to be normal. So because of that, the tooth is going to be soft, it's going to have a lot of brittleness and all that. So that is going to be your hypomineralized type or hypocalcified type of amelogenesis imperfecta. Then we have the hypomaturative type of amelogenesis imperfecta, in which the maturation stage is affected. So all of us know what is maturation stage, right? You remember the modulation, the cyclic process, the ruffled end and smooth end. In every 8 hours, it keeps changing, and during the ruffled end, all the inorganic is deposited, and the smooth end, all the organic is removed. So this whole process is going to be affected. So the whole crystallization is finished, but the maturation, in which all the inorganic matter is going into the matrix, that is affected. So because of this, the whole maturation of enamel is affected, and the immature crystals will remain. So because of that, again, the enamel is not going to be normal. It's going to be abnormal in nature. So clinical features. So for hypoplastic, like I told you, the enamel is not formed in full. The whole matrix thickness is not formed, but even though calcified, but it is going to be abnormal. It will be soft and it will have pits and all that. So hypocalcified type, the enamel is so soft that it can be removed by a prophylactic instrument. That is because it's not crystallized, right? There's no calcification at all. So it's going to be really, really soft. And hypomaturative type, even though the crystals are formed already, but still it's not fully mature. So because of that, it will easily get chipped. Even with a small explorer, it can get chipped. So this is the classification given by Whitcop and Sook. I think you can learn the classification. So let's go with hypoplastic. There are many types. You have the pitted, local, smooth, rough, and then you have the hypocalcified type in which you have the dominant and recessive, and you have the hypomaturative type in which you have the important type called the snow cap type, and also you have the two other types. That is, now it's classified as type 4, in which you have the hypoplastic, hypomaturative, hypoplastic with or without taurodontism. That is also another type. So like I told you, hypomaturative, hypoclassified, and hypoplastic and hypomaturative type, which is the 4th type. So just to touch upon a little bit of the pathogenesis, like I already told you, what happens in the amelogenesis stage. So first is your Toombs process, laying down of the enamel matrix, which is going to be affected in case of the hypoplastic type. And then you have the calcification of the crystals, which is going to get affected in the hypocalcified type, and you have the maturation, like I told you, the modulation between smooth and ruffled end, which is going to affected in your, you're going to get affected in your hypomaturative type. So you can see that the enamel is going to be really, lot of pits could be there, it could be really rough, or it could be too smooth also. So these are all the various clinical appearances of your hypoplastic type. And then you have, you can see the pitted type, and you have the smooth type and all that. And then you have this this also, in which the enamel, even though thickness is there, but it's going to even though the thickness is not there fully, it looks normal, but still it's going to be easily chipping off and all that. So then we have the hypocalcified type, in which like you can see, it's really going to just get worn away very easily. It will undergo wearing, especially in the occlusal and in the proximal aspects. Really easy wear will be there because of the hypocalcification. And then you have the hypomaturative type. In this we have, like I told you, the snow cap type and all that we have. So in this also, even though crystals are there, but it's not mature enough, so this also is going to give rise to a highly defective enamel. So again, like I told you, the clinical presentation is really variable for the various types, and it can be white to really dark brown. So it depends on the severity, or the how much of the formation of the enamel or the ameloblast and amelogenesis is affected. So enamel may be totally lost, totally chalky and cheesy in appearance, really soft, and sometimes it may be smooth. It can show vertical wrinkles, or it can show grooves, it can show pits. There are so many different variations for this amelogenesis imperfecta, and contact points are open. Why? Because the proximal aspects also, the wear is there, so mostly the tooth will not even meet, because they will just get worn away. They will just get removed like that. And you have the occlusal incisal edges also are severely abraded. Like you can see, this is a not so severe type on the right. On the left, it's a severe type. Like you can see, the tooth has almost lost its whole appearance. So this is another type, a severe form of pitted type, and this is another again hypocalcified type. And then you have the overall, like I told you, the overall shape may be normal depending on the amount of enamel present, and the amount of incisal wear or occlusal wear which has taken place. And sometimes enamel may be totally absent. That is completely, it can just go. I mean, just brushing can just remove of the enamel. So totally depends on the amount or the severity of the disease. And it has a similar radio density to dentine. That is important. You have to note this, because enamel is more radio opaque, right? I mean, it's the inorganic portion of enamel is 96, whereas in dentine it's only 70. So obviously we should make note of this. The radio density is almost similar to dentine, so which is going to be really tough, because the enamel is the outermost structure which has to be really strong, but it's not. So it's going to get worn away. And like I told you, the 3 types, depending on which type, the histological appearance will differ. So the defective matrix formation, total matrix can itself be absent. In case of hypocalcified type, matrix can be there, but the mineralized deposition, the mineral deposition will be defective. And hypomaturative type, the enamel rod and the rod sheath structures will be altered. So like I told you, the other combination type is your hypoplastic hypomaturative type. In this also, both the dentitions will be affected. So you have the hypomaturative hypoplastic, in which the hypomaturative is more severe. And in this we have the pulp chambers are really large, because it's associated with taurodontism. And you know that taurodontism has a very large pulp chamber, right? So this is good associated with taurodontism. And you have the hypoplastic hypomaturative type, in which the hypoplastic is more dominant. So in this, the enamel is thin. Why? Because the matrix is going to be really thin, hardly formed. So that is going to be, and so this is syndrome associated also, which is your trichodento-osseous syndrome, which I already mentioned in your taurodontism. So next, moving on to another important topic, which is your environmental enamel hypoplasia. Till now, what we spoke about was also a type of enamel hypoplasia, but that was inherited. It was a hereditary enamel hypoplasia, which is amelogenesis imperfecta. And this also, the enamel is defective. It could be pitted, it could be this grooves, it could be any, like I already mentioned, roughened, smooth, all that. But this is not because of inheritance, it is because of the environmental causes. So this is when the child is, in the womb of the mother. So the mother could develop various diseases which could be transmitted to the child through drug, through a fever, through infection, through anything. Or the child itself before birth, before the tooth formation is complete, could be after birth, before the tooth formation is completely complete. So it could be could have some diseases like probably a vitamin D deficiency or a hypocalcemia or something like that, which could in turn, or could be a local injury. So that could in turn affect the teeth of the individual. So it can be generalized or localized, whereas amelogenesis imperfecta is mostly generalized only. It can never be localized. But environmental enamel hypoplasia could be generalized, and also it needn't affect both the dentitions. Whereas your amelogenesis will affect both the dentitions predominantly. This could affect just one dentition also, just your permanent also. So depending on the type of the environmental damage it is going to undergo. So in this also we have the mild, moderate, and we have severe cases. So in mild cases you have just small grooves, pits, fissures. In severe cases you have deep rows of pits, really horizontal grooves and all that you'll have in severe cases. And most severe cases, again, the enamel may be completely absent also. So like I told you, very similar to amelogenesis imperfecta, but the cause is totally different and the appearance also will be different. So let's see, you have the nutritional factors. That is nothing but your like various vitamins and minerals could be really low. So in case of rickets, it's your vitamin D deficiency. So this, when it occurs at the time of tooth formation, it's really important because this really affects the ameloblasts. The ameloblasts are very sensitive cells. They get really affected by the environment, by any small damage which occurs around them. So when there is a vitamin D drop in the environment, obviously the ameloblasts are going to probably die or not do their function fully. So the enamel matrix will not be fully formed. And then you also have the maxillary central and lateral incisors and cuspids can also be affected, and also the first molars, but not the other teeth like your premolars and the second and third molars may not be affected much because they're going to be formed later. So that is going to be your clue to find that it is not an amelogenesis imperfecta. It could just be a localized factor like a vitamin D deficiency or something like that. So most cases of this will occur within the first year of birth. So moving on to the next, we have the congenital syphilis. Very important, very, very important favorite question of everybody is your Hutchinson's triad, which consists of the eighth nerve deafness, and we have the interstitial keratitis, and also our famous Hutchinson's teeth. So the Hutchinson's teeth in the anteriors is screwdriver shape, so it's called the screwdriver shaped teeth, and in the posteriors you have many forms. So you have the mulberry molars, you have the Moon's molars, and the Fournier's molars. So why mulberry molars is called so? Because it resembles the fruit mulberry. I think you would have seen its globule kind of fruit, one small fruit. So it resembles that, so it's called the mulberry molars. And Hutchinson's triad is called so because Hutchinson found it. And please remember, this is related to the congenital syphilis. And please do not tell primary, secondary, or tertiary syphilis because it's a blunder. So this particular hypoplasia is only associated with congenital syphilis because it's going to be before the birth of the child, right? That's when you get developmental disturbances. So please remember it like that. And so Hutchinson's triad, congenital syphilis, very important. So like I told you, it has a screwdriver shaped incisors, and the incisor edge is usually notched, like you can see here. And the crowns of the first molars are irregular. They form like conglomerates of globules is seen. Can you see that is your mulberry molars, the Moon's molars? Moon's molars because it resembles the moon, the craters on the moon. So that could be the reason for Moon's molars. And then hypocalcemia. Again, tetany due to the reduction of the blood levels of calcium can be there. So this leads to the pitting variety of hypoplasia of the enamel. And then due to birth injuries, so you have the neonatal line or ring, which also is considered to be a developmental disturbance. Why? Because it's the ring or the line which is present before and the prenatal and the postnatal enamel. And also You have some GI disturbances which can also cause some developmental defects and local trauma. This is also important. So you have the Turner's hypoplasia or the Turner's teeth, in which it is mostly a single tooth which is involved. It's not a generalized condition. So this could be because of the overlying deciduous tooth which has undergone either a trauma or has been affected by caries. So what happens is the underlying poor permanent tooth gets affected because of this trauma or caries of the deciduous tooth for no harm of the permanent teeth. So the caries or the periapical infection enters into the permanent tooth bud, the tooth, and that becomes hypoplastic because of the infection or the trauma which is caused to the deciduous teeth. So this is called the Turner's hypoplasia or the Turner's tooth, which is single tooth hypoplasia. Please remember, single tooth, that is important. Yeah, so the periapical infection of the deciduous tooth or a trauma could cause this. So you all know trauma means which tooth? It's the anterior, maxillary anterior. So that is very common. And then you have the premolars are very common. Why? Because it lies just above your molars. So the molars are the ones who get affected by caries most probably. So that's why your premolars are the most affected in case of Turner's hypoplasia, and of course the maxillary central incisors. So you have the yellowish brown stain or a pigmentation on the labial surface, or even a pitted hypoplasia can be there in the Turner's hypoplastic tooth. So you can see that whitish kind of hue you can see, that is and only in the single tooth, that is very important. That is your Turner's hypoplasia. And then due to any anti-neoplastic therapy for the child, so that's when the tooth is actually the permanent teeth are forming, so that also could lead to a enamel hypoplasia. And then again, we'll move on to another important topic, which is your mottled enamel or fluorosis, which was first described by G.V. Black and Frederick Mackay, and it was called the Colorado brown stain because it was first discovered in Colorado. So this is because of water supply. How sad. So this water supply, what happens is when there is increased amount of fluoride in the water, so this causes this increased amount of fluoride in the teeth. So that is going to affect the whole mechanism of your amelogenesis, because that fluoride is going to go sit along with your hydroxyapatite, and it's really going to change the whole dynamics of the formation of the teeth, and that is going to cause fluorosis. So yeah, so don't think I'm yeah, so that is good. So ingestion of fluoride. So if you want to be really, yeah, so ingestion of fluoride containing drinking water above the normal limits during the tooth formation, that is what is going to lead to fluorosis. So this severity hypoplasia again depends on the amount of fluoride which is there in the water. So the more the amount of fluoride, the more severe is going to be the fluorosis. So you would have seen patients who have very minimal fluorosis, like hardly anything, but some patients which have really bad. So that is because of the amount of fluoride which is present in the water. So like I told you, the enamel matrix is defective or deficient, and high levels of fluoride also interferes with the calcification of the matrix. So both is going to be defective. So that's why is going to lead to all these changes. So you have either questionable changes, not much, just a little bit of white flecks and spotting could be seen in the enamel. That is very minimal fluoride levels are high, but mild changes can be the opaque areas, but not, teeth will still be strong. So that is okay. Then you have the moderate and severe changes in which be really brown, high level of pitting, corrosion of the tooth surface, abrasion, all that will be there, and enamel can also fracture. That is a really severe form of fluorosis, but we should be very careful not to diagnose it as an amelogenesis imperfecta. That is very important. So we should know the difference between the clinical appearance of the two. So you have this mottled enamel in which really white teeth, and some we have a really bad brown discoloration. This is a very severe form in which you have the pitted variety of fluorosis. So moving on from fluorosis, other intrinsic stains. So fluorosis is also an intrinsic stain. What do I mean by intrinsic? It's because it's caused from within. The disturbance is within the tooth. That's when you get intrinsic. Extrinsic is when it's from outside. You have the chromogenic bacteria which can cause, you have smoking which can cause. That is your extrinsic stains. That is okay. But intrinsic is from within. So the examples for that will be your congenital erythropoietic porphyria, which is your porphyrin metabolism defect, and then you have the alkaptonuria in which you have bluish black teeth, and then you have the hyperbilirubinemia in which we have the greenish discoloration, mainly in your jaundice and all you will get, and then you also have the tetracycline stains, which is nothing but the mother ingests tetracycline when she's pregnant, so it crosses the placenta and it can cause this bluish white teeth in the children. So these are all the various examples for intrinsic stains, like you can see. Dentinogenesis imperfecta. So this maybe is not as important as amelogenesis, but yeah, we should know about this as well. So this is again another name for this is the hereditary opalescent dentine, again because of the opalescent hue or the color of the tooth. It's called the hereditary opalescent dentine. Another name is your Cap-de-Ponce teeth. So in this only the mesodermal portion of the apparatus is affected. So in case of amelogenesis, what was it? It was the ectodermal. So this is the mesodermal portion. The dentine alone is defective. But dentine is very important for us because it's going to form the shock absorber for the enamel is the dentine. So when the dentine support is not there, the enamel is obviously going to chip off. So the enamel also will go in case of this. So it's dangerous. So we have the most important gene, which is the DSPP gene, which is the dentine silophosphoprotein gene, which gives rise to two proteins, which is your DSP and the DPP, which is the dentine siloprotein and the dentine phosphoprotein. So these two genes, this gene gives rise to these two proteins, which are very, very important for dentine formation. So this is affected, is mutated. So because of that, the dentine formation is not normal. So earlier, there was a classification given by Shields in which we had an entity called the dentinogenesis imperfecta with OI, which is the osteogenesis imperfecta. Type 2 was dentinogenesis imperfecta without OI. And then we had the type 3, which is otherwise called the Maryland teeth or the shell teeth. So now we don't accept that. We've removed osteogenesis imperfecta from the classification totally. So we have only this. So we have type 1 as your hereditary opalescent dentine, which is your type 1, which is dentinogenesis imperfecta, not associated with osteogenesis imperfecta, and the type 2, which is your Brandywine teeth or the Maryland teeth or the shell teeth, which was earlier the type 3, but now it is the type 2. So earlier thing, if you don't remember also, it's fine. But in case somebody asks you Shields classification, then you may have to tell type 1, type 2, type 3. But otherwise, now what we are going to study is type 1, which is your dentinogenesis imperfecta type 1 without OI, and type 2, which is your Brandywine teeth or your Maryland teeth, otherwise called shell teeth. So you have the opalescent hue of this kind of discoloration, the brownish discoloration. That's why it's called the hereditary opalescent dentine. Again, it's called hereditary because this is also inherited. It is not something which comes de novo or because of environment. It's because of inheritance. Gene is affected. So in this also, both the dentitions could be affected equally. And you have the translucent or the opalescent hue, which is important. So you can see that hue which is there. Yeah, so the enamel may be lost again. Why? Because the dentine is not there to support it. So it can be lost at any time. And VEJ loses or does not have the usual scalloping, which is important for it to hold the enamel. And dentine is rapidly going to attrit because it's not formed fully or properly. And mainly the occlusal surface only will be affected. So like you can see, there is no teeth. So you hardly anything sticking out. Just the root is there. So very severe case of dentinogenesis imperfecta is going to look like this. So when you see something like this, you could think of a dentinogenesis imperfecta and immediately you can go for a DSPP gene testing and you will probably find the disease that it is a dentinogenesis imperfecta, which is very rare. I mean, not very common. But yeah, when you come across something like this, you can definitely do a genetic testing. So you can see that the pulp chambers are really huge and dentine is deposited, but not normal. So in type 1, the pulp chambers are obliterated because of the continuous formation of dentine. You have the obliteration of the pulp chamber in the type 1 and the root is really short or blunted or even lost. But the other structures like your cementum, alveolar bone, periodontal ligament are normal. But in case of your type 2, in this, your pulp chambers are really huge, but very thin dentine will be there. So that is your difference between the type 1 and type 2. So like I told you, type 1, complete obliteration of pulp chambers, like you can see in the leftmost picture, where hardly any pulp chamber is seen because the continuous deposition of dentine again and again, but it's not going to be really helpful because the dentine which is formed is not normal. It is going to be an abnormal dentine. Whereas in case of a type 2, you can see huge pulp chambers, but the dentine is really thin. What you can see mainly is your enamel. Dentine is very thin. The pulp chambers are really huge. That is going to be your type 2. Histological features, again, enamel is normal in appearance, but it's going to get lost eventually. And then dentine has irregular tubules. The tubule formation obviously is not normal, right? It's not going to form the S shape and really regular and all that. The tubules are also larger in diameter, not that thin, and they are lesser in number. So that strength, the whole strength of the dentine is lost. So the water content is also very high. The inorganic content is also low. compared to your dentine. It's almost compared to cementum, the micro hardness. So the cementum, you know that it's only 50-40. So the amount of micro hardness is very low. That's why the dentine is really soft and is really getting worn away very easily. The hardness of dentine is really low. So these are all the physical and chemical features of your dentinogenesis imperfecta. Histologically, when you see, you can see a lot of these osteodentine formation, and then the odontoblasts are not able to form a fully proper dentinal matrix. So they they degenerate very easily, and also the pulp chamber is obliterated because continuously they're trying to form dentine, but not normal. And in case, yeah, so that's the end of your dentinogenesis imperfecta. Treatment as such, there is no treatment for that, or you just have to do symptomatic treatment, replacement of crowns and all that. So we have the dentine dysplasia, again very important, a favorite question. Rootless teeth, everybody's going to ask you what is rootless teeth. So what is rootless teeth? Rootless teeth is dentine dysplasia. So this has two types, in which you have the radicular dysplasia and the coronal. So radicular is type 1, remember. Always when we say type 1, we'll think of crown. No, it is the root. So radicular dentine dysplasia is the type 1 and the coronal dentine dysplasia is the type 2. More common one is the radicular dentine dysplasia, in which the root is going to be really, yeah, again, this is also an inherited disease. So you have the root is going to be really short, conical, almost no root. That's why it's called rootless teeth. That's why the name rootless teeth came. So you have both the dentitions are affected even in this. The eruption may be normal, but there is no root. So obviously there's going to be extreme mobility and premature exfoliation of the teeth. And if coronal dentine dysplasia will appear normal when you see, but except for the coloration and all that, but the permanent dentition could be normal. Like it may not be affected by the dysplasia itself. Again, you can see this is the dentine dysplasia, in which the tooth looks really normal, but this could have a radicular dentine dysplasia in which it's going to fall off very soon because hardly any root will be there. So this is your coronal dentine dysplasia, in which you see the brownish hue. So these are the types or the variations. So the most severe will be your radicular, which is the most common. So that is your rootless teeth. And then you have the little bit less severe. You have a crescent shaped pulp chamber in your in your radicular dentine dysplasia, and then followed by your coronal dentine dysplasia, in which you have the thistle tube shaped pulp chamber. So that's going to be your radiographically an important feature for your coronal dentine dysplasia, in which you have a thistle tube shaped pulp chamber. You remember thistle tube in chemistry, you would have studied that tube with one blob and one tube. So that is your thistle tube shaped pulp chamber, which is a very important factor or a feature, radiographic feature for coronal dentine dysplasia. In case of radicular, like I told you, it's only a crescent shaped pulp which is remaining. Yeah, next is your radicular dentine dysplasia. Very important histological feature, lava flowing over boulders appearance. What is this? So this is nothing but your normal dentinal tubule is trying to form, but there are so many blockages, like your calcifications will be there, some denticles will be there, some abnormal tubular dentine, some osteodentine, all that will be sitting in the root, in between, because it's not able to form fully. So this dentine will try to go in between, try to form good dentine and all that, but it's not going to form. So this appearance is called the lava flowing over boulders, which is nothing but your volcanic lava, right? When it comes down from the volcano, it's going to flow in between the rocks. So that's your lava flowing over boulders. Another name is the cascading or the stream flowing between the rocks. So you've seen cascades, right? A reverse cascade where from the falls it comes and you have the rocks in between and the water flows in between. So that's going to be a cascading pattern or a stream flowing in between the rocks. So that is also another comparison for us for this lava flowing over boulders appearance. A very important feature for the histological aspect of radicular dentine dysplasia. So please remember, thistle tube is for coronal dentine dysplasia radiographic type, and your radicular dentine dysplasia histological is your lava flowing over boulders. Please remember that. Yeah, so moving on to the final topic of structure of teeth, which is your regional odontodysplasia, otherwise called ghost teeth. Again, a very important or a very favorite question of examiners is what is ghost teeth. So it's regional odontodysplasia. Please don't get confused between ghost cells and all. So you have your ghost teeth, which is your regional odontodysplasia. It appears like a ghost. Why, we will see. So this could be because of mutation, because of latent virus, it could be because of vascular defects and all that. So maxillary teeth are very commonly involved. Incisors and cuspids are also involved. Permanent teeth, your your posteriors can also be involved, and this has shown a delayed or a total failure of eruption, an irregular shape with a defective mineralization. So what happens? The pulp chamber is really large. Why? Because the enamel and dentine is really thin. Hardly any enamel and dentine is formed. The pulp chamber is really huge. So what is going to look? So pulp chamber is huge means the radio density is really low, right? For the pulp chamber, hardly, it's very radiolucent. So just one radio opaque line will be the surrounding it. So like a ghost. That's why it's called a ghost teeth, where the pulp chamber is really huge, hardly any dentine enamel, really thin radio opaque around it. That's why it's called the ghost teeth or regional odontodysplasia. Marked reduction in the amount of dentine, widening of the predentine, large amounts of interglobular dentine, and reduced amount of reduced enamel epithelium shows some calcified bodies or enamel conglomerates, which may be enameloid conglomerates, which may be seen on the enamel. Enamel-like calcifications can be seen. So this is the histological feature of your odontodysplasia or ghost teeth. So moving on, so I think I have crossed my time, but anyway, I will just touch upon a little bit of developmental disturbances of tongue, oral mucosa and lips. So tongue, again, important because we have a lot of developmental disturbances in the tongue. So we have the, let's start off with ankyloglossia, which is nothing but the tongue tie, in which the lingual frenum attachment is really anterior. So that's why the mobility of the tongue is really less. So that's tongue tie or ankyloglossia, important. And then you have the central papillary atrophy or the median rhomboid glossitis, which is also important because the median rhomboid glossitis was earlier thought to be non-fusion of your lingual spellings and tuberculum impar was the earlier theory. But now it is only because of Candida. So it's only because of candidiasis that this central papillary atrophy with a rhomboid shaped atrophy in the middle of the tongue is there. So this is a candidal infection. So what happens is this infection is there on the tongue only, but or in rest, when you see the tongue keeps touching the palate, right, when you're at rest. So it goes and touches the palate all the time and it causes a lesion on the palate as well. So this is called kissing lesion on the palate. So that is important. And then you have the scrotal tongue or the fissured tongue, which is associated with an important syndrome called the Mercanson-Rosenthal syndrome, which could also be asked. So that is nothing but a triad of Bell's palsy, scrotal tongue or fissured tongue, and your cheilitis granulomatosa. So that is your another important could be a question in your developmental disturbance of tongue. And then macroglossia, again large tongue associated with Beckwith-Weinman syndrome or your Down syndrome. That also could be asked. In acromegaly also you can have a macroglossia, and microglossia is also there. Glossia very rare. And then in tongue, I think tongue is that much. Okay. And oral mucosa, very important is two things. You have the Hex disease or the multifocal epithelial hyperplasia. So you have the focal epithelial hyperplasia, otherwise called the Hex disease. That is also could be an important question, in which you have something called a mitosoid cell, which resembles a mitotic cell. So it's called a mitosoid. Oid means resembles. So it resembles a mitotic cell. So it's called a mitosoid cell, which is seen in Hex disease or focal epithelial hyperplasia, which is a developmental disturbance of oral mucosa. So this is a viral, it could be virally induced also. So yeah, so that is another thing. And then you have the Fordyce's granules. So Fordyce's granules is nothing but yellowish granular spots seen in the buccal mucosa predominantly, which is nothing but ectopic sebaceous glands. Again, I told you what is ectopic. Ectopic is nothing but it's present in a place where it's not supposed to be present, abnormal location. So in oral mucosa, we don't have sebaceous glands, right? So when it's present like this in an abnormal location, you call it the ectopic sebaceous glands, which is present in the which is called Fordyce spots or Fordyce granules. Lips, you have double lip, which is associated with Asher's syndrome, and then you have Vanderwood syndrome, which is associated with lip pits and cleft lip and palate. So that also could be a question which is asked in lips. And in oral mucosa, you could also be maybe talking about lips. Yeah, you could also be talking about Apeuts-Jaeger syndrome, which is nothing but which is very important for intestinal polyposis will be there, and a perioral pigmentation will be there in case of Peutz-Jeghers syndrome. There are so many syndromes, I mean, and then supernumerary teeth. Another important syndrome is your Gardner syndrome, in which you have supernumerary teeth, and also you have multiple osteomas, you have multiple polyposis, all that also. But supernumerary teeth is important for Gardner syndrome. And then you have a lot of craniosynostosis syndromes, which I think they would have dealt in bone, so I'm not touching upon that. And then you have a Parry-Romberg syndrome, which is nothing but the hemifacial atrophy, which has a coupe de sabre, a cleft on the face, which is Parry-Romberg syndrome or hemifacial atrophy. That also could be asked. Then I think that's it pretty much. I think I have told you what all I could remember. So I hope these exam tips is useful for you all, and I hope you do really well in your exams in developmental disturbances and also in other chapters. So I really thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to teach, which I'm always happy to do. So thank you everyone. Thank you dear students, and all the best to you all. I hope you, sorry, I just forgot. So I had this small quiz, so I'll just run through it very fast. So we have what is commonly known as shell teeth. I hope you're answering. So it is your dentinogenesis imperfecta type 2, otherwise called shell teeth, and ghost teeth in radiographs. Again, I hope you're telling regional odontodysplasia. Supernumerary teeth present between the maxillary central incisors. This I didn't tell you, but I think you know it is mesiodens. So I hope you know this. And then, yeah, bull's teeth, I already told. I hope you are all saying taurodontism. And then bent root, again, where you see a sharp bend or angulation of the root, which is, can you tell me? Yeah, dilaceration. And then you have the type 1 dentine dysplasia, otherwise called radicular dentine dysplasia, otherwise rootless teeth. What do you see histologically? I hope you all are saying lava flowing over boulders appearance. And then supernumerary tooth distal to the third molar, distomolar. I think you all know. Rootless teeth, again dentine dysplasia. And then you have, this is a paramolar. I hope you're all seeing paramolar. And then this resembling what an eagle's talon, so talon cusp. And then here you can see hypercementosis actually. Can you tell me the disease in which you see generalized hypercementosis? Ill-fitting dentures, ill-fitting hats, all that. So that's your Paget's disease. And then in this, yeah, the most important chapter, most important topic of this, fully destroyed or almost destroyed enamel, amelogenesis imperfecta. Thank you all for the opportunity. Again, all the best to all of you. I hope this presentation was useful. I think it's too long. I hope it's okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. That was an exotic session by you. We have a small question for you. Suppose, ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Suppose if they ask a question on amelogenesis imperfecta, we know that it is a vast topic. How do we concise the answer and write it as per a 10-mark question?
Okay, so I think we can start off with the types of amelogenesis imperfecta. Maybe one classification would do all the types, like type 1 and all the types, the subtypes, and type 2 and type 3 and type 4. And then before that, they can also touch upon the hypoplastic, hypomineralized, and hypocalcified, that hypermaturated type. And then they can talk about the pathogenesis just briefly as to how or why it is called hypoplastic, why it is called hypomineralized, and why it's called and then the clinical features, just 2 lines. So this is going to be the first part, mainly the pitted, and then type 2 will be mainly the discoloration, and type 3 will be both the maturation will be lost, and so basically they can touch upon all that as well. And then maybe very briefly about the treatment. But all the headings should be there. So, and the types are important, and the corresponding clinical features are important.
Yeah, and most of the time, the students will get confused between environmental enamel hyperplasia and amelogenesis imperfecta. So what do you think, and how should they attempt the question when exactly, like, how will you differentiate and attempt the question?
So depends, if they ask for hereditary, then they should write about amelogenes imperfecta. If it's going to be environmental, they should actually, they should not get confused, which usually happens. Even for structure and shape, it happens. We will ask development disciplines of structure, and people will end up writing shape, gemination, fusion, the whole thing. So that also students should be really careful in not confusing the structure and shape, and also between this environmental and hereditary enamel hyperplasia. So I hope they don't get confused.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really
Thank you.
nice of you. Yeah, we'll move on to the next speaker for today, Dr. Archana Mugundan. She has completed a BDS from Farooqiya Dental College and Hospital, Mysore in 2000 and a MDS from Oxford Dental College and Hospital, Bangalore in 2006. She has been academician since 2006 and started out as a senior lecturer at Sardar Patel Dental College, Lucknow, and presently working as a professor at Royal Dental College, Chalisheri. She has to her credit a wide range of publications spanning in both international and national journals. And Dr. Archana has presented scientific papers and posters in various conferences and bagged awards for the same. To add to their accolade, she has been awarded the first prize in recognizing for guiding the student to receive the COPS Shastra Puraskaram for the best research proposal. Her topic of presentation today will be on epithelial pathology. We welcome you, ma'am, for this session.
A very good morning to one and all. I sincerely thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to speak on this event. My topic for today is about epithelial pathology. It is basically a very vast topic, and covering every bit of it will be impossible. So I'll try to highlight on the important exam-oriented ones. Just give me a minute. Okay. So I am Dr. Archana Mukunda, working as a professor in the Department of Oral Pathology and Microbiology, Royal Dental College, Kerala. With salutations to my teachers, I begin my today's lecture. I will be covering leukoplakia in detail under pre-malignant lesion, OSMF under pre-malignant conditions, and oral squamous cell carcinoma under epithelial malignancy. This is a preview of what exactly happens when there is loss of normal cell control. A cell undergoing normal division will be allowed to pass through the cell cycle, but when a cell undergoes damage, it is withdrawn from the cell cycle and an opportunity is given for it to repair. If it repairs, it can enter back into the cell cycle and continue normally, but if it doesn't happen, it is removed by the programmed cell death known as apoptosis. This is the main important event of malignancy. When a damaged cell will undergo or continue in the cell cycle undergoing mutations, it results in uncontrolled proliferation of cells. This is the main concept of malignancy, uncontrolled proliferation of cell even after withdrawal of the stimulus. So benign growth usually comprises of cells which look almost normal, almost or equal to each other. The expansion is in all directions. It never undergoes invasion, and there is always a capsule that is present. In contrast, in malignancies, the cells, as you can see, are of different sizes and shapes. They are capable of undergoing expansion along with infiltration into deeper structures, as you can see over here. Plus, there will be absence of capsule. This is the histopathological preview of what happens. A normal cell undergoing malignancy, proliferating, the same concept that I told you, infiltrating into deeper tissues. And in between these two phases, a window period of pre-malignancy. A cancer may arise from a normal cell, or cancer may arise through an intermediate phase of pre-malignancy. So with this concept in mind, let's enter into the pre-malignant lesions. First, starting with the definition. Usually when a main essay, this is a main essay oriented question. So whenever a main essay is being asked, definition is an important integral part of it. So it's a morphologically altered tissue in which cancer is more likely to occur than its apparently normal counterpart. This definition was given by WHO in 1978. The examples of pre-malignant lesions are leukoplakia, erythroplakia, and nicotina palatini. Similarly, pre-malignant conditions, it is a generalized state associated with a significantly increased risk of cancer. This was again given by WHO in the year 1978. We have a variety of pre-malignant conditions present, like OSMF, cytopenic dysphagia, erosive type of oral lichen planus, syphilitic glossitis, that is lutic glossitis, discoid lupus erythematosus, xeroderma pigmentosum, epidermolysis bullosa, and actinic keratosis. With more and more understanding, as we saw, pre-malignant lesions and conditions were purely based on the clinical appearance of the lesions. With more and more insight into lesions and more advancement of technologies, today we are able to progress in our definitions, and a new class, WHO felt like a new class of entity can be introduced, which is a mixture of both clinical and pathological highlights. So a new concept of oral potentially malignant disorders was introduced by WHO. So as per WHO in 2020, the latest, a heterogeneous group of clinically defined conditions associated with a variable risk of progression to oral squamous cell carcinoma. It mostly produces clinically visible lesions. The first important lesion, main important oriented exam question, leukoplakia. When we try to split this word, it's a Greek word, which means, leuko means white, plakia is a patch. So basically a white patch is called as leukoplakia. Schrimmer in 1987 first used the term leukoplakia for white lesions present on the tongue. Leukoplakia is basically a diagnosis of exclusion. We call it as a negative diagnosis. If I'm unable to put leukoplakia under any other existing category, then I would call it as a leukoplakia. So by definition, by WHO, it is a white patch of plaque that cannot be characterized clinically or pathologically as any other disease. This was the foremost of the definition, which is followed till date. Later, it was modified into a whitish patch of plaque that cannot be characterized clinically and pathologically as any other disease and is not associated with any other physical or chemical causative agent except for the use of tobacco. So the importance of tobacco playing a role in leukoplakia was established by WHO in 1984 or integrated in the definition. Etiology. Variety of etiologies have been associated: tobacco, alcohol, chronic irritation, candidiasis, galvanism, vitamin deficiency, syphilis, xerostomia, idiopathic, and viruses such as human papilloma virus and Epstein-Barr virus. Tobacco, the main association, which is an integral part of the definition, it is the most dangerous one as it contains polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and nitrosamines, which are carcinogenic agent. They are capable of integrating inside the DNA, damaging it, preventing the repair, persisting the damage, and miscoding, which ultimately leads to malignancy. In pathogenesis, genetic alterations in the form of amplifications, insertions, deletions, DNA alterations in LOH, aneuploidy, p53 mutation, telomerase activity. All this results in histological alterations in the form of hyperkeratosis, hyperplasia, and or dysplasia. This results in clinical alterations that we see in the form of change in color, thickness, and texture of the lesions. It represents changes in the mucosa as a result of irritation, chemical, which can be chemical, mechanical, or galvanic, or due to damage caused by noxious stimuli, which results in tissue adaptation. Leukoplakic lesions appear white because of an increase in the abnormal keratin thickness, which is around 10 to 20 micron meter. And when this abnormal keratin wets itself in the saliva, it changes the refractive index of the keratin. Thus, the lesions appear white. Epidemiology. Oral leukoplakia is the most common pre-malignant lesion. Around 85% of the cases are leukoplakia. Incidence and prevalence, it is prevalent in 0.2% to 11%. Global prevalence is 0.65%, whereas Indian prevalence is almost double. We can keep it around 5.22%. This is associated with an malignant transformation rate. Males are more commonly affected than females, as its use was associated with tobacco, changing in lifestyle and consumption of tobacco in female population as well. Today, we may say that the gender is almost the same. Both males and females are affected. Usually, people around about 40 years of age are affected with these lesions. Leukoplakic lesion can appear in different sizes, different shapes, different locations in the oral cavity and appear in clinical presentation. Leukoplakia can occur in any site of the oral cavity, the commonest site being buccal mucosa, followed by alveolar mucosa, floor of the mouth, tongue, lips, and then the palate. Clinical stage, by sharp, lesion can be non-palpable, faintly translucent white area. In the second stage, it can be localized or diffuse, elevated plaques, irregular outline plaque, opaque white, fine granular texture. Third one is thickened white lesions with indurations, fissuring, and ulcerations. So as we can see over here, this would be stage 1, typical translucent lesion. Okay, plaque, elevatedness in stage 2. Stage 3, fissuring and ulceration. Classification of homogeneous leukoplakia. Leukoplakia can be broadly classified into homogeneous leukoplakia, which is leukoplakia simplex, or non-homogeneous leukoplakia. Non-homogeneous leukoplakia examples are erythroleukoplakia, that is red and white areas present together. It is also known as erosive leukoplakia. Nodular leukoplakia or speckled one, ulcerated, verrucous. Apart from that, other presentations of leukoplakia are hairy leukoplakia, candidal leukoplakia, ebbing-type pattern when it is seen in the floor of the mouth, and idiopathic leukoplakia. Homogeneous, when a lesion appears homogeneously or uniformly the same all throughout, it is called as homogeneous leukoplakia. They are uniform white patch lesions with smooth or corrugated surface. Sometimes they may be slightly raised or elevated. Usually, plaque-like lesions are commonly seen. They are smooth. They may be wrinkled. They may be crisscrossed by small cracks or fissure. The malignant transformation rate ranges from 1% to 7%. So on an average of around 4%. So you can see over here, all these are examples. These first two are the examples of homogeneous leukoplakia. The second two are the examples of non-homogeneous leukoplakia. As you can see over here, it is intermixed with red areas and speckled pattern. Non-homogeneous, when among the red areas, when we start seeing areas of redness or ulceration, verrucous proliferation or granular texture to the lesion, nodular lesions, speckled lesions. So depending upon its variation, we get to see the malignant transformation rate, which is different for different leukoplakias. For granular pattern, it may be 4 to 15%. For erythroleukoplakia, it is 28%. Proliferative verrucous leukoplakia, it's up to 40 to 50%. A white patch with red areas, a thick plaque-like lesion, fissuring and ulceration. Again, ulceration among the red areas. This is the ebbing-type pattern that I was talking about in the floor of the mouth. We can see that white areas are intermixed with ulcerated areas. Van der Waal et al. In 2000 gave a staging classification for leukoplakia. It is basically comprised of size and pathology. L represents the size of the lesion and P stands for pathology. L1 is when lesion is less than 2 centimeters. 2 to 4 centimeters is L2. More than 4 centimeters is L3. We call it as LX when the size is not specified. When dysplasia is not specified, it is PX. When there is no epithelial dysplasia, it is P0. When there is distinct epithelial dysplasia, it is P1. So combining this put together, there is a staging system where stage 1 stands for L1 and P0. L1 less than 2 centimeters without any dysplasia. Stage 2, L2 2 to 4 centimeter with P0. Stage 3, L1 and P1 present of distinct epithelial dysplasia, but the size of the lesion is lesser, and present of distinct then the size is 2 to 4 centimeter. Stage 3 comprises when the lesion is more than 4 centimeter in size but absence of pathology, epithelial dysplasia. Stage 4, L3 and E1. Leukoplakia is basically a clinical term, hence histopathological assessment is always done in terms of epithelial dysplasia. The diagnosis of epithelial dysplasia is comprised of about the status of the epithelium, whether epithelium is hyperplastic or not, whether it is ulcerated, whether it is hyperplastic, whether there is presence or absence of dysplasia, whether there is surface hyperkeratosis, and if there is presence or absence of Candida albicans. Diagnosis is purely based upon history and clinical findings. Diagnostic methods may be helpful to select the area for histopathological assessment if the lesions are big in size. The first one is toluidine blue staining, Lugol's iodine staining. As you can see, the areas which have uptaken the stain are the areas which are representative for biopsy to be taken. Visilight, when a light is being applied onto the epithelium, the concept is normal light is absorbed and it appears dark against the background, whereas abnormal tissue reflects the light back, hence they appear white, as it can be seen over here under the exposure to visilight. Mycological culture will indicate the presence or absence of the Candida albicans either by exfoliative cytology or under histopathology, the level in which the Candida albicans can be present. Cytopathology is definitely helpful, but it is not a replacement to the biopsy. Presence of normal and abnormal cells in the layers might be helpful. Biopsy for homogeneous leukoplakia, usually we prefer an excisional biopsy, and an incisional biopsy for non-homogeneous leukoplakia, that to the representative areas would be better, such as red areas, indurated areas, areas which take up the vital staining such as toluidine and Lugol stain. Histological features. Normal epithelium converting itself into hyperkeratosis, hyperkeratotic lesions becoming dysplastic, and dysplastic becoming carcinoma in situ, which ultimately undergoes invasive carcinoma. The first two stages, normal epithelium to hyperkeratosis is interchangeable. Hyperkeratosis to dysplasia is again interchangeable, provided there is withdrawal of the stimulus, noxious stimulus that is initiating it. Histopathological examination should be done first of all to exclude any other definable lesion. Just now I said homogeneous leukoplakia should be excised with excisional biopsy. Why do we have to do when it is going to, when the malignant transformation rate is less and it appears so innocuous? The first and foremost thing is most of these squamous cell carcinomas may present just as a leukoplakic patch. So as leukoplakia is a diagnosis of exclusion, we would want to exclude that lesion. So any other definable lesion. To establish the degree of epithelial dysplasia, if it is present. It is not necessary that every case of leukoplakia should be exhibiting dysplasia, but if it is present, then we'll have to tell about the degree of the dysplasia. It may be hazardous to just observe a white lesion without having taken a biopsy. Just like I told you, if I see a white patch, I wait for 3 weeks, see if it progresses to ulceration, becomes squamous cell carcinoma, then call it a squamous cell carcinoma. We cannot adopt that policy. Hence, biopsy has to be taken. Histopathological assessment is always and always in terms of epithelial dysplasia. The dysplastic features are made up of more than 12 to 13 features comprising of loss of polarity of basal cells, basilar hyperplasia, increased nuclear cytoplasmic ratio, drop-shaped retroridges, irregular or loss of stratification, increased number of mitotic figures in or presence of abnormal mitotic figures, presence of mitotic figures in the superficial layer of the epithelium, cellular nucleomorphism, nuclear hyperchromatism, enlarged nucleoli, reduction of cellular cohesion, and keratinization of single cells, that is individual cell keratinization, or group of cells in the prickle cell layer, in the lower layers. Okay. This plastic features can also be subcategorized. The same features that I mentioned now can be categorized as features which are seen in an architecture level and that which is seen in the cytological level, a cellular level. Okay, architecture, definitely loss of stratification or irregular epithelial stratification, loss of polarity of basal cell hyperplasia, culminating in drop-shaped red ridges, increase in the number of mitotic figures, abnormal mitotic figures seen in the superficial layer of the epithelium, premature keratinization in single cells, that is dyskeratosis, and keratin pearls within red ridges, individual cells or group of cells. Cytological or cellular changes, dysplastic features occurring in cellular level is anisonucleosis, variation in the nuclear size, nuclear pleomorphism, abnormal variation in the size and shape of the nucleus and size and shape of the cell, cellular pleomorphism, anisocytosis, which is abnormal variation in the cell size, increased nuclear cytoplasmic ratio, atypical mitotic figures, increased number and size of nucleoli, that is the hyperchromatism. Treatment. Leukoplakia can be treated with surgical and non-surgical modalities. Surgical, conventional surgery, the traditional one followed, but nowadays advanced techniques which result in lesser bleeding and better healing time have been opted: electrocauterization, laser ablation, and cryosurgery. Non-surgical, first is cessation of the habit, and most of the lesions usually revert back to normal. Supplementation of beta carotene, lycopenes, vitamin A, C, and E, and cytotoxic antibiotic bleomycin. Nowadays, photodynamic therapy also offers good solutions. Prognosis. Recurrence of oral leukoplakia after surgical treatment has been reported in 10 to 35% of the cases. Cessation of habit can revert the lesion to normal, as I just mentioned. Malignant transformation rate, though the range is 1 to 7%, average is 4%, and this differs to homogeneous leukoplakia and non-homogeneous leukoplakia that I've already mentioned. When lesions occur in sites such as floor of the mouth and the ventral surface of the tongue, it's always very dangerous. It needs to be dealt with a lot of care. Usually, early conversion to oral squamous cell carcinoma has been noted. Other aggravating factors are age, increased or advanced age, duration, site, presence of intermixed areas such as red and speckled areas, absence of any recognizable etiology, presence of dysplasia, and candidal infections. Absence of etiology, that is absence of tobacco or any other identifiable lesion, is always associated with a very poor prognosis. Candidal infection, seeing Candida albicans closer to the level of stratum spinosum or prickle cell layer. So candidal organisms are capable of producing nitrosamines, which is a known carcinogenic agent, and their presence in the lower levels, such as stratum spinosum, it makes it very easy for it to reach the proliferative compartment, that is the basal cell, causing the damage, which can be continued in the replicative cycle. Leukoplakia is known to show a high transformation risk when it is seen in women, when it is seen for a longer duration of time, when it's seen in non-smokers, when it is located in the floor of the mouth and the tongue, seen in patients with previous history of previous treatment to head and neck cancer, similarly family history, non-homogeneous leukoplakias, when there is presence of Candida albicans, when it shows more features of epithelial dysplasia, and molecular level when we can see DNA aneuploidy. One version of leukoplakia known as proliferative verrucous leukoplakia, which has been a recent introduction, I would want to add a note on it because it is the most advanced, most high rate of malignant transformation. A very rare form of oral leukoplakia, which was first described in as early as 1985 by Hansen et al. It is a disease of aggressive biological behavior, high probability of recurrence, high rate of malignant transformation, up to 42, 50% to 100%. Long-term progressive condition, observed more frequently in women, usually above the age of 60 years at the age or at the time of diagnosis. It usually starts as a conventional white patch, Eventually, it becomes elevated, becomes thicker, and may convert to papillary in nature also. That is why we call it with the name of verrucous in nature. It can also become a single lesion, starts becoming multifocal, and there is progressive deterioration. There is a progression, clinical progression in the lesions. At this stage, the lesion is usually confused as verrucous carcinoma. This makes treatment more and more difficult. Etiology is unclear. It is not always associated with the use of tobacco. So, absence of etiology, absence of role of tobacco, always progression is faster and prognosis is poor. Diagnosis and management is usually late and poor. Females are more affected than males in the ratio of 4:1. As I mentioned, age is always above 60 years. Initially white plaque of hyperkeratosis that eventually becomes multifocal, or it may be confluent with the other existing lesions. Exophatic and proliferative features can be seen. Lesion is slow growing, but it will always be persistent. It is irreversible and resistant to all forms of treatment and has a very high recurrence rate as well as a high rate of malignant transformation. Throughout its development, it is common to find erythematous or verrucous areas that may eventually progress to verrucous carcinoma or squamous cell carcinoma. Major criteria for diagnosis of PVL are lesions in more than 2 different oral sites, such as gingiva, alveolar process, and palate, presence of verrucous areas, the very reason why we call it as PVL, spread of the lesion, recurrence as previously treated area, histopathology if it is showing simple epithelial hyperkeratosis or signs of verrucous hyperplasia, verrucous carcinoma, or squamous cell carcinoma. Minor criteria, oral leukoplakia occupying at least 3 centimeters. In total, it can be a single lesion or 2 to 3 lesions put together. If they are more than 3 centimeters, then it is one important thing. Females, non-smokers, disease evolution, chronicity of more than 5 years. So, either 3 major criteria or 2 major and 2 minor criteria will be diagnostic of PVL. A large lesion with elevated surface. As we can see, there is progression of the lesion, redness, it's multifocal as well. See, many areas have been affected. So this is how a normal epithelium would appear. B stands for basal layer, prickle cell layer, granular cell layer, and the corneal layer on the top. So, and this is the epithelial cells showing nice desmosome, nuclear cytoplasmic ratio of 1:4, nucleoli prominent inside them. So this is the normalcy that you just saw. So leukoplakia is a clinical diagnosis. Histopathologically, it is represented in the terms of dysplasia. So dysplasia is of 3 grades. Grade 1 is mild dysplasia, grade 2 is moderate dysplasia, and grade 3 is severe dysplasia. And there is also an entity of carcinoma in situ. So we describe these 3 grades based on the presence or absence of dysplastic features in the thirds. If we can divide the epithelium into 3 imaginary halves, lower 1/3, middle 2/3, and upper 1/3. Okay, so if the dysplastic features are limited to the lower 1/3, it is called as mild dysplasia or grade 1. If the middle 1/3 and the basal 1/3 is involved, then it becomes grade 2. If all the 3/3 of the epithelium is involved, then it is grade 3. Okay, or severe dysplasia. If the whole thickness of the epithelium from top to bottom, along with the horizontal and vertically, whole thickness, if it is involved, then it is called as carcinoma in situ. Severe dysplasia seen throughout the thickness of the epithelium, top to bottom changes. All cellular and morphological changes characteristic of malignancy, but there is absence of detectable invasion. This is an example of carcinoma in situ. Literally all dysplastic features are present involving the whole thickness of the epithelium, but absence of invasion. All precancerous lesions do not progress to cancer. Similarly, all cancers do not have to originate from a pre-existing lesion or condition. This is a take-home message. Continuing with my lecture, the next one is pre-malignant condition, under which I'm going to describe OSMF in detail. Again, a quick brush up. WHO defined a pre-malignant condition as a generalized state associated with a significantly increased risk of cancer. Examples, as I've already mentioned, 6 types. The name, though OSMF was described as an entity in the late 1950s onwards, after Pinbock came to India to conduct a series of experiments on people who had the habit of chewing tobacco and gutka, like police constables, like rickshaw fellows. But we do see the mentioning of lesions of pre-malignant condition, OSMF, termed as Vidari, as way back in 600 BC by our very renowned Indian physician Shushrota. But in all literature purposes, Schwartz in 1952 first described this in modern literature and coined the term as Atropica idiopathica mucosae oris to describe oral fibrosing disease that was noted in Indian origin women from Kenya. Joshi first coined the term oral submucous fibrosis in 1953. The definition of OSMF, which is ideal till date, given by Pindborg, my very favorite, which gives the complete description of the OSMF. It is defined as insidious chronic disease affecting any part of the oral cavity and sometimes the pharynx, occasionally preceded by and or associated with vesicle formation and always associated with juxtaepithelial inflammatory reaction, followed by a fibroelastic change of the lamina propria with epithelial atrophy, leading to stiffness of the oral mucosa and causing trismus and inability to eat. So here is the complete picture of OSMF for you. It's going to be a chronic lesion. That means you chew a packet of gutka today, you will not develop in a week or a month. That's the whole idea. It takes years together for the lesions to develop. It can affect any part of the oral cavity and sometimes the pharynx. Usually preceded or associated with vesicle formation. Patient will give you a history of vesicle formation, or he may say that there is frequent ulceration. So vesicles rupture and leave behind ulceration. So both go hand in hand, and it is always associated with juxtaepithelial inflammatory reaction. That is the whole lesion, whole reason for these changes to occur, resulting in fibroelastic change of the lamina propria. Because of increased fibrous deposit, vasculature reduces, so there is epithelial atrophy that we see. This gives rise to leading to stiffness of the oral cavity, trismus, and inability to eat. WHO defined the OSMF as slowly progressive disease in which fibrous bands form in the oral mucosa, ultimately leading to severe restriction of movement of the mouth, including the tongue. So can you see over here, any scar in the body will be usually represented with thick fiber bundles which have this glistening whitish or creamish kind of an effect. So here we see one. Epidemiology, it is a disease seen in usually in the southeast population people, particularly in Indian origin. Ethnic basis, basically the Asians are involved. In India, we get to see it in different parts of India, like 1.52% in Ernakulam, Bhavnagar, and Srikakulam. Females are more commonly affected than males. Middle age, it's commonly seen, usually affects the buccal mucosa, retromolar area, lip, that is the rima oris, and ultimately in the end stage is the tongue. Diseases, the exact etiology of OSMF was unknown and it is thought to be multifactorial, but proposed things such as genetic, immunological factors such as HLA-DR3, autoimmunity, and a very emerging concept, carcinogens, especially the areca nut and the with or without the tobacco in it, nutritional deficiencies such as iron deficiency anemia, folic acid, and vitamin B12 deficiency, infectious agents such as candida and the viruses. Chilies for a long time was considered to be the prime etiological agent, but what goes against this concept is Mexicans are considered to consume chilies far more than us, but we do not see lesions of OSMF in this particular population. Plus, when there is a inability to tolerate hot and spicy food, patient wouldn't continue to consume on chili. So there should be some kind of a regression that is not being seen. But allergic phenomena to the chilies, capsaicin, a protein present in this chilies, can be considered as an allergic agent, which is giving rise to these manifestations. Currently, the most accepted concept is the use of the areca nut. Areca nut is basically the endosperm of the Areca catechu tree. It is either consumed raw or as scented supari, mawa, mainpuri tobacco, pan masala, or along with the betel quid with or without tobacco. So once the use of tobacco gets added, it becomes a worse condition. So this is the endosperm. This is the betel leaves. This is the slake lime. What is it about the areca nut? Areca nut basically is made up of alkaloids, tannins, and other substances such as fat, carbohydrate, proteins, and minerals. Alkaloids, which are the main etiological agents, the components are arecolin, arecidin, guanine, isoguanine. They stimulate the fibroblasts to increase the collagen synthesis by up to 170%. Tannins, that is the galactonic acid and D-catechol, the alkaloid prevent the degradation of formed collagen by increasing the cross-linkage of formed collagen. First of all, you have increased deposition of collagen. This collagen is made into cross-linking, just like hairs are plaited, it is being plotted. So it becomes a thick bundle and it cannot be resorbed or removed. So what if there is excessive deposition? Removal can always bring about a reduction of this unwanted deposit, but even that fails. So increased deposition, reduced reduction ultimately results in excessive collagen deposition. As I just mentioned, there is increase in the collagen production, decrease in the collagen degradation, ultimately results to formation of insoluble collagen, increased collagen. This gives rise to fibrosis, and that results in oral submucous fibrosis. Increased collagen, that is the insoluble form associated with increased cross-linking of this insoluble collagen, gives rise to juxtaepithelial hyalinization. This juxtaepithelial hyalinization around the vessels brings about vasoobliteration, narrowal of the blood vessels. This diminishes the blood supply to the structures, especially the epithelium. So epithelium undergoes atrophy. Oral mucosa, there is increased susceptibility due to deficiency of iron and vitamin B12. This, when there is associated betel quid habit, results in a chronic irritation onto the mucosa, which results in chronic inflammation. This brings about activated T cells and macrophages to the site of this inflammation, which in turn produces interleukins and cytokines. Interleukin-6, tumor necrosis factor, transforming growth factor beta. This gives rise to epithelial atrophy, which manifests as stiffness of the oral mucosa, inability to open mouth or trismus, burning sensation on eating spicy food. Areca nut chewing also results in increased amount of muscle contracture. This results in overactive muscles that gives rise to glycogen depletion inside the muscles. So the muscles undergo fatigue. They therefore are predisposed to degeneration. This is again a reason for fibrosis and scarring of muscles. Clinical features. The onset is insidious, 2 to 5 years, more commonly in females, in the age group of 20 to 40 years. But we do get to see cases as early as 16 years and all that, especially in workers who have this constant habit of chewing this gutta. Early OSMF, usually seen as burning sensation of the oral mucosa, which is aggravated by hot and spicy food. Formation of vesicles, especially in the palatal area, is predominant. Ulceration or recurrent if you cannot identify a common a present vesicle, you will definitely see an ulceration which would represent the vesicle was present, and recurrent stomatitis, excessive salivation or xerostomia, defective gustatory sensation, melanin pigmentation or depigmentation. Advanced OSMF usually results in blanched and opaque oral mucosa, giving rise to marble-like appearance. Stiffening of the oral mucosa, trismus and dysphagia is noted. The fiber bundles formed are palpable in a vertical direction. Bimanual palpation yields to the presence of vertical fiber bundles that can be palpated around the buccal mucosa, if possible in the soft palate area. And in the tongue, it is seen as circular band, rima oris. And on the tongue, lips, circular bands are seen, as I mentioned. Palate, bands radiate from the pterygomandibular raphe area till the anterior fascial pillars. Penbog in 1989 gave 3 stages of presentation of OSMF. In stage 1, stomatitis, erythematous mucosa, vesicle, ulcers, and petechiae are seen. In stage 2, there is fibrosis and healing of vesicles and ulcers, blanching of the palpable bands, mottled marble-like appearance of the oral mucosa. Stage 3, it's a sequelae of OSMF, leukoplakia, speech and hearing deficit is noted. Based on interincisal distance, group 1 lesions, when the interincisal distance is more than 35 centimeters, when it is between 30 to 35 millimeters, it is group 2. Sorry, this is millimeters. I said centimeters. I'm sorry. When the size is between 20 to 30 millimeters, it is group 3. And when the size is less than 20 millimeters, this is group 4. Based on the variation of the soft palate, type 1 gives rise to leaf-shaped 1. Rat tail shaped is seen in type 2, butt shaped in type 3, straight line in type 4, deformed S shaped in type 5, and crook shaped in type 6. This I have already finished. See the blanching or the marble-like appearance of the labial mucosa. This is the rima oris where we see circular bundles. This is the palatal lesion starting from the pterygomandibular area running towards the anterior fascial pillar. See here. This one. Fascial pillars become thick and short. There is strangulation of the tonsils that is seen. Uvula may appear shrunken and bud-like. Tongue is stiff and devoid of papilla. Protrusion is basically markedly impaired. Ask the patient to protrude their tongue, they will be unable to do that. Gingiva becomes fibrotic, depigmented with loss of stippling. Floor of the mouth gives rise to a blanched and leathery appearance. Deafness, there is stenosis of the eustachian tube. Hence, there can be pain and hearing deficit. Clinical grading of OSMF, grade 1, only blanching of the oral mucosa without any symptoms. Grade 2, burning sensation, dryness of the mouth, and vesicles or ulcer formations. Grade 3, when features of grade 2 are present associated with restriction of mouth opening, it becomes grade 3. Grade 4, features of grade 3 along with palpable fibrotic bands all over the mouth, but there is no involvement of tongue. When there is involvement of tongue, it becomes stage 5. Stage 6, when we see features of OSMF with histologically proven oral cancer. Microscopically, in grade 1, epithelium shows hyperkeratosis, intracellular edema, little basal cell hyperplasia, and ritter ridges are seen. In grade 2, epithelium undergoing atrophy, less prominent ritter ridges are seen. Connective tissue shows thickened collagen bundles, less cellularity, fibrous blood vessels with moderate hyalinization. Grade 3, there is marked epithelial atrophy, absence of ritter ridges, connective tissue abundant hyalinization, cellularity absent in the connective tissue. So it's basically a fibrous tissue. Changes can be marked as early, very early, moderately advanced, and advanced lesions, severe hyalinization and homogenization of the collagen bundles. First, juxtaepithelially, that which progresses into deeper connective tissue layer, it can reach up to the level of muscles. Reduction in the number of fibroblasts occurs in later stages. As the quantity of fiber bundle increases, cellularity automatically decreases. Narrowing off and obliteration of the blood vessel is noted. Chronic inflammatory cell infiltrate is seen ultrastructurally. Type 1 kind of collagen is deposited in more amounts when compared to type 3 collagen. This is the atrophic epithelium, flat interface with the connective tissue. There is no retroridges. What I mean is there is no retroridges. Look at the connective tissue, dense fibrous bundles that are present, and you will be able to appreciate a lot of inflammatory cells over here. Epithelium, melanin pigmentation poric. Look at the juxtaepithelial hyalinization here and a flat interface of the epithelium. This is a H&E picture of the epithelium, and this is the special stain von Giesen meant for collagen, highlighting the collagen fibers. So look at this epithelium with shortened edges, hyalinization, inflammatory response. You can see that the muscle fibers are getting degenerated. Look at here. The fiber bundles are going down deep up to the level of the muscle layer with muscle degeneration. Same thing, same section when it is stained with Van Giesen, which is meant for collagen fibers. See, the whole thing from the level of the epithelium, juxtaepithelially till downwards, is taken up in this color, and they represent the type 1 collagen. So you can imagine the amount of collagen bundles present. Pre-malignant transformation rate seen in OSMF is 7.6%. Epithelial dysplasia is seen usually in around 10 to 15% of the cases. OSMF cases are likely to result 19 times more likelier to develop squamous cell carcinoma versus in a patient without OSMF. So you can imagine the importance of it. OSMF does not regress with cessation of the habit. Current concepts. Few points when you add about advancements, you always get a better marks for your answering. Just write that mast cells usually produces interleukin-1 and tryptase, which in turn increases type 1 collagen, leading to fibrosis. Lysyl oxidase, it is an enzyme secreted by fibroblasts, which helps in cross-linking of the collagen fibers, making them into insoluble fibers. Serum copper in aragonite stimulates fibronogenesis, again leading to increased collagen synthesis and thereby fibrosis. Serum iron level results in epithelial atrophy. Treatment, variety of modalities are available. Surgery is usually the least considered option. Intralesional injections of corticosteroids or hyaluronidase has been shown to have good results. Nowadays, it's been replaced with human placental extract, that's Placentrax, because they have antifibrinolytic and anti-inflammatory property that heals and prevents the damage to the mucosal tissues. Intralesional injections of gamma interferons, they also have known to alter the collagen synthesis, thereby reducing the fibrosis and improving the other clinical features. Lycopenes, a carotenoid found in colored vegetables and fruits. It's a very potent antioxidant, and thus it offers carcinogenic properties. Active oxygen species and free radical species, which occurs in the carcinomatous change, leads to mutation and neoplasia. Lycopene has a very high affinity and quenches the singlet oxygen. So the reactive oxygen species will be nullified by the lycopenes. So as I mentioned, they suppress inflammation, reduces burning sensation, and inhibit fibrinogenesis. So it's a good alternative for treatment. Aloe vera, it is a known oxidant and recently been employed in the treatment of OSMF. Aloe vera is it's a magic medicine which works very well on variety of body surfaces. It's relatively safe and can be applied topically, easily available, economical, non-invasive, and efficacious in the treatment of OSMF. Further studies, more and more studies are conducted in order to prove the efficacy of aloe vera. As I said, surgical option is usually the last or preferably should be avoided because surgical splitting and excision of fiber bands irrespectively again heals with more quality of fibrosis only. So we are actually aggravating the condition. Opening mouth exercises, just like muscle exercises are available, even mouth gags are available, which can provide. Simplest is an ice cream stick, which can be placed between the teeth, between in the occlusal surface, and ask the patient to chew it for 25 times or 50 times at very regular intervals. That could be a very good mouth exercise. Now, continuing with the last part, that is the epithelial malignancy, oral squamous cell carcinoma. A normal cell having ample amount of cytoplasm. Nucleus usually occupies only one part of it. Nucleoli is 1 or 2. But same thing in cancerous cell, there is alteration in the size and the shape of the cell. Nucleus tends to occupy a larger portion of the cytoplasm. It could be 1:2 or up to 1:1 also. And chromatin is open thread and nucleolus are very, very prominent. Lot of a cell, when it undergoes an initiating event, needs to have progressive events in order to convert it into a malignancy, which has the property to metastasize. The basic, most important difference between benign and malignant is infiltration, invasion, and metastasis to different parts of the body. Hallmarks of cancer: self-sufficiency in growth signals, insensitivity to growth inhibitory signals. Ultimately, these two events give rise to an immortal cell, uncontrolled, unproliferated proliferation of cells with immortality. They evade apoptosis by their own defense mechanism, uncontrolled proliferative potential, overcoming all cellular senescence and mitotic catastrophes, development of their own sustained angiogenesis to furnish all the abnormal extra proliferated cells. Regulatory genes, proto-oncogenes promote cell growth. Cell-inhibiting and cancer suppressor genes are known as anti-oncogenes. Genes that regulate programmed cell death are known as apoptotic genes. Genes that repair damaged DNA are regulatory genes. I will be dealing oral squamous cell carcinoma under these headings: introduction, epidemiology, etiology, manifestation, TNM staging, and grading. Definition: as per Pindborg et al. In 1997, squamous cell carcinoma is a malignant epithelial neoplasm which exhibits squamous differentiation as characterized by the formation of keratin and or presence of intercellular bridges. Squamous cell carcinoma is also known as epidermoid carcinoma. Sustaining proliferative signaling, as I just mentioned, hallmarks of malignancy: evading growth suppressor, activating invasion metastasis, attaining immortality, inducing their own angiogenesis, resisting cell death. That is the hallmark features of a malignancy. Epidemiology: oral squamous cell carcinoma is the 6th most common cancer in the world. 10% of these cases occur in India because of the predominant use of tobacco. Most common malignant neoplasm of the oral cavity. Evidence of squamous cell carcinoma varies in different parts of the world. And this variation is basically based on the facts such as habits, lifestyle, environmental disturbances. In India, oral squamous cell carcinoma ranks first among men and third among females. Incidence more in developing countries than in developed countries. Etiology: tobacco, arecanut, alcohol, viruses, chronic irritation, candidal infection, poor oral hygiene, UV radiation, high exposure to radiation, family history, previous history, and immunosuppression. Most of the things I have dealt already under leukoplakia. The dangerous thing about tobacco, it can be used in smoke form or smokeless form, both of which are equally dangerous. The smoke form of tobacco contains carbon monoxide, thiocyanates, hydrogen peroxide, hydrogen cyanide, nicotine. Addictive agent is nicotine here, and the carcinogenic agents seen in tobacco products are nitrosamine nitrins, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, nitrosoproline, polonium. All these are capable of integrating themselves into the host DNA, damaging it. Tobacco smoke, which contains mutagens and carcinogens, gives rise to DNA damage. or mutation or changes in DNA methylation. This can ultimately give rise to 13 types of cancers involving the oral cavity, pharynx, larynx, esophagus, stomach, colon, rectum, liver, pancreas, larynx, so on, so on, so on. The immunomodulatory toxins, the carcinogenic toxins, and those which are required for addiction, everything is present inside the tobacco. So polycyclic hydrocarbons, nitrosamines, nickel, cadmium, chromium, arsenic, all these are very detrimental to the epithelium. Smokeless tobaccos is usually used in two forms, in the form of snuff or chewing tobacco. Carcinoma occurs at site of placement. Snuff, basically, it is the smokeless form of tobacco, which is either inhaled or made it into a paste and placed inside the vestibule, usually the labial vestibule or the buccal vestibule, sometimes the lingual vestibule as well. Chewing tobacco, usually they chew and they try to keep it in the buccal vestibule for a prolonged duration of time. Tobacco form which is chewed are gutka, pan, mawa, mainpuri, tobacco, kaini, zarda, all that. Tobacco applied onto the gums and teeth are mishri, gudaku, bajar, toothpastes. So some of the ads that you get to see. Alcohol dehydrates the oral mucosa and enhances the permeability of the oral mucosa. Oral mucosa offers the first line of defense as a barrier effect, which will be lost in dehydration. Alcohol dehydrogenase 3 converts ethanol to acetaldehyde, which helps in damaging the DNA. Risk is dependent on time and dose, and risk is high when it is used along with smoking. Radiation, UV radiation or other forms of ionizing radiation. Exposure to radiation causes mutation of P53 gene, a regulatory protein, mutation of telomerase gene resulting in delayed apoptosis. Phenols, they are associated with an increased risk of oral cancer and nasopharyngeal carcinomas, especially for people, workers who are exposed to industrial production of chemicals such as phenoxyacetic acid. Viruses, human papilloma virus 16 and 18, called as high-risk viruses 31 and 33, viral agents capable of integrating into the host gene or genetic material. The oncogenic virus immortalizes the host cell, facilitating malignant transformation, and E7 and E8 protein degrades P53 and retinoblastoma gene, the protective genes. So this results in carcinoma of larynx, esophagus, uterine, cervix, vulva, and penis. Sepsis, syphilis associated with development of dorsal tongue carcinomas. The arsenic, usually much before the advent of penicillins, syphilitic lesions were treated with heavy metals such as arsenic. So arsenic by itself is it's a carcinogenic agent. But after the advent of penicillins, the rate of syphilis has dropped back. But nowadays, again, the sexually transmitted lesions such as syphilis is on a very high rate. Candida infection. Certain strains of Candida produce nitrosamines that have been implicated in carcinogenesis. This I had mentioned it under leukoplakia as well. Immunosuppression. In immunosuppression, there is decrease in the immunosurveillance of malignant cells. Hence, they may go undetected and manage to survive in the circulation or in the cell cycle, and they continue to proliferate and give rise to same mutated quality of cells. Persons with AIDS and those undergoing immunosuppressive therapy for malignancy or for organ transplantation will be equally susceptible. Nutritional deficiency, iron deficiency anemia is essential for the normal functioning of the cells and the upper aerodigestive tract. Epithelial cell turnover is more rapidly and produces atrophic mucosa, results in impaired cell-mediated immunity. Mucosa is susceptible to malignant transformation. The siderophilic dysphagia, the associated with iron deficiency anemia, it's a very, very classic example. Vitamin A deficiency, reduced levels of retinoic acids and beta carotene, produces excessive keratinization of the skin and the mucous membrane. This leads to dysplasia, and vitamin A plays a protective role in oral cancer. So deficiency of vitamin A automatically increases the risk of malignancy. Clinical features: oral squamous cell carcinoma is noted in elderly population. Patients are usually aware of a change in their oral mucosa for up to 4 to 8 months, but they refuse to seek help at early stages. That is where we come into picture. We need to create awareness in order to prevent these lesions. Minimal pain is seen during the early growth phase. The lesion can present itself as an exophytic lesion in the form of fungating papillary or vericiform kind of lesions, endophytic in the form of invasive, burrowing, or ulcerated lesion, a white patch, leukoplakia. Remember, I told you lot of oral squamous cell carcinoma present as a simple white patch, red patch, or white and red patch, that is erythroleukoplakic patch. A simple white patch with areas of ulcerations, a red patch, okay, a mixture of red and white patch in the palatal area, an ulcerated area in the lip, lower lip. Color of the exophytic lesions may vary from normal to red to white, depending upon what is present. Induration on palpation, a classic feature of malignancies. Endophytic growth is characterized by a depressed, irregularly shaped, ulcerated or rolled out borders. Rolled borders results from invasion of the tumor downward and laterally under adjacent epithelium. Destruction of the underlying bone may result in a moth-eaten appearance, which can be appreciated under radiology, which shows radiolucency with ragged arches. Most common site is the tongue, that is the posterior and the lateral portions, followed by ventral surface. Floor of the mouth, buccal mucosa, alveolar mucosa, gingiva, labial mucosa, hard palate are the other sites in which squamous cell carcinoma can occur. Differential diagnosis: it should be differentiated from deep fungal infections, ulcerated lesions, especially on the tongue, from that of tuberculous lesions. Again, tongue lesions from tertiary syphilitic lesions, chronic traumatic ulcers. The most common one, that is the carcinoma of the tongue. As I already mentioned, lesions are seen in the posterior part of the lateral border or the ventral surface of the tongue. They present themselves as ulcers. They always present themselves as ulcers, and they are indurated masses. Usually seen in younger age group people. Lesions on the posterior portion of the tongue have a higher grade of malignancy. Metastasis, usually seen to ipsilateral, bilateral, and contralateral nodes. Ipsilateral to the same side, bilateral to both sides, contralateral to the opposite side. Carcinoma of the floor of the mouth arises from a pre-existing leukoplakia or erythroplakia. Remember, floor of the mouth is a very, very important site where there can be faster progression to malignancy. Anterior portion of the floor of the mouth, as you can see in this diagram, the lesions are usually, the ulcers are usually indurated and usually present on one of the side of the midline. Limited movement of the tongue is noted, along with slurring of the speech. Early extension into the lingual mucosa of the mandible as well as the mandible proper can be noted. It extends into submandibular and sublingual glands. Imagine how many structures it has got access to invade. That is why it is a dangerous site, high risk site. Metastasis to submandibular group of lymph nodes is seen. Carcinoma of the lip. Usually lesions of lower lip presenting with squamous cell carcinoma is much, much commoner than an upper lip lesion. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet radiation from sunlight is thought to be the etiological agent. May arise at a site where cigarette or pipe stem is held by the patient chronically. Chronic trauma from jagged teeth could also be an important reason. 90% of the lesions occur on the lower lip. Slower growth rate is seen. Late metastasis is seen to ipsilateral group of submental group of lymph nodes. That is, there is a lesion on the right side of the lip. The right submental group of lymph nodes will be affected. Prognosis is poor for lesions of the upper lip. Carcinoma of buccal mucosa develops at the site where a person has habitually carried a quid of chewing tobacco. So it is related to habit placement. Lesions develop along or inferior to the line opposite to the plane of occlusion, a very important thing. Lesion is painful and ulcerative. Metastasis takes place usually to submandibular group of lymph nodes. It is aggressive and is associated with a high rate of recurrence. Carcinoma of gingiva usually mimics benign inflammatory lesion, least affected with tobacco. Mandibular gingiva is most commonly involved. Attached gingiva is frequently the affected site. It may invade, if it is maxillary area, maxillary gingiva, then automatically the involvement of maxillary sinus, palate, and tonsillar pillar can be seen. Lesions of mandibular gingiva extend into the floor of the mouth and the cheek area. Metastasis to submandibular and cervical group of lymph nodes. So there is, we can appreciate bone loss and tooth mobility because the gingiva is present very close to the roots of the teeth and the gingiva. Carcinoma of the alveolar bone, usually a painless lesion, common in the posterior part of the mandible. This is a maxillary lesion, but usually they are more common for the mandibular region. It mimics a benign or a reactive lesion. Okay, so when lesion is present in the maxilla, it may involve and perforate into the maxillary sinus or involve the hard palate. Carcinoma of palate usually manifests itself as a poorly defined, ulcerated, painful lesion seen on one side of the midline. See here, you can see. It is on one side of the midline. Tumors of the salivary gland origin are usually not ulcerated. Carcinoma of maxillary sinus, it's an uncommon entity associated weakly with tobacco and human papilloma viruses. Most commonly seen in elderly men. Clinical features, it is asymptomatic or mimics sinusitis conditions. Chronic unilateral pain, swelling, stuffiness, or ulceration of the hard palate and alveolar bone is commonly seen in this lesion. The tumor grows and fills up the entire sinus area, and the pressure exerted may mimic a toothache from this particular area. Nasal obstruction, extension, hemorrhage, and perforation are commonly associated. As you can see over here, involvement of the maxillary sinus, not a gross one. A CT scan demonstrating the extent of the tumor. Can you see here? It has literally perforated the orbit, the sinus, the nose area as well, and gone down. Okay. Superior extension causes displacement and protrusion of the eyeballs. Metastasis to submandibular group of lymph nodes or cervical group of lymph nodes is seen. Radiograph, when hard tissue involvement is there, might be helpful. So this radiograph may show you the moth-eaten appearance and involvement of the bone, the extent of involvement of the bone, destruction of the lamina dura, cloudy presence or absence of cloudy sinuses. But again, CT scans and MRIs are the ones which will show the exact extent of the tumor so that planning of the treatment can be done successfully. Metastasis, it occurs via the lymphatic channels, usually to the ipsilateral cervical group of lymph nodes. See the group of lymph nodes, submental and submandibular, superior jugulodigastric, mid-jugular, inferior jugular. Okay, then central pretracheal or paratracheal, that is the Delphian group of lymph nodes. Then group 7 is mediastinal, anterior mediastinal 1. Okay. So lymph nodes with metastatic deposit usually become enlarged. They are firm in consistency. They are non-tender and stony hard. So these are the clues that a lymph node may be involved. There may be fixity of the lymph nodes to the surrounding structures, representing that there is infiltration into the tissue. Lower lip, squamous cell carcinomas are metastasized to submental group of lymph nodes, posterior portion of the mouth, superior jugular and digastric group of lymph nodes, oropharyngeal carcinomas from jugulodigastric or retropharyngeal nodes. Distant metastasis is common. Most common sites are lung, liver, and bones. Histopathologically, it is characterized by invasive islands and cords of malignant epithelial cells. So whenever we deal with malignancies, we try to look for two important things in the malignancy. First thing is the malignant cell. How much is it resembling its parent tissue of origin structurally and functionally? For example, this is a squamous cell carcinoma. So the malignant cells, are they looking like squamous cell? That is a large cell with 1:4 ratio, 1:6 ratio, whether there is ample cytoplasm that is present, size and shape of the cells appear normal. All these things we take into consideration. And function. So is the squamous cell still functioning by producing keratin? It could be an individual cell keratinization or a keratin pearl formation or group of cells undergoing keratinization. Irrespective, that is considered to be a feature. Okay, so histopathologically, the oral squamous cell carcinomas are classified into 3 grades based on the resemblance of the tumor cells to the parent tissue and their function, that is the production of the product. Lesions are graded in 3-point scale. Grade 1, also known as low grade or well-differentiated squamous cell carcinoma. Tumor closely resembles its tissue of origin. That is, all the malignant cells will be looking like squamous cells. Plus, there is production of keratin. Hence, there is formation of keratin pearls. So, growth is at a slower pace and metastasis usually at a very, very later stage. Grades 2, moderately differentiated. Resemblance to squamous epithelium is less pronounced and it grows at a faster rate. Okay. In grade 3, the cells neither resemble the squamous cell structurally nor functionally. That is, the size that the cell may be looking like a round cell or a spindle-shaped cell, but not like a squamous cell. Plus, it will not be showing any traces of keratin formation. Okay, with little or no keratin production, enlarges rapidly and metastasizes very early. Look at the squamous cell carcinoma. Invasion. This is the invasion when you have well-differentiated tumors, when they are attached to each other by their desmosomes. When they try to go away, they go in big chunks like this. So see, individual islands, individual cell keratinization, keratin pearl formation. Islands of epithelial cells with keratin pearl formation. The epithelial cell had to mature, go upwards and form keratin, but here the cells have infiltrated, so they do the same function of producing keratin in between the epithelial cells itself. This is moderately differentiated. You can see the sheets of malignant cells. Look at this, hypochromatic cell, a mitotic cell. Okay, so this is the poorly differentiated one. This is a blood vessel. See how close they are. Many a times we'll be lucky enough to see an infiltration. This is trying. Okay, so once it enters into the blood channel, spread is even more rapid. Look at this, so much of pleomorphism, hyperchromatism. Okay, all that is, see, mitotic figures. See? So you have to have an open eye about that. A very important component of oral squamous cell carcinoma is TNM staging. That is, the tumor size and extent of the metastatic spread are the best indicators of prognosis. So these 3 parameters are quantified as TNM staging procedure, which is the most popular one, as it gives a moderate access to the prognosis expected. Here, T stands for the size of the tumor, N stands for the presence or absence of metastasis inside the local lymph nodes, presence or absence of involvement of the lymph nodes. M stands for presence or absence of distant metastasis. TX, when there is no available information of the primary tumor. TO, when there is no evidence of primary tumor. TIS, only carcinoma in situ. T1, tumor less than 2 centimeter in greatest diameter. T2, when the tumor is 2 to 4 centimeter in its greatest diameter. T3 when the tumor is greater than 4 centimeter in its greatest diameter, and T4 when the massive tumor is greater than 4 centimeter in diameter and it involves adjacent structures such as antrum, pterygoid muscles, and the base of the tongue. NX when nodal status cannot be assessed, NO when there are no clinically positive nodes, N1 single clinically positive homolateral nodes less than 3 centimeter in diameter. N2 is a single or a group of lymph nodes which collectively are 3 to 6 centimeters in diameter. If they are present, if there is a single clinically positive homolateral node, 3 to 6 centimeter in diameter on only one side, ipsilateral, it is N2A. Okay, multiple positive homolateral nodes not more than 6 centimeters in diameter. N2B on both the sides, and N3C is the same thing on the opposite or contralateral side. N3, when the N3A is clinically positive homolateral group of lymph nodes, one or more than 6 centimeter in diameter, either one node or all the enlarged nodes put together if they are more than 6 centimeters in diameter. N3B is bilaterally presence of positive nodes. N3C is contralateral clinically positive nodes. MSC, again, T and N is something that we can do based with our naked eye and clinical examination. But metastasis is something that I cannot see it with my naked eye and say, yes, the deposit is in the lung or in the bone. For that, we would require certain investigative procedures. So radiology is accepted. That is CT scan, X-rays, those are allowed. So MX stands for distant metastasis could not be assessed. MO, there was no evidence of distant metastasis. M1 is there is presence of distant metastasis. So when we try to combine all this together, look at this. T1 stages, T1, N0, M0, the survival rate is up to 85% over a period of 5 years, which is very, very good. Stage 2, T2, N0, M0, the survival rate is more than 50%, 66%. So that is again a very good survival rate. Stage 3, when N0, M0 and T3 is present, or T1, N1, M0, T2, N1, M0, T3, N1, M0. Around less than 50% of the chances, around 40 to 45% of survival chances for over a period of 5 years. Stage 4, it can be any T, but any N, okay? But if there is presence of M, okay, M1, then it is a direct stage 4. It can be T1, it can be N0, but if there is M1, then it is a direct stage 4. There can be N0, there can be M0, but if the T4, T is T4, then it is again a stage 4, okay? Variants of squamous cell carcinoma: spindle cell carcinoma, adenoid squamous cell carcinoma, basaloid squamous cell carcinoma, adenosquamous carcinoma. Treatment and prognosis, usually treated with surgery. We can opt for the regular radical neck dissection or selective neck dissection areas. Now with advanced microscopes, technologies, and cryosurgery happening side to side, so this is not an unlikely event. Radiotherapy and chemotherapy. I come from the Kuhas University, Kerala University of Health Sciences, Kuhas. So in the past 5-year question paper, usually we advise our students to refer the past 5-year question papers to have an idea about how the questions are asked and how many parts they are divided into, so that they will be able to answer. So as you can see over here, we have two schemes, 2010 and 2016 schemes. So literally in every year, there has been a question that has been asked. One main essay was TNN staging of carcinoma, discuss in detail about different grades of oral squamous cell carcinoma. And in short notes, there was discuss clinical features and histology of OSMF. There was a small answer on oral epithelial dysplasia. TNM classification was asked as a short answer, short essay. So the main essay was define pre-malignant lesion and condition and discuss in detail, give examples and discuss in details the clinical and the histopathological features of leukoplakia, add a note on its malignant potential. The define same thing, define OSMF, idiopathogenesis, clinical, histological, all that. Pre-malignant lesion and condition, again, with a note on oral OSMF. Enumerate lesions of oral cavity, describe in detail about leukoplakia, pre-malignant condition, lesion, submucous fibrosis again, carcinoma in situ, and leukoplakia lesions again. So I once again thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. And this is my department in Royal Dental College. And from all of us, all the very best for your examination.
Thank you, ma'am. That was an elaborative lecture on epithelial pathology. We go on to the next speaker for today, Dr. R. Reddy. Ma'am is a vice principal and professor and head of the Department of Oral Pathology at Azizia Dental College. She has completed both her BDS and MDS from GDC Trivandrum and her postgraduate diploma in bioethics from the Center for Ethics, Enapaya University, Mangalore. She has UG and PG teaching experience of 24 and 12 years respectively, and has a total of more than 35 national and international publications. She has been the PG and PhD guide at Kuhas Thrissur. She has also held various important positions in office, from being the women representative of Kollam branch IDA in 2015 to the president-elect of KSOMB from 2023 to 2025. Ma'am has also been on the review and editorial board of reputed journals. To add another feather to her cap, she has been the recipient of the Best Teacher Award from the Kerala University of Health Science, Thrissur in 2021. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. Topic of the day is exam tips in forensic odontology. Objectives for the class includes definition, scope of forensic odontology, sex ethnic differences in tooth morphology, age estimation methods, sex determination methods, dental DNA, bite marks, Rougay pattern, lip prints, dental importance of poisons, forensic toxicology. As per the university written examination is concerned, the forensic odontology will be asked in the section of brief notes, usually 2 questions, each carrying 3 marks. And this is a compilation of the questions asked for over the last 10 years. My today's class will be restricted on these topics, discussion on these topics. Let us see what is forensic odontology, the introduction. Forensic, the term, is derived from the Latin word forensis, means pertaining to the forum. In ancient Rome, forum was a public square where trials and debates were held and consequently served as court of law. Forensic odontology is defined as a branch of dentistry which, in the interest of justice, deals with proper handling and examination of the dental evidence and proper evaluation and presentation of the dental findings. Scope of forensic odontologies include identifying the unknown remains like mass disasters, identifying the ethnic group, population, determining the sex, age estimation in the dead and living, bite mark, having a role in crime investigation, presenting evidence in the court as expert witness. Dental identity defined by Acharya et al. As total of all characteristics of the teeth and their associated structure considered together provide a unique totality. The techniques of identification include comparative dental identification, reconstructive dental identification, DNA profiling. Comparative dental identification, when a clue exists, then You make an antemortem as well as the postmortem records and compare and reach to a conclusion. Reconstructive dental identification, you don't have any clue to the identity. Then building a postmortem profile for the reconstructive identification, the descendant's ethnic or population origin, sex, age determination. DNA profiling is done when there is no record available for comparison. Antemortem postmortem record. This is one of the questions which has been asked. And what is this? It includes 4 steps. First, you have the oral autopsy, that examination of the dead individual, oral examination of the dead individuals, putting up the postmortem dental record. Then you get to obtain the dental records of the deceased individual and compile your antemortem data. Compare the antemortem and postmortem dental data, writing a report and drawing and conclusion. See, examining the oral tissue, the teeth, look whether the teeth are intact, their caries, deceased, restored, recorded. All these details have been recorded in the dental odontogram. And also examine the soft tissues, the hard tissues, look for any fractures, any foreign bodies, and obtain some of the hard and soft tissues for further investigation. All this information are recorded in this postmortem odontogram. This is the antemortem odontogram. It is yellow in color, and all the dental records which has been obtained, all the information is recorded in this odontogram. You're obtaining this information either from the dentist or the hospital records. Can be dental charts, radiographs, scars, photographs. All this useful information is being transcribed onto the antemortem odontogram. Compare the 2 odontogram, look for the various tooth morphology, associated bone structure, pathology, dental restoration, and collect the sufficient information to establish the identity. You are drawing a conclusion by comparing the data. That is, if the data matches, then it is positive identification. If there is lack of quality postmortem antemortem information, you cannot confirm, then it is probable identification. If there is some agreement but it is insufficient, we call it as possible identification. When both antemortem postmortem data are inconsistent, it excludes identification. Where this available data is insufficient to draw a conclusion, we put it as insufficient information. So with that, we conclude the antemortem postmortem data. Now, the dental DNA. There is a lack or absence of the records, especially in the case of when you, for example, you take the air crash disasters. You have a burned bodies. Like teeth will always resist the extreme conditions. They survive. Even if all the other things are lost, the teeth can survive, and they are the excellent source of DNA. You can retrieve this DNA and you can amplify this DNA using PCR. Only minute quantity of DNA is enough that can be amplified by PCR, that polymerase chain reaction. And you are using this DNA to compare it with a biological antemortem sample. What are these biological antemortem sample? That is hair from the comb, epithelial cells from the toothbrush. From these sources, you extract the DNA. That is the biological antemortem sample. And you compare with the DNA you extracted from the burned bodies, whatever it is. Okay. And if suppose this antemortem biological sample is not there, then you have to compare it with the parents or siblings DNA. Now, next question will be the palatal rugae pattern in forensic odontology, or it can be asked as palatal rugoscopy. Sometimes only the classification of palatal rugae pattern may be asked. Now, palatal rugoscopy was first proposed by Trauben Hermaso. Various classification was given. Mostly used was that given by Lysel and Thomas and Kotze. The rugae pattern are considered unique to the individual. They seldom change with age and they reappear after trauma. It's useful for in the case of edentulous persons. Classification of the palatal rugae is based on the length. That is primary rugae, secondary rugae, fragmentary rugae. If rugae is less than 2 millimeters, it's not taken into the consideration. You are measuring the length using the vernier calipers. Then you can also classify this rugae based on the shape. They can be either curved rugae or straight rugae, or it can be wavy rugae or circular. Then based on unification, either it is converging rugae or diverging rugae. So unification, they will be united either at their origin or at the lateral portion. For converging rugae, you have different origin. For diverging rugae, you have a common origin. Based on the direction of the rugae, they can either be a forwardly directed rugae, or it can be a backwardly directed rugae, or it can be a perpendicular rugae. Perpendicular rugae, there is zero angle. Forwardly directed forms a positive angle. Backwardly directed forms a negative angle. Thomas and Coetzee classification: diverge, converge, curved, wavy, straight, circular. Then you are having a denture from the deceased person and dental cast of the same person. You make a visual comparison of these two patterns. Okay. Then usually the visual comparison is yielding a high accuracy rates. Now coming to the reconstructive dental identification, you don't have any clue to identity. Like you get some skeletal remains in isolated areas, no identities attached here. Then you have to build up your postmortem profile. Like you have to go look what is the origin or the ethnic group or the population it belongs to, or the age you have to estimate sex. Now coming to the age estimation methods, it can be a morphological method, radiographic, histological, biochemical methods. Some of the methods are purely radiographic, some may be a combination of morphologic, histologic, or biological methods. For age estimation, you're categorizing the periods into three. That is prenatal, neonatal, early postnatal period, children and adolescents, and adults. Age estimation in this prenatal, neonatal, postnatal period is somewhat more accurate. You're measuring the developing calcified teeth and correlating with the age. Lyles and colleagues have used CT scans, and it's a non-invasive tool. Stank assesses the dry weight of the mineralized tooth cusp to estimate the age. And neonatal line, it's an indicator of live birth. It has a legal implication in infanticide. You have seen in some interiors of North India that if it is a female child, they kill the child immediately after birth. So in such legal matters, this comes to a role. We can know whether they may say the child was born dead. So to prove that the child was alive and it was a crime conducted, this neonatal line will always will be helpful. Coming to the age estimation in children and adolescents, in the case of deciduous teeth, both tooth eruption and tooth calcification can be used to measure the dental age. While in permanent teeth, the eruption is not at all reliable because it is affected by so many extraneous factors. Calcification is more accurate, and dental calcification is a better indicator of age in the first 2 decades of life. Shore and Masler's method has provided a chart giving 20 chronological stages of teeth development from 5 months in utero until 21 years of age. The chart is based on histological sections, and you can make a direct comparison from radiograph. You can take a radiograph, and this is a stage of this 20 chronological developmental stages. Get the radiograph, compare it with this chart. The emergence method, widely used for age estimation in children and adolescents. It assesses the mandibular left side teeth. The modified method, there are 10 stages numbering from 0 to 9. You can see in the number 2, the cusp of form, but they are not united. In 3, it is united. In 4, you have the dentate formation. Then in 5, it has reached the cemento-enamel junction. And in 6, you can see the furcation as a semilunar shape. In 7, the root length and crown length are equal. In 8, it is open apex. 9, it is apical has been closed. And you give for each stage a maturity score. You add up the maturity score, you get a total score. Substitute it in a regression formula and derive the age. The absolute error in this case is found to be plus or minus 1.43 years. Acharya has applied this to Indian population and found an error of plus or minus 6 months. Third molars in age estimation, it's a valuable indicator in 16 to 22 year age group. Usually it is to see whether, to prove whether this person is a juvenile or he is an adult. Like it has legal implication, because as per the Juvenile Act, if he is a juvenile, he'll be sent to a juvenile home and will be given a fine and etc. etc. The punishment varies. There is no death penalty or life imprisonment if he is a juvenile. So Acharya has applied the divergence grading to third molar, found an accuracy of 73.2%. This says that 1/4 may be categorized to the wrong age group. So this should be used with due diligence. Coming to the age estimation methods, either you get a question as age estimation method, then you have to write all the methods, or you may get as Gustafson methods or individual methods. Okay, root dentate transplancy method, like that. So one thing I would say, usually forensic odontology, it is asked as a brief note. No, you can put points. You can write it in bullet points rather than making it in a sentences. Okay. Now you can also be asked as histologic age estimation from 2. That's another question. So those methods which is having histologic age estimation, you can write those methods under that. So the 3 question is age estimation method, histologic age estimation method, or individually each age estimation method may be asked. Gustafson's method is based on morphological histological changes of the teeth. Like you say attrition, given that letter A. Secondary dentine formation is apical migration of periodontal attachment, the cementum apposition at the root apex, then root resorption, then root dentine translucency. So these changes are graded from 0 to 3. Adding the grade, you get the total score, and you substitute in this formula here. And the error rate was found to be plus or minus 3.6 years. What do you mean by this? That is, if it is plus or minus 3, that means if your age estimation as per your method it is 7, then actual age will be 10, or the actual age will be minus 3, that is 4. So that is meant by plus or minus 3.6 years. Like Pillai Bhaskar applied this to Indian population, got an error of plus or minus 8 years. Johnson proposed 6 grades, that is, he has added 0.5, 1.5, 2.5, 3 more grades and made it as 7 grades. And put it and substituted in this formula. You see, A, attrition, secondary dentine, the apical migration of attachment, cementum apposition, the resorption, as well as the root dentine translucency. The more the number of teeth is assessed, the more accurate will be the age estimation, as it is shown here: A0, A.5, A1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. Similarly, you have for all the other parameters also. Root dentine transparency. This may alone be maybe also asked as a brief note. So you are going to measure the root dentine translucency. The dentine becomes translucent from the root apex and it goes towards the cemento-enamel junction, right? Like that. So you are measuring the length of this translucency. Acharya measured the translucency using the Adobe Photoshop and he substituted in this formula, this T here, and derived the age. It's a convenient post-mortem age estimation method, but the disadvantage is that the junction between the translucent and non-translucent dentine, they may be irregular, so it will be difficult to measure the exact length. In such cases, you can use translucency area. This is measured using the Photoshop. That is a software program, and it is substituted here. Instead of T, you are giving translucency area to estimate the age. Age estimation from incremental lines of cementum. This is another histologic method of age estimation. And you can see the lines in the cementum to assess that, and counting these lines. Rents and co-workers said it is difficult to obtain the repeatable count. This is usually feasible in dead individuals. Then another age estimation method is from pulp to tooth area ratio. This is usually a radiographic method. This is based on the principle of the secondary dentin. As age advances, you get the secondary dentin deposition. So this decreases the pulp chamber as well as the root canal decreases. So you're measuring the pulp to tooth area ratio, and you substitute in this formula, regression formula, you get the age. Biochemical method of age estimation: aspartic acid racemization, advanced glycation end product, mitochondrial DNA are some of the methods. Racemization rate is very high in root dentin, and the rapid rate of racemization occurs with increasing age. So age estimates using this method shows plus or minus 3 years of actual age. Sex determination method. This is based on the craniofacial morphology. One is based on the morphology of the skull as well as the mandible. Both morphology is metric also. You can use, actually it is said that when you use multiple features, the age estimation is more accurate. Among the bones, the most accurate is found to be pelvic bones. 6 traits are used: master process, supraorbital and ridge size, as well as the extension of the zygomatic arch, the nasal aperture, gonial angles. The accuracy was found to be 94% by William and Rogers. The sex determination using tooth size. See, this has gained importance in young individual where the skeletal secondary sexual characters not yet developed, where the pelvic and long bones has fragmented, and in postmortem degradation, so where the tooth survive. So it is seen that the male dentition are larger than the female, and canines have shown maximum sex differences. So this is actually a metric analysis. The sex is determined using the statistical method called discriminant function analysis and logistic regression analysis. So usually the tooth size estimation for sex is usually used as an adjunct method, not as a sole indicator. Sex determination by DNA analysis, it's accurate results. Nuclear DNA or mitochondrial DNA from dentin and cementum are used. Females have 2 identical AML gene, while males have non-identical gene. And another sex determination method is the bar bodies. From the saliva samples, you may get the buccal cells. You look for the bar bodies. Females have the bar bodies, and accuracy is 95 to 98%. So we finished with the sex determination method. That's from the bones, from the teeth, and from the DNA and from the bar bodies. Now you can see ethnic differences in tooth morphology. Actually, this is there in the syllabus. I didn't find any questions. You are using a non-metric methods. You're not measuring here. You're just using some traits or characteristics. More than 30 non-metric traits have been identified. The one is shawling. Shawling is not seen in Indians. You can see the marginal ridges are thicker with deeper concavity of the lingual fossa. This is known as shawling, resembling a shawl. That's why it's known as shawling. Carabelli's trait, all are familiar with it. It is seen in 26% of the population. 3 cusp maxillary, second molar, 34% of Indians. You can see there is labial rotation of the distal and margins of the maxillary central incisor, giving a V shape for the incisal edge. This is known as winging, seen in 16% of Indians. Cusp 5, that is tubercle seen on the distal marginal ridge, 75% in the Indians. Cusp 6, it is seen between the distal cusp and distal lingual cusp. This is a cusp 6, and cusp 7 seen between the lingual cusp. So cusp 6 in 57% of Indians, 7 in 21% of Indians. 4 cusp mandibular first molar can be seen in 11% of Indians. Coming to the crime investigation, bite mark. It is defined by MacDonald as a mark caused by teeth, either alone or in combination with other mouth parts. Bite mark may be caused by man or animal, maybe on tissue, food items, or on objects. seen in violent fights, sex crimes, and child abuse. It's having a vital role in crime investigation. Coming to the bite mark classification, you have McDonald's classification based on etiology, tooth pressure marks, tongue pressure mark, tongue scrape marks. That's a mark caused by the direct pressure of the teeth. Tongue pressure marks, when sufficient amount of tissue is taken into the mouth, the tongue presses the tissue against the rigid areas like lingual surface of teeth and palatal rugae is a tongue pressure mark. Tooth scrape marks, that is, when there is scraping of the teeth across the bitten material, you get scratches or superficial abrasion. You have the Webster's classification, usually in the cases of theft and robbery, the bite on the food items. See that food item, it fractures readily. You have limited depth of penetration. Here there is a maximum penetration, is in the case of that is type 2. The penetration with slide marks, it is type 3. Type of injury, it may be an indentation or contusion, bruises, laceration, avulsion. These two, the laceration and avulsion, are seen in animal bite. Identifying the injury as a bite mark. You look for the gross characteristics, class characteristics, as well as individual characteristics. What is the gross characteristics? The circular and elliptical mark caused by the upper and lower arches with the central area of ecchymosis due to tongue pressure. Class characteristics, the incisors cause a rectangular mark, canine a triangular or rectangular, premolar, molar, spherical or point. When it comes to individual characteristics, the individual may have a rotated teeth spacing maybe, and this is somewhat more distinct. Also look for the site of the mark. That is, in case of sexual assault, you will have bite mark on the breast. In case of male abuse, on the genitals. In the case of fight, it will be on the fingers, arms and shoulders. Bite mark evidence collection as recommended by American Board of Forensic Odontology. First, the case demographics like names, age, sex, police case number, date, name of the examiner recorded. Then examine orientation, location of the mark, type of injury, color, size, shape, contour, texture, elasticity of the bite site, difference between upper and lower arch between the teeth. Take photographs, both orientation photograph as well as the close-up photograph. Orientation always depict the location of the bite mark, and the close-up photographs, you have to take it with a scale, like ABO4 scale, that is the American Board of Forensic Odontology number 2 scale. This scale should not mask the mark. If it is on a curved surface, record the upper and lower arch marks separately. Saliva swab from the bite site also can be taken. In some time, the UV light will be help to look for the saliva traces in the case of a absence of any visible bite. Then impressions of the bite mark is taken, as well as you have to take the bite mark of the victim also to rule out self-inflicted bites. Then evidence is collected from the suspect. You take impressions, make models. If the impression material is not there, you can take bite on a sheet of wax also. Also, you can collect the saliva from the buccal vestibule of the suspect. All evidence has to be labeled. Police case number, witnesses present during, all this has to be done. Because all this document, this is a legal document, right? Bite mark analysis constitute metric analysis. You are using caliper or computer software. Two method, direct method, indirect method. Direct method, you place the suspect's bite model directly over the bite mark. Indirect, you what you have traced on the clear acetate, you superimpose that on the photograph. That is indirect method. You can use 2D computer software like Adobe Photoshop, or 3D photogrammetric approach for analysis and comparison. 3D scans of dental cast also can be used for analysis. Conclusion, how you do. Definite biter, probable, possible and not biter. Definite, the characteristics match very exactly. Probable, there is some degree, but there is some discrepancies also. Possible biter, the suspect has made the bite, but we are not able to get characteristics that's giving an absolute certainty. There is no match between the bite mark obtained from on the victim as well as the suspects. So the biter has not caused the bite. Coming to the lip print. So we finished the bite mark. As I said, it's a brief note. So just write what is a bite mark, what is the classification, how you go about with analysis, the features in bullet marks. Lip prints, if it is a brief note. The lip prints also known as kiloscopy. The question can also be asked as kiloscopy. Sometimes they may ask only the classification of lip prints. So examination of lip print is known as kiloscopy. These are heritable and individualistic, usually collected from crime scene, similar to the fingerprints. Classification put forward by Tsuchihashi. Type 1, you get vertical grooves that run across the entire lip. You put it as 1 dash, it doesn't cover the entire lip. And branching is type 2. Then intersected is type 3. Reticular is type 4. And you don't have any morphology to differentiate, then you put it as type 5. Lips for analysis divided into quadrants. Horizontal line is dividing it into upper and lower lip. Then vertical line divides it to right and left side. So 4 quadrant, analyzes lip prints in each and you record the lip pattern. Sometimes you may get a latent lip print. There is no lipstick and etc. The secretion from oil and moisture enable a latent lip print, especially if there is a close contact between the victim and culprit. What are the disadvantages regarding the permanence of the lip group pattern? Like if there is a major trauma, it results in scarring. Surgical treatment can affect the size and shape of the lips, altering the group pattern. Anatomic position of the lip prints on the zone of transition close to the mammalian border. So it's extremely mobile. So what is happening is the print may differ based on the pressure applied on, as well as the direction of the pressure. Coming to the dental importance of poison in forensic odontology. Actually, it is there in your syllabus, but I haven't seen any question in this aspect. For completion, I have included this also. So organophosphorus poisoning, you get a garlic smell from the mouth. In case of lead poisoning, you can see here a bluish black line. Arsenic poisoning, you can get a raindrop pigmentation. In sulfuric poisoning, you can get spongy, yellowish spongy tongue, gums, buccal mucosa, palate. In case of snake poisoning, also you get some oral manifestation like spontaneous systemic hemorrhage is detected in gingival sulcite, bluish or blackish discoloration of the oral cavity and face. Now coming to forensic toxicology, it's an overview I'm providing here. It focuses on the medico-legal aspects of the chemical exposure and toxic injury. Samples are collected for analysis: urine, blood, hair, oral fluids or other body fluids, or arthropods. Drug testing for athletes, the urine sample is used. You have heard no cases against athletes who have used some substance to improve their performance, so have legal implications. Then medico-legal case, that's drunken driving, alcohol, you can take blood samples. When there is long-term and high-dose abuse, you can collect hair sample. You can also take saliva, but the concentration in saliva is low when compared to that of blood. In case of dead persons, you can collect the gastric contents to know the cause of death, the chemical in the gastric content, vitreous humor of eye, if there is a poison or a chemical. Then in case of a deceased person, to know whether there was a toxin in the body at the time of death, you can collect the arthropods like insects in the corpse or at the crime scene. And this branch is known as entomotoxicology. Now to summarize, question-wise, antemortem, postmortem records. So you know what are the steps in obtaining it and how you conclude it. So this is one of the question as a brief note. Then you may get dental DNA, or a question may be asked as identification from dental DNA. So you have to say why you're obtaining dental DNA, how you do it, and how you compare it. Then palatal rugae pattern in forensic odontology, rugoscopy, classification of palate and rugae. If rugae is asked, the entire thing you have to write, including the analysis. Only classification asked, write only the classification. Dental age estimation method, the entire age estimation methods have to be done. As I said, since it is a brief note now, you can just put it in bullet points. The important points alone you can write. If everything is asked, only Gustafson method is you can write that method. Demergence method, you write that method alone. If it is histologic age method, Gustafson method and histologic estimation from the cementum lines can be added. And Gustafson have both morphologic and histologic, Then age estimation from dental translucency, write only that. Tooth molars, only that you have to write. Then sex determination, you know, based on the bone, based on the tooth size, based on the DNA, you have the sex determination method. Bite marks, you write the entire thing. What is bite mark? What are the classification? How the analysis did? How you draw a conclusion? Lip prints, again the same thing. What is a lip print? How you what are the different classification, and how you make an analysis. Sometimes only the classification will be asked. Okay. So these are the expected questions. And thank you and best wishes for your upcoming exam. I also thank the Annu Dental College HOD, Dr. Deepu and his team for giving me an opportunity to be a part of the exam tips in forensic odontology. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a short and very concise presentation apt for a rapid review. Ma'am, we have a small query in the chat box. Ma'am, are you available?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really nice. And the query is that what will you write when they ask you a question on DNA profiling?
Usually, the question in the point of undergraduate in forensic odontology, you usually get it as a brief note. So when it is a brief note, only the required points is enough, just an outline. Like one, why are you going for this DNA profiling? What are the reasons for undertaking a DNA profiling? And what are the steps involved in it? Like, especially when you don't have a highly, the identification, it's beyond recognition. The person is beyond recognition and have only some circumstantial evidence which is associated, just to raise a doubt, like maybe this person, like for example, I will say in a mass disaster where I think, for example, you had 5 corpses where you can't relate that person where it is, especially when it is an airplane crash. You may have a 5 passenger, you will be having a passenger list, right? So you know that 5 passengers have to be identified. You don't know what it is, right? Then you make a list, and from in such cases, like everything would have gone except the teeth. The teeth is one. Usually, when there is a fire, etc., mostly will burned up, and teeth, and you can retrieve the DNA from that. Okay, and that DNA can be used for comparison. Again, this is like a comparative identification where you actually obtain the DNA of this person. As I said, no, we have some list of suspect. 5 persons are there. So you just retrieve their biological DNA. Maybe they are relatives or somebody. You retrieve that, and then you can make a comparative again after retrieving this DNA. Compare both DNA. That's what I said. The steps that will be suffixing for them to write for the exam.
And ma'am, in age estimation, only those 2 methods, if they ask you age estimation for 3 marks, only those 2 methods we have to mention, or we have to add something else to it? Because
usually I'll say you one thing. If it is an age estimation methods, actually it is a short essay, right? Because you have to write everything, because age estimation, you have histological method, morphological methods, you have, I think, the other methods, radiological methods, right? So we are supposed to actually mention everything. But I feel like mostly I find questions like the emergence method, like that Gustafson's method, then it is more easy, because when it is a brief note, no, we need to write only the point wise. I'm speaking from the exam point of view. Okay, only we have to put points. That is only expected from a student from as a 3 marks question, right? So usually to be that, then we can say it's a specific question. If it is asked as a 3-mark age estimation method, then it is very difficult to put it for 3 marks. It will, I think the best a student can do is just list all the methods and put 1 or 2 points how it is being done. Because I'll say such a question in brief note is not a specific question, because it's not meant for brief note, for not for 3 marks, right? Mostly I found is like they're asking one specific method. That is all. I think a very old question. I think the previous pattern prior to 2016, I think it was like short essay, like 5 marks and all they used to ask. But now it is more of a brief note. So in case if they get a question like that, then it is better to mention all the methods and put some few points underneath. What is that method? How you come to a, what do you say, how you arrive at a age estimation? Briefly, they have to sum it up, in which case, if it is asked.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence also. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, the Annur Dental College and the team members there. Really, it's a very good thing, very quick exam tips given for the students, right? And yeah, I think you are the only college conducting an undergraduate rapid review in Kerala.
Yes.
I think national level also I have not seen that. I congratulate for that.
Ma'am, this has gone to national level. We have participants across
National
India,
level.
from GDC, Mumbai and all. We have participants.
Okay.
Tamil
So
Nadu.
very good initiative.
Thank
Anyhow.
you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. We move on to the next speaker. That is the last one for today. It is Dr. Lavanya C. She'll be talking on dental caries and sequelae of pulpitis. She's a professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology, Ragas Dental College, Chennai, and has graduated from Government Dental College, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala in 2001. She has done her master's in dental surgery and oral pathology from Ragas Dental College, Chennai. She has started her career as a faculty from 2010 in Ragas Dental College for training and mentoring undergraduate students. She has exemplary research experience and currently working as a co-PI for the project titled Role of Oral Microbe. And she has also been the associated editor for the journal GeoMFP from 2010 to 2012. She is a recipient of the Tamil Nadu MGR University grant for the project assessment of vitamin D in patients with desquamative gingivitis. She has bagged various awards for paper presentation at scientific podium and currently holds a position of executive member of Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology. And she is also a coordinator for the institutional committee of Ragas Dental College. Ma'am, over to you.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Lavanya here from Ragas Dental College and Hospitals, Chennai. Let me thank the organizers, the principal, Dr. Jiju George, and Professor and Head of Oral Pathology Department, Dr. Deepu George Matthew, for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge in this platform. So, dear students, the topic of my presentation today is dental caries and sequelae of pulpitis. And I'll be running this topic under the following headings: definition, classification, etiopathogenesis, histology, diagnosis, sequelae of dental caries like pulpitis and osteomyelitis, which is normally will come for any BDS undergraduate university examinations. So let me go into the definition of dental caries. First of all, let me tell you that definition should be as verbatim as that you see in the textbook. And this definition is taken from Schaefer's textbook. And it is an irreversible microbial disease of the calcified tissues of the teeth characterized by demineralization of the inorganic portion and destruction of organic substance which leads to cavitation. As you see, the highlighted words are very, very important in this definition. One is that it is an irreversible disease. The next one is what happens to the teeth? It is demineralization of the inorganic and destruction of the organic. These words are very, very important keywords. And finally, don't forget about the last three words of this definition. People usually will forget that. That means it leads to cavitation. So that is very, very important as far as this definition is concerned. Next, we move on to the classification of dental caries. I have classified according to the based on anatomical sites. That is where you see the caries on the different parts of the teeth, like pit and fissure, the smooth surface, and root caries. And depending upon the progression and severity of the lesion, it is divided into acute, chronic, and incipient. Incipient in the sense it is very early attack of the tooth, where only demineralization wouldn't have taken much. And the third classification is depending upon the age, like the chronology of the person, like rampant caries, infancy or the nursing bottle caries, early childhood caries, and adolescent caries. The last classification, any other clinical variants, which you should all be aware of these sort of caries whenever you go for practice, because these caries are very common during our clinical practice. One is recurrent caries, arrested caries, and the third one is radiation caries. So I'll be dealing with all these caries in detail for you to understand. So first one will be the anatomical, based on the anatomical side, that is pit and fissure caries, which is seen on the occlusal surface. It is due to the retention of food because of poor self-cleansing features. It appears as black or brown in color with a catch to the explorer. Next one is smooth surface caries, occurs on the proximal surface of the teeth or on the gingival third of the buccal and the lingual surface. It will be initially yellow in color, and as it becomes older, means becomes chronic, it changes to black in color. It is the highlighting points of this smooth surface caries is that it is preceded by the formation of a microbial plaque and retention of the carbohydrate food substance and microorganism. And root caries, this is most commonly seen in older age group with gingival recession, as you see in this picture. It is a soft lesion, and when the root surface is exposed to oral environment. The next one is, depending upon the severity or the progression of the caries, it can be divided into acute and chronic. Incipient is very few cases could be seen, and it is mostly in the early stage of caries progression. Acute caries, it is a rapid clinical course. It results in early pulp involvement with a small initial entrance of the lesion. That is very, very important. Acute caries has very small initial entrance of the lesion. Seen mostly in children and young adults, it will be very painful, and the caries will appear light yellow in color. There will be diffuse involvement of the dentine, and it produces large internal excavation. As you see in this picture, the largest excavation can be seen. The second one is chronic caries. Chronic caries progresses slowly, just opposite to the acute one, with large entrance into the lesion, just as you see in the picture. Seen in adults, the dentine will be dark brown in color with minimal softening. There will be greater access to the saliva, and there will be deposition of reparative dentin. That is a highlighting feature of this. There will be lateral spread at the dentino-gingival enamel junction, and pain is not at all a feature of this type of caries. So next we move on to the classification of caries according to the age-wise or the age group. The first one which I want to highlight is rampant caries. The word itself, you should remember that it is sudden onset and severe destruction of the teeth, and relatively it will be seen on caries-free surface. That is very, very important. It is seen on caries-free surface, mostly on the proximal and the cervical surface of the mandibular incisors. Usually mandibular incisors are least affected, and this caries will be affecting the least affected mandibular incisors. And it will be seen in both deciduous as well as permanent dentition. As you see in this picture, the mandibular incisors are affected. The second one is nursing bottle caries. This is a form of rampant caries which affects the deciduous dentition. Remember, it is deciduous as the name itself says, nursing bottle less than 1 year of age. It affects the maxillary incisors, not like the mandibular as you see in a rampant caries, followed by the first molars and then the cuspids. Prolonged use of nursing bottle containing milk, even after 1 year of age, is a causative factor for nursing bottle caries. The next one is early childhood caries. What does it indicate? It indicates a presence of one or more decayed teeth, just like you see in this picture, and missing due to caries or any filled tooth that is seen in any primary tooth in a child less than 71 months of age or younger. Means it is less than 3 years of age. So it affects between the 2 to 4 years. It is mostly seen on the maxillary teeth and it occurs due to lack of oral hygiene. So these are the 3 important caries as far as age is concerned. The next one is the other clinical variants which you should always know about that because commonly seen in clinical practice. One is recurrent caries. It occurs beneath the restorations where the caries dentine is not completely removed before the filling. So if you don't fill the, if you don't remove the dentine or the caries dentine properly, and then before filling, again the caries will come back. So that is called as recurrent caries. It is due to the inadequate extension of the margins of the restoration. When the cavity cutting preparation is not being done properly, this type of caries is mostly seen. The second one is arrested caries. This caries becomes just like the word, it becomes static. It stops there and it does not show any tendency for further progression in the occlusal surface. It is characterized by large open cavity, just as you see in the picture, and there will be lack of food retention, where there is lack of food retention. The most important thing that you should remember in arrested caries is that is something called as aberration of dentine. What do you mean by that? It is softened and decalcified dentine that becomes burnished with a polished appearance. That is called as aberration of dentine, which is mostly seen in arrested caries. The last one is radiation caries. This is also a type of rampant caries, but where do you see? In patients undergoing radiation therapy in the head and neck region. And because of radiation, there will be xerostomia. So because of xerostomia, you have radiation caries. So it involves all the cuspal tip. As you see in the picture, it involves the cusp tip, the incisal edges, and the cervical area. The rate of progression will be much faster. So this is the end of classification of caries, which you should all know. Next, we move on to the etiology of the dental caries. So there are 3 theories proposed, and I'll be dealing with each one of them and their drawbacks. So the first theory is Miller's chemicoparasitic theory, or it is otherwise called as acidogenic theory. It is due to fermentation of starches and sugar by the microorganism and they produce acid. So what happens because of the acid? It results in the decalcification of the teeth. That is the theory they proposed that. But the drawback of this theory is that they fail to explain the occurrence of smooth surface caries or arrested caries, which needs bacterial plaque. That they didn't explain. The next theory was proposed by proteolytic theory by Gottlieb et al. What they propose is that microorganisms invade the organic portion of the teeth and acid formation along with the proteolysis leads to caries progression. So here also there is a drawback. They fail to explain the occurrence of caries in the absence of proteolysis. Means they forgot to explain the inorganic part of the teeth. What happens to the inorganic part? So the third and the final theory that is accepted by everybody is the proteolysis chelation theory proposed by Schwartz et al. So what they suggest is that it is a simultaneous microbial degradation of the organic components. Means the proteolysis is happening And the next important part is what is explanation. The dissolution of the minerals by means the inorganic substance are dissolved by chelation. So that is important. So the chelation can occur in neutral medium or in alkaline pH. So this explains the reason for smooth surface caries as well as the arrested one. So coming to the contributing factors of caries. So we know how the caries is now occurring due to two factors. One is proteolysis, the other one is chelation. Now, what are the factors that is required for caries? So the first one is host, means the tooth surface, tooth along with saliva, and of course the diet. I'll be explaining all these things. The second one is microorganism, the types of microorganism that will cause the caries. The third one is the substrate, the medium which the organisms can grow in order to cause caries, that is plaque hypothesis and bacterial adherence. The last one is the time factor. That is very important because it depends upon the time, the amount of bacterial growth at a particular period of time you have the caries. So depending upon the karyogenic flora and the suitable substrate for sufficient time. So these factors contribute to caries. I'll be explaining each factor in detail. The first one is the host and the tooth. So depending on the structure and composition of the tooth, enamel surface is more resistant to caries than the subsurface. And more fluoride content, less carbon dioxide and water, lesser acid dissolution. These are the resistant factors for surface enamel. And coming to the morphological characteristics, deep, narrow occlusal fissures, pits, or retentive areas are more prone for caries. And malalignate teeth also favors caries because of accumulation of food. Next is saliva. The critical pH of saliva is 5.5, below which dissolution of the apatite crystal occurs. Higher salivary flow rate, buffering capacity of the saliva with increased bicarbonate concentration will act as a protective factor. Third point is that the presence of immunoglobulin IgA, enzymes such as salivary peroxidase, lysozyme, all contribute to the antibacterial activity of saliva. Coming to the diet, a sucrose in the diet serves in the formation of insoluble extracellular polysaccharide like glucan, and they enhance the plaque formation and microbial aggregation, leading to smooth surface caries. So sucrose is the culprit in smooth surface caries. And sugar consumed between the meals, the time factor comes over there. Sugar between the meals means very infrequent taking of food tends to get retained on the surface, leading to increased caries activity. So that finishes the host and the tooth factor. The next one is microorganism. So what are the microorganisms involved in each type of caries? So for pit and fissure, it is the Streptococcus mutans, the most important type. Next one is the Lactobacillus species. For smooth surface, it is again Streptococcus mutans. For root, there are different set of microorganisms. One is Actinomycosis viscosus, the Streptococcus mutans. The Actinomycosis species itself can cause root surface caries. For deep dentinal caries, we have Lactobacillus species and Actinomyces species. So these are the microorganisms. And what happens? The specification for Streptococcus mutans, the highlights of Streptococcus mutans, they polymerize the glucose and the fructose moieties of the sucrose to synthesize glucan and fructans. These are very important in plaque formation. The lipotychic acid that is found in the gram-positive bacterial cell wall will contribute to the adhesiveness of bacteria. So coming to the substrate part. So we have the microorganism and the tooth. Now the formation of dental plaque. And the bacteria has to adhere on the dental plaque. That is very important. So according to the extended ecological plaque hypothesis, what they state is that qualitative nature of the microbial flora in the plaque determines the metabolism and the potential for caries. A drop in the plaque pH, means less than 5.5, will lead to the loss of calcium and phosphates, causing subsurface demineralization and leading to incipient caries formation. That is how incipient caries will form. So now moving on, so contributing factors are over. Now we move on to the histology of enamel caries. So I will be explaining the histology part for both enamel as well as dentinal caries. So here the initial lesion of enamel has been divided into different zones based on their histological appearance. Basically, there are 4 zones are there. It starts from the inner advancing friend. Remember, the advancing friend is inside towards the pulp or towards the dentin and towards the outer surface. So the outer surface is called as, I'm talking from outer to inner surface. We have a surface zone, we have a body of lesion, we have a dark zone, and we have a translucent zone. So the translucent zone becomes the advancing inner friend. Okay. So what happens to the different zones? We will see for the histology in detail for each zone. So first is the translucent zone, which is seen towards the inner side, means towards the dentin. It lies at the advancing friend. It is the first zone of enamel alteration. Remember, enamel alteration happens in the inside than the surface of the enamel. Half of the lesion demonstrate translucent zone, but it is not always present because it will move forward. It is seen in the longitudinal ground section and it appears structureless. And there is something called a spore volume of the enamel that is less than 1% in the translucent zone. In the darker zone, the adjacent to the translucent one, we have it is superficial to the translucent zone. It is a positive zone where there will be small pores will be present and the micropore system will get filled with air and becomes dark. That is why it is called as dark zone. Most of the enamel tubules will be shattered up and it will be filled with air. And here the pore volume will range to about 2% to 4%. Next is the body of the lesion. It is between the unaffected surface zone and the dark zone. So it has the area of greatest demineralization. Almost all the enamel will get demineralized here. The pore volume will be less than 5% at the periphery of the lesion. Next is the surface zone, the topmost zone. Here the pore volume will be less than 5% of the spaces and there will be only partial mineralization has occurred, about 1 to 10%. So this is the histology of enamel caries. I have shown the picture here. The surface zone, the body, the dark zone, and the translucent. So now we move on to the dental caries. So here we have few more surfaces than the enamel caries. Here, caries dentin assume the shape of a triangle. Okay, it is a triangle as you see in the picture here. It with the apex towards the pulp. So the apex will be towards the pulpal region and the base will be towards the enamel. So base will be towards the enamel and the advancing friend will be in the apex and it is towards the pulpal region. So here there are 5 zones are there apart from the enamel caries where we have only 4 zones. So the first zone will be fatty degeneration of the odontoblastic process. The odontoblast will undergo degeneration. Then immediately there will be sclerosis of the dentinal tubules with the deposition of calcium salt in the dentinal tubules. That is important. The next immediate later you will have sclerosis because of calcium deposition. The third one will be decalcification. Again, decalcification of the dentin, which is a narrow zone, and it is precedes the bacterial invasion. The fourth one is bacterial invasion of the decalcified, but intact dentin will be there. And finally, the fifth zone will be decomposed dentin. Okay. So these are the 5 layers which you see here. As you can see here, on almost all the layers are there. First, we have the contaminated zone, the soft zone. The dentinal sclerosis will occur, the demineralization, the translucent, and the very sound dentin and the reparative dentin, which is seen towards the pulp. Because as you move towards the pulp, reparation starts to take place. So next, we move on to the advanced stage of dentinal caries. So we have so many layers over here, how the caries progress towards the pulp. So how first one will be decalcification of the dentinal tubules. There will be confluence of the dentinal tubules will be there. Then there is thickening of the sheet of Newman along its course of the dentinal tubules. Then there is the increase in the diameter of the dentinal tubules by the microorganism. Finally, there is a coalesce of the adjacent tubules, and that is called as the liquefaction foci of Miller. That is very important. So there will be necrosis will be there because of the coalescing of the tubules, and there is that area will undergo destruction. That is important. That is called as liquefaction foci of Miller. The next one will be acidogenic microorganisms, which causes initial decalcification. Then there will be proteolytic microorganism, which causes matrix destruction. Those two parts is over. The first, the decalcification, and the next, the matrix destruction. Decalcification by the acidogenic organism, and matrix destruction by the proteolytic organism. There will be multiple areas of destruction will be there, and the necrosis of dentin occurs, which is very leathery in consistency, and there is formation of transverse cleft or the lateral cleft for the microorganism to migrate to the next dentinal tubules. They extend at the right angles to the dentinal tubules and to parallel to the contour lines. And there will be softening of the caries dentin, and which can be peeled off even with an excavator. So these are the layers in advanced dentinal caries. So this is the histology part, which is very, very important. And now we move on to the methods of diagnosis of caries. So the first method, as you all know, is the radiographic diagnosis. When you use a radiograph, actually it will reveal 50% more cavity than by visual examination. When you see it itself, the damage has already occurred inside, and that will be projected by the radiographs. So 50% more cavities will be seen in a radiograph than you see in a visual examination. So you can see the interproximal caries in the first radiograph, and we can see the occlusal caries. That is the arrow pointing here. That is the occlusal caries in a radiographic diagnosis. Apart from radiographs, what are the other methods? So I'm just listing down all the other methods. The one is the infrared laser fluorescence, which use laser light in order to detect the caries. Next is the digital imaging fiber optic transillumination. Again, there is also optical fibers are used for diagnosing the dentinal caries. Next is quantitative light fluorescence, and we all know there is something called as cone beam computer tomography, the CBCT, that can also be used to diagnose the caries. So that is the diagnosis. Now we move on to the caries activity test, how we can predict how much the caries is there in a particular individual. So what do you mean by caries activity test? So it measures the degree to which the local environmental challenge favors the probability of caries lesion. Means how much the individual is susceptible to caries lesion because of the local environment such as saliva or the bacterial plaque or the microorganism. Next is the caries activity. What do you mean by caries activity? It is the increment of active lesion, either new or recurrent lesion that occurs over a period of time. So that is called as caries activity. The next one is caries susceptibility. What do you mean by susceptibility? It is the inherent tendency of the host, the target tissue, that is a tooth, to be affected by the caries. How much the individual is affected by the or afflicted, how much the chance for that individual to be affected by the caries, that is called as caries susceptibility. So these three definitions you should aware of. What do you mean by caries activity test? What is actually the caries activity and susceptibility in a particular individual? The next important thing, there are 5 or 6 tests are there. So these are the older ones where we look into the amount of the microorganism present in the individual, so that how much they are prone to caries. So first one is the lactobacillus colony test. This is a method which measures the number of acidic bacteria in a patient's saliva by counting the number of colonies. Such as, for example, see here, according to the number of bacteria, the caries activity can be determined. So if it is less than 1,000, it is very little quality, a little of caries activity. If it is more than 10,000, it is marked caries activity. So that is how, by counting the colonies of the bacteria, we can show how much the caries activity is going in that patient's mouth. The next is calorimetric Nider test. Okay, it is the change in the color by the acid produced by the acidogenic flora, microflora, and that can be detected by the change in the pH indicator. Okay, there will be change in the color produced by the acidogenic bacteria, and that will be indicated by a pH test. So here, depending on the time, 24 hours, 48 hours, and 72 hours, the color will change, okay, depending on the caries activity. If there is yellow change from green to yellow in color, marked activity. Again, if you continue for another 1 day, if there is a change in a color, there is definite activity. And if there is change in the color in the third day, there is limited activity. Means if on the third day, if there is green to yellow in color, it means inactive caries activity, and there is limited caries activity. So that is calorimetric Nider test. The third one is salivary Streptococcus mutant level test. Here, the number of Streptococcus mutant forming bacteria in volume of saliva. So we are counting the number of bacteria in a particular amount of saliva. It involves incubation of the sample using tongue blades that can be taken, and the levels of Streptococcus mutant greater than 105, the number of Streptococcus mutants that can be counted. That is indicative of a cariogenic activity. There are other tests also, which I am just going to list it out. I'm not listing in the slide. The other different methods are Streptococcus mutants dip slide method, where the colonies are again counted. Next is the buffer capacity method, means the quantity where the buffering involves the buffering capacity of the saliva and the caries activity. The next is the enamel solubility test. So these are the various different types of tests that can be used for caries activity. The last one will be the salivary reductase test. Okay, that enzyme can be used to determine the bacterial activity in particular patient's mouth. It is called as salivary reductase test, where this enzyme is used to indicate the bacterial activity. So that finishes the caries activity test. And now we move on to the sequelae of dental caries. So after the enamel dental caries, it moves on to the, if it is not treated, it will move on to the pulp region. So in this picture, as I've shown you here, pulpitis can be again divided into acute and chronic. And after the pulpal region is affected, it moves on to the periodontal region. That is, it is called as apical periodontitis, which is again classified into acute and chronic. This periodontitis, apical periodontitis, can again lead into periapical abscess or periapical granuloma. The periapical granuloma then forms as a periodontal cyst, and periapical abscess can be either acute abscess or chronic abscess. Again, if this is not treated, it move on to the inflammation of the bones. So that is called as osteomyelitis. And in osteomyelitis, again, it is classified into acute, chronic, focal diffuse. If it is not treated at this time, it moves on to the periosteal region. After inside the bone,
ma'am, can you give us some date?
that is called as periostitis, and then it leads
We'll have
to
some putta.
cellulitis and abscess formation. So this is the sequelae of dental caries. We will look into each one in detail, from pulpitis to osteomyelitis. Pulpitis is very important as far as the exam point of view is concerned, as well as osteomyelitis can come as a short note for you. So moving on to the pulpitis part. So there are two types of pulpitis are there. One is reversible pulpitis. The other one is irreversible pulpitis. We will see both of them in detail. So what do you mean by pulpitis? It is the inflammation of the pulp due to noxious stimuli. The causative factors are, it can be mechanical damage, that is adhesion of the teeth, thermal injury during cavity preparation also, you can infect the pulp. Then there is chemical irritation due to erosion, and of course the bacterial infection, that is due to caries. So how will you classify the pulpitis? It is based on duration. That is, it can be either acute or chronic, and it can be based on extent of involvement, subtotal or generalized, based on the communication, whether it is within the pulpal region or apart from the pulpal, that is infected and sterile. So based on the tissue reaction, it is divided into, mostly it is based on tissue reaction, it is divided into reversible and irreversible pulpitis. Reversible pulpitis, the tissue returns to the normal state. Whereas in irreversible pulpitis, the pulp is damaged beyond the point of recovery. So how will you differentiate reversible and irreversible one? By clinical features. In reversible, there will be sudden shoot pain, sharp shooting pain, short duration. The most important highlighting factor is that it responds to cold stimuli. Pain occurs only due to the cold stimuli. That is the highlighting feature of reversible pulpitis. And irreversible, there will be severe pain. The pain persists even after the removal of the stimuli. Heat, cold, all can cause the pain, and there will be localized pain. In later stages, heat increases the pain and cold will relieve it. That is how you will differentiate the reversible and irreversible pulpitis clinically. This point is very, very important. In reversible pulpitis, it responds to cold stimuli. That it occurs only due to the cold stimuli. Whereas in irreversible pulpitis, cold stimuli will relieve the pain. So that is the highlighting feature. Now, coming to the radiographic part, as you see, this is the irreversible pulpitis, and this huge lesion is an irreversible pulpitis. So here again, the same thing, only severe pain, and pain will persist after the removal of the stimuli. So just to show you the radiograph of reversible and irreversible pulpitis. And coming to the histological features of reversible and irreversible. In reversible, you will find pulp hyperemia. This is the pulpal portion, and this is the dent. The darker pink color will be the dentinal tubules, and this is the pulp portion, the core of the pulp. As you can see in this picture, there are enlarged blood vessels, okay? And there is increased blood vessels also, and it is called as pulp hyperemia. And treatment is by removing the irritant. And next is irreversible pulpitis. Here there will be pulpal necrosis. Can you see the blue dotted over here? These are all lymphocytes and plasma cells will be seen. So when it goes to irreversible pulpitis, we will treat it in the form of root canal therapy. And when the infection is limited to the pulp, it is called as pulpitis. If it is not treated, it will go beyond the pulpal region to the periapical periodontial region. It is called as periapical periodontitis, and finally it leads to periapical granuloma. Can you see in this picture the pink colored one below the tooth, apex of the tooth? That is called as periapical granuloma. So it is a mass of inflamed granulation tissue seen at the apex of a non-vital tooth, and it is a part of a defense mechanism of the body by eliminating the bacteria and its toxic product at the root canal region. And it is always asymptomatic. There won't be any symptoms for periapical granuloma, and it will not respond to any electric pulp test. Pain is present only on acute exacerbation. Only on, very rarely on acute exacerbation, pain will be present. So the radiographic features of a periapical granuloma, can you see the radiolucent area near the apex of the region? That is how a granuloma will look like. And this is a very big lesion, big periapical granuloma involving two teeth. So here the radiolucency will be seen at the apex. There is an inflamed granulation tissue. In the histopath features, there it shows only granulation tissue with a fibrous wall. There will be numerous lymphocytes. The blue cells are your lymphocytes. The plasma cells will be seen. And the most important two bodies that will be present in the histopath features are, one is Russell's body. It is nothing but it is the eosinophilic gamma globulins, means the immunoglobulins, which will be eosinophilic in color, that is called as Russell's body. And there is some basophilic structure like calcified structures that are called as pyronine bodies. So two bodies will be present in a periapical granuloma. Is a mass of granulation tissue with all the lymphocytes and plasma cells together. The eosinophilic immunoglobulins are called as Russell's body, and the basophilic structures are called as pyronine bodies. And it is treated by means of root canal or endodontic treatment. Next, when it is not treated, when the granuloma is again not treated, because we don't remove the granuloma, what happens? It goes to periapical cyst, or it is otherwise called as apical periodontal cyst. Can you see the cyst here? This is the cyst which is seen in the apex of the region. It is an inflammatory response at the apical region which leads to the stimulation of fusion epithelial cells that forms a cyst. You must all remember during our histology classes in first year, where we would have taught you about the remnants of Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. Okay, actually the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath will help in the formation of the root. Once the root is formed, the Hertwig epithelial root sheath will undergo degeneration and it will form as small cell rest. That rest is called as epithelial cell rest of molasses, which is seen in the periodontal ligament region. So that cells will help in the formation of this periapical cyst, and the inflammatory cyst which is present after the tooth removal. If the tooth is removed and if still you see a cyst in that periapical region, it is called as residual cyst. So that is the story for periapical cyst or apical periodontal cyst. So coming to the radiograph feature of a periapical cyst, it is a larger radiolucency with a loss of lamina dura. You won't be able to see the lamina dura here. And in the histopath features, this is very important as far as for the examination point of view, the histological features of a periapical cyst. So what you see, the epithelial, and can you see the dotted cells are there? That is the epithelium, and beneath the epithelium, you'll find the connective tissue wall of the periapical cyst. So the epithelium is in an arcading pattern. This is arch-like arcading pattern. And there are some calcification, pink-colored calcification, or the eosinophilic calcification, which are called as Rushton bodies. So Rushton bodies, an arcading epithelium, and a connective tissue fibrous wall. These are the hallmark features of apical periodontal cyst or periapical cyst. So again, the histopath features of periapical cyst will also have, the connective tissue will also have some. Can you see the white lined spaces? These are called as cholesterol cleft. Okay, that is a part feature that you see in the connective tissue of a periapical cyst. You can see the epithelium, which is darker pink in color, and the lighter pink one is your connective tissue wall, where you see the white spaces, that is called as cholesterol cleft. Here also, hyaline bodies may sometimes be present, that those are called as pulse granuloma. So the hyaline bodies that you see in the connective tissue of a periapical cyst is called as pulse granuloma. So that is a story about periapical cyst. Now we move on to the periapical abscess. So what do you mean by an abscess? It is an accumulation of inflammatory cells in a non-vital tooth. If it is symptomatic, there will be pus drainage and tenderness will be there. And it is a soft swelling which perforates through the epithelium. Somehow the body will try to make it in such a way that the infection comes out through the body. So the treatment for periapical abscess is drainage. And if the drainage does not occur, if it does not comes through the epithelium and it does not communicate with the outer surface, what happens? It will spread through the infection will spread through the facial planes of the soft tissue in the face region. That is called as cellulitis. Okay. And still, if it is not treated, what happens? It will lead to Ludwig's angina. Means there will be cellulitis, means all the facial planes, especially the submental, submandibular, all these facial planes will be filled with this infection, and that is called as cellulitis. And when the whole lower third of the face is infected, the tongue will become woody in nature, means a very stiffened tongue, and that will lead to airway obstruction. So that condition is called as Ludwig's angina. And if it affects the eye, if the infection spreads throughout this facial plane and reaches the eye, that is called as cavernous sinus thrombosis. So this is the sequelae of the dental caries. Now we move on to the most important thing, that is called as osteomyelitis. Okay, if it is If the infection after the periapical region, the periodontitis, periapical abscess, periapical granula, all these conditions will occur. If it is still not treated, the inflammation leads to the bone. That is called as osteomyelitis. So what is that? It is an inflammatory process in the medullary spaces or the cortical surfaces of the bone. That is important. It occurs on the medullary spaces of the bone. It is away from the initial site of involvement. The tooth will be one place and the bone will be affected, bone will be in another place. The predisposing factors are immunocompromised state and chronic systemic disease. There will be decreased vascularity of the bone. That is a hallmark feature. That is why pain comes. It is common in diabetics, AIDS patients, and radiation therapy patients. So the classification of osteomyelitis, it is based on Zurich's classification. It is divided into two types, that is suppurative, means pus formation, and non-suppurative, without any pus formation, or the chronic type. Suppurative is again divided into acute and chronic based on the time period. And non-suppurative, that is without any pus formation, it is divided into three types. One is focal sclerosing, next one is diffuse sclerosing, and the third one is the third variant. It is called as Gary's osteomyelitis, which I will explain. So this is how, this is a cartoon picture of an osteomyelitis where there is a suppurative osteomyelitis, which is acute and chronic, where pus formation is there, and there is non-suppurative with no pus or any fistula formation. So acute osteomyelitis, it will be less than a month. The symptoms, you will have lymphadenopathy and soft tissue swelling. The radiographic features will be an ill-defined radiolucency. There will be necrotic bone, that is sequestrum formation, which is separated from the adjacent vital bone. The bone that is separated from the adjacent vital bone is called as sequestrum. And there is one more formation that is called as involucrum, when the necrotic bone is surrounded by vital bone. That is called as involucrum. So sequestrum is necrotic bone separated from the adjacent vital bone. Involucrum is when a necrotic bone is surrounded by the vital bone. That is called as involucrum. So this is the radiolucency that you see in the mandible. Mostly it is in the mandible. The sequestrum formation, you can see a white radiopaque region. That is called as sequestrum formation. And there will be loss of lamina and ill-defined radiolucency, and there will be widening of the periodontal ligament in the case of acute osteomyelitis. Coming to the histopath features, it is a non-vital bone. The pink colored one is a non-vital bone, which is a necrotic bone. And you can see empty lacunae, empty spaces. There is no osteocytes. So there will be empty lacunae and there will be bacterial colonization, inflammatory response, that is polymorphoneutrophils will be there. And this is diagnosed as sequestrum. So moving to chronic osteomyelitis, it occurs more than a month and it can occur without an acute episode. There will be swelling, pain, pus discharge, sinus formation, sequestrum, and pathological fractures of the bone because of this sequestrum formation. There will be increased radiolucency of the surrounding bone and the cortical surface with periosteal hyperplasia. There will be hyperplasia of the periosteal region. Patchy, ill-defined radiolucency with a central radiopaque sequestrum. There will be involvement of single feeder vessel that leads to necrosis, because that vessel will be only giving blood supply to the bone. That will be cut off and that leads to necrosis of bone. So this is a chronic osteomyelitis. Can you see this patchy bone that is radiolucency over here, the red colored one? And this is a long-standing one, long-standing chronic osteomyelitis. So again, here is the histopath features for chronic osteomyelitis, where you can see the bone inflamed and necrotic bone with intertrabecular spaces. Lots of intertrabecular spaces will be there in chronic osteomyelitis. And moving on to the non-suppurative one, that is chronic non-suppurative osteomyelitis, we have focal sclerosing, otherwise called as condensing osteitis. The focal, we have two subtypes under chronic non-suppurative. Non-suppurative chronic is again divided into focal and diffuse sclerosing. So in focal sclerosing, it is called as you see, the word is focal or localized. So it will be seen near the apices of the teeth. It is due to pulpal necrosis. There will be radiodensity. Mind you, there is radiodensity on the apical portion of the teeth, and there will be thickened periodontal space. It occurs in the premolar or the molar region. That is about focal sclerosing osteomyelitis. Moving on to the diffuse sclerosing, it occurs due to inflammation, mainly in the mandible. There will be intraosseous bacterial infection, granulation tissue, and sclerosis formation will be there, and it affects the spongy bone or cancellous bone. The radio density will be seen at the crestal portion of the tooth bearing area. It will be seen near the crestal portion. So focal sclerosing will be seen near the apices, whereas diffuse sclerosing will be seen in the crestal portions. So this is an example for the diffuse non-separative osteomyelitis, and this is the focal one. Focal one beneath the apices. This is around the crestal region. This is a diffuse non-separative osteomyelitis. Cystopath features, can you see the bone over there with the empty lacuna? That is sclerosis of the bone that is undergoing remodeling. Actually, it is undergoing remodeling. These are the spaces, blood vascular spaces that you see inside the bone. One important syndrome that is associated with this osteomyelitis or the tooth bearing area alveolitis is called as SAPHO syndrome. SAPHO. It is an acronym for synovitis, acne, pustulosis, hyperosteosis, and alveolitis. So it is a complex presentation because it is a syndrome. It is due to exposure of dermatogenic bacteria. That is why the syndrome which affects the alveolar portion of the bone is also important. Next is proliferative periostitis, because this is also a non-separative one that comes under focal, diffuse, and the third variety is called as Gary's osteomyelitis, which I have told you in the earlier slide. So it is periosteal reaction. It is the outer surface bone. The periosteum reaction to inflammation. There will be radio opacity of the cortical bone, reactive vital bone formation. There will be onion skin reduplication of the periosteal bone. There will be lots of duplication of, that is, new bone formation will be there, and it will be seen in young adults only. That is a hallmark feature of Gary's osteomyelitis, seen in young adults in the mandibular premolar region. The site and the age factor is important. Young adults and mandibular premolar region, it will be seen as new bone formation in a ring-like appearance. That is why it is called as onion skin reduplication of the periosteal bone. So to summarize, so we have seen the definition, the etiology, the histology, the diagnosis, and sequelae of the dental caries. And as a part of the sequelae, we have seen about pulpitis, the periostitis, then the periapical granuloma, periapical abscess, and the osteomyelitis in detail. To summarize, dental caries is a irreversible microbial disease. So once affected, it cannot be turned back to the original position. The treatment ranges from simple restorative procedures. If it affects only the enamel or dentin, simple restorative procedures is enough. And if it goes beyond the pulp, it leads, if it is an irreversible one and all, it needs root canal treatment depending upon the severity of the caries lesion. What happens if it is not treated? It can lead to, as I said in the previous slide, inflammatory conditions such as apical periodontitis, osteomyelitis, cellulitis. So that finishes my presentation. Thank you one and all. I want to thank my department, the Department of Oral Pathology from Ragas Dental College and Hospital. A sincere thanks, and all whatever I have told and all this knowledge is due to because of my mentor, Dr. K. Ranganathan, and all my teachers in the department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your elaborative presentation, and it was quite sufficient for the rapid review. Ma'am, we have 2 questions in the chat box. And the first question is that, suppose if they ask you a question on etiopathogenesis of dental caries, usually they tend to write the theories also. So should we actually include in that question? When we are writing the etiopathogenesis, the question is, should we include the theories when writing the etiopathogenesis of dental caries? It's an essay question.
Yes, yeah, I got it. It is an essay question, and they are asking about the etiopathogenesis of caries. Am I right, Priya? So, Always think like this. The essay question is about 10 marks, and your etiopathogenesis is related to how it is causing the caries. Means you will be writing about all the factors, the contributing factors, and how it goes on. And the most important thing in the theories there are only 3 theories pertaining to caries. As you have seen in my presentation, the Miller's theory, then the proteolytic theory, and there is one more theory, that is a proteolytic chelation theory. That is the most important one. You are writing about those theories, and you will be writing the first few theories drawbacks, and finally you conclude that. That is not enough for writing an essay. For essay, you have to concentrate on not only the theories, the etiologenesis part means you have to write about all the host factors, that is with the saliva, the host and the tooth factors, then about all the bacteria that is causing the caries, and of course the time factor and the plaque. All these things will come together as a rule for the contribution of the caries. These are the contributing factors. This has to be elaborated. This you can write about the definition, then you can write about the theories, and then the etiopathogenesis part is the most important. The contributing factors for caries is most important, and you will be writing everything elaborately on that. Then you can finish it up. Then time is also an important part that takes place in caries development. So apart from the theories, 3 theories, you can write all these things as well. Is that enough? Is the question answered, Priya?
Yes, there is one more question, ma'am, in the chat box. Ma'am, if there is a question on sequelae of pulpitis, could we explain each one of it?
Yes, of course, you have to explain that. See, if it is sequelae of pulpitis, usually I have seen only in short notes. Okay, so if it is comes and the essay, then you have to explain each and everything. Mostly it is the acute and the chronic one, and you have to mention about how you can diagnose, so what is the clinical features, then how you diagnosis, and how you treatment. Those 3 are the aspects that usually any lesion, if you take any lesion in pathology, those are the 3 aspects that has to be answered. How